And I did do that. All right. Midnight stream with Oodie, Kamui, and Kamui's guest. Hey, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hello to everybody. My name is Jeremiah, Jeremiah DG. And I was watching Kamui's content he was like the best Boruto YouTuber that I had seen. And I was like, dude, this guy's like really good. And like I had to search for his content because I was like, oh my gosh, I can't find this guy anywhere. Like I like his recaps. And I ended up finding him. And so seeing he had a podcast, I was like, you know what? Let me message this guy since I do YouTube and stuff like that too, and see if I can, do some collaborations and stuff like that. So here I am.
If you want, post your channel in the YouTube stream, the Walky Talky podcast. Just post it in the chat so that people have so that we can put in the description.
But yeah, I agree. Kamui is the best. Right behind me, the undisputed, hands down, best king of all of not just Boruto, but all of YouTube.
Oh wow. Wow, I'm sorry that I didn't address you in the right way, King of YouTube.
No, in fact, it's almost better if I'm just left unspoken because no words can do me justice. So it's just like a well-known fact. It's just like whenever you wake up in the morning, it's like you don't.
Oodie, you're right. Oodie, you're right. No words can do you justice. You're that low. You're that rock bottom. There's nothing I can say to sound good.
Oh man.
Yeah, well, Kamui's so rock bottom, he's gonna have to start talking like. And hopefully, Discord audio suppression let that got through. I also hope people understand what I was trying to joke with there.
So, I got this was purely coincidental, but so I felt really bad because I got a notification for like a message that was in like a request folder thing. It wasn't Jeremiah's, it was someone else's. But because I got that notification, I happened to see Jeremiah's. I look at the date. I'm like, oh god, this is from 1.5 years ago.
Swear.
And then I was like, well, I apologize for this dramatically, but do you want to come on?
Well, Kamui, usually that's where people would keep that as being the quiet part, but if you want to say that out loud, I guess we'll just let everyone know.
Oh my gosh. I know.
It's part of the story.
Yeah, we're keeping ourselves humble. Yeah. It's part of the charm.
Man, nah. Honestly, it was I messaged him just randomly. I was like, you know what? I just messaged this guy. And I wasn't sure if he was gonna get back to me. And I just forgot about it. And then as I was at work, I just looking at my phone, see, I got a message from him. I was like, oh snap. What? Let me look and see what it says. He was like, I'm incredibly sorry for just get back to you, to the point where the message that I sent, I can't even see it anymore. The message is gone. The message is gone from 1 year ago. So but nah, thank you for having me on.
Oodie, I will say, I think this whole experience proves to us that even if Naruto Explained keeps blowing us off, there is a chance.
Where I thought you were going to go with that is, look at how much better we are.
Oh my gosh.
At least we eventually get.
Look, you'll get there. You guys will get there.
Well, no, that's the problem. We've already been there. He just hasn't been here.
We've already got confirmation.
Just waiting.
He said yes 2 years ago.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, at least when you messaged him 1 year ago and you waited 1 year, at least it was the same day turnaround when he eventually did see it.
Man, you guys caught me on a good day too. You guys caught me on a good day.
Well, hopefully it's a good enough day that you post your channel in the chat.
I did. Or did it go through?
Yeah, let me check new messages. That might be a thing. Oh yeah, no, it just didn't go through.
Oh, okay.
Well, here, okay. Oh wait, did you put it in the Discord? Oh, just put it in the Discord chat, and I'll post it as well.
I got you. Let me see.
That should work. You know, just whenever you're ready. You know, no pressure.
Yeah, I gotta hike across this desert real quick to grab the link and.
Yeah, I know it can be a little scary posting your channel, but
So the Icebreakers are about to
glad
spawn.
you could
got
overcome your fear. Well, the real reason is snobby Kamui over here refuses to collab with people under 555 subscribers. I don't know, it's a really weird, arbitrary, specific goal he set, but I personally could never. But Kamui over here
couldn't be you.
Yeah, of course.
When I collab with you every day.
Well, Kamui, I have 1 million subs at heart.
That's what it's all about, It's not about the subscribers that you see on the screen. It's about the subscribers that you have in your heart.
Yeah. It's how many subscribers you feel like you
That's what it is, How many subscribers you have, sir? I mean, I only have 500 on paper, but I feel like 1 million subscriber channel, okay?
Yeah, on paper there's only 500, but something tells me I really have 5 million.
Man.
Okay, Kamui, this is so stupid. I'm just gonna write this in intro topics, and we should absolutely ask every guest who has more subs than us, especially Swag. How many subs do you feel like you have? No. Not how many subs do you have. How many subs do you feel like you have?
There you go.
And then he'll be like, 1.5 million or whatever, and we'll be like, oh, but that's a pity. We feel like we have 10 million.
I love it.
That's awesome.
So out of curiosity, so you've been like watching Kamui or whatever, and I thought it's funny that like it's difficult to like look up his channel name. I've been there as well, so I know exactly what you're talking about. But
yeah, well, I mean, in hindsight, technically I could just change it. It's just been like, I just have 10,000 already, so I feel weird switching it now. Like if I was gonna do it, I should have done it from the beginning. But technically I did do it from the beginning, but that's besides the point. But I completely chose this all on the random ass whim that actually was unironically anti-true. I was like looking at vidIQ, like, oh, which one of these has the best search results? Oh, Kamui. Oh, great, we'll go with that. I like that jutsu. And then it turns out that's the worst idea because it's so search that you can't find the channel.
Oh yeah,
you have to search Kamui Boruto, Kamui Naruto. So, not actually, that didn't even work. You have to like search
that's
Kamui
the funny thing. Yeah,
whatever thing I've talked about.
Is I'll type in Kamui and it just pulls up like a Naruto clip. So I'm like, oh fine, Kamui Naruto, and it just pulls up the same Kamui clips.
Exactly. And I was like, oh god, this is a terrible idea. And so on my other channel that I technically made, I shouldn't have made that community post yet, considering I haven't really been using it yet. But the other name I thought of was Mr. Toby. I thought of this like 3 years later. And I could just change it to that. It works with the channel icon.
Yeah, it
makes a lot of sense. It's just been 2 years. So like, should I?
I mean, that's how people know you too. That's like the only reason why I couldn't find it is because when I like your content, were like as I was scrolling, like watching Naruto Explained, I would like see yours. And I'm like, oh snap! Somebody else did a Boruto reaction or like a commentary, and I didn't look at the channel. Like all I knew was that the channel icon was.
I've had people do the same thing. Yeah,
but there's somebody else that does that has the same exact or like they have Obito as their thing. So every time I was like looking through, like I just typed in Boruto chapter review, and it would just be that person, and I'm like, nah, this is not the guy. This is not the guy, because the one thing that I would look for throughout the videos would be, but anyway. That's what I was looking for in the videos, and I didn't see it. So I was like, yeah, this is not the guy. This is not the guy. And then I finally like found it after just like doom scrolling for like a solid 20 minutes. I was like, oh snap. Okay, that's the guy. That's the guy.
You have no idea how happy I am to hear that the goofy edits is the thing you're looking for.
Literally, because
that makes me happy. That is the thing I like doing the most in the video.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Because that's like, as I'm like watching your, like if I would watch your videos, it would always be like, I would be like watching and it would just come out of nowhere because I'm always looking for watching your reviews. I'm just waiting for like the bit anyway. That's like the one thing I'm looking for as I'm watching the review. I was like, it was just one time it just got me really good. It was super funny. I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's really good.
Actually, I think that's the first ever thing I ever replied to Kamui about before even the podcast was about his edits. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Kamui. Like the first thing, I was like, "Oh, hey, that's."
I don't know, because we were talking in the Cloud Discord about Deepa. That was like the conversation, at least. So I don't know. Okay. I think the first thing we talked about was just Deepa. Just because I said, no, it was the car. Okay, it was when I was working on the video saying, basically, a car actuation arc is just better than Mujina Bandits. Basically, just I was like, because it's anime only, obviously. And I was gonna say, if anything, I would have flip-flopped it to where Mujina Bandits was anime only, and the car actuation arc was actually in the manga. And I was just explaining why it's better, basically. And then Oodie was asking me about it. And I think that was how. And then I got into the whole Deepa best villain thing.
Okay. I am curious though. So the story of you like trying to find Kamui's channel and use doom scrolling or whatever. Like when was that? Like was that like a week ago, a month ago, a year ago?
No, that was like it was right around the time when I had messaged him because I think because I had like after I had like looked for it, I found it, and then I like watched like I had seen like another video that he did. It was probably like after the chapter review about like a specific character. It might have been Mitsuki. He did like I think he did a video on Mitsuki if I'm not mistaken, or it was something that had like Mitsuki as like the thumbnail, and I had seen him, and then I like looked at the description I like looked at his subscribers. I was like, oh, okay. Just to like kind of see, where he was at and the type of thumbnails that he was doing too, because I'm always like looking for thumbnails ideas. And I looked in the description. He was like, by the way, I have a podcast. I was like, oh, snap. Let me see, what he talks about on the podcast. And it was just, more anime stuff. I was like, oh, snap. This is cool.
Yeah, because that was going to be my question. So I'm assuming that you've just like been subscribed and known the channel and like have been just like
able to watch. I was like assuming this was the same guy in the comments with Jeremiah in the name. I was like, okay, I saw the name on Twitter. I was like, okay, I recognize this guy from the comments. Assuming this is just not another Jeremiah. Like,
imagine. With the same
I had the wrong idea.
Oh wait. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say, okay, if that was the case, so then you've been like following Kamui's channel for at least a year to where you've actively like been there. So then have you been like watching Walky Talky at all? But you have been, because I think I recognized your name in the comments too of Walky Talky, right?
Yeah. I had seen a couple of them just to kind of get like an idea before I like messaged Kamui to even like come on here. Like I didn't want to like just come on a podcast I didn't know anything about or like message, just to see. But I had watched a couple of them, commented just because I want to, help out, especially to like see other YouTubers who are like right around I am or like just a little bit above, just, make connections, stuff like that. And so, I just been, kind of silently following along, commenting when, here and there. Cause I mean, I always need like people to comment on my videos. So I'm like, let me, give that same courtesy. So yeah, I've been around here for a little bit, just helping or just, lurking a little bit, saying stuff, especially because there's not a lot of, or I haven't seen like a whole lot of YouTubers that either talk about Boruto in a good light or that really understand the story of Boruto and give it the credit that it deserves. So whenever I get to support that, I'm going to.
Okay. Well, I just looked up because you mentioned Mitsuki. Based off the Twitter message, it was right about chapter 7 of TBB. Mm-hmm. That's when you messaged me. So it's right. That's when the Mitsuki versus Boruto fight happened.
Yeah, because I was like, because I had seen it, because that's what I was looking for. Because I was like, it was around like when the new chapter came out, and I was like, I don't want to watch any of these other guys except for maybe Naruto Explained. I want to watch this guy because this guy was funny, and I want to get to his channel, but I literally just could not remember the name for the life of me. I was just like, what? We're just gonna scroll. We're gonna click on every single video, and we're just gonna get this done. We're gonna get it done. Okay, we're gonna find him. We're gonna find him because I tried to look for you in the YouTube history, but I don't know what's up with YouTube history. Every time I like look for something specific, it's never there. But then
I know. I don't understand how the filter works. I swear. Like,
man, it's so weird because I'm like, I typed in Boruto, just to see if something would come up that I would like recognize, be like, okay, this might be him. But literally, no. Every time I typed in something, I literally could not find your channel. I was like, this is so stupid. This is so stupid. Like,
it has to be like exactly the exact from what I think. It has to be everything. You have to type it exactly as the title is. So like, if you say Boruto lowercase and it's capitalized in the title, I don't think it shows up. For example, it's so annoying. I'm like, this is not a good way to do this.
Man, like if I type something in my search history, all I have to do is just type in something that's like in the sentence of it or just like around it, and I'm going to be able to find it. But on YouTube history, I have to be very specific with the title, the emojis, every single dash and space. Like, can't even find a good video, man. Like, come on.
That's funny. Okay. Well, my question is going to be, I'm curious. Like, if you had to put like an hour amount on it, how many hours do you think you've like listened to the Walky Talky podcast? Just out of curiosity.
An hour amount.
Okay, so we. Okay.
Well, let's start with how many streams have you watched?
How many streams? I've seen a couple. Just because
that's already 20 hours, then.
I've seen a couple. You know, just to like. At least like, because I need like background noise whenever I'm like working. I don't like to work in silence, so I need like background noise. So I've seen like a couple, you know, when I'm just like working, especially because like I have so much stuff in my like watch later. Like I want to clear it out so bad. Like I want my watch later to just be like 30 videos. But I've seen let me see which ones I've seen. Let me see, because I've seen a couple of them. But I did not, because you guys have referenced, like you guys said, like your biggest hater on. I did not see that one.
Okay.
I was not able to catch that one. But I had seen a couple of them very like around that time, and then just like whenever I'm like seeing it come across like my page, I just like watch, you know, especially if it's like chapter review stuff like that too. Then you know I'll tune in just to see what you guys have to say. But yeah, I've seen a couple, but I can't put like an hour. I can't put like an hour estimate on it. But I've definitely seen enough to, you know, kind of get an idea. But you know, an idea versus like, you know, being up here is a little bit different.
Yeah. So like this isn't like the first time
to some of the funniest streams, especially if they have the fan translations and they're really goofy. I miss those days. That was the peak when Omnipotence came out.
Oh man,
oh days.
Okay. Some of these people are crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Some of the stuff that like people translate, I'm like, what? It confuses me a little bit. I'm like, okay. I'm gonna just wait for the official stuff, because some of the stuff that y'all are saying isn't even it's not even the same thing. It's not like a one-to-one, but no, it's facts.
Part of it is like a lot of those translators, I'm pretty sure like they're not native English speakers. So if they're like Indian or whatever, wherever, it doesn't matter where, it's not United States. And then I think they're translating Japanese, but then translating to English. And I'm thinking that's why it's weird. Either that, or they're just doing as direct of a translation as possible and not Englishifying it, and that's why it's weird. It's one or the other, but.
And the crazy thing is that sometimes it's not even that, but it's like the fake leaks that come out that look so real. Like I don't know if it was like one of them where they showed like Shiba Otsutsuki like talking or like sitting in a chair or something like that, and I was like, "Is this real? Is this real?" And then I looked at the dialogue. I was like, "Yeah, no, this isn't real. This isn't real." But
a lot of times, what they'll do, I've seen this. Like, I remember when this one was really funny. It was like they're making a sneak peek of like Code stabbing Nishi, and it looks real. Where there's one edited image of like Code stabbing Nishi, but the other ones are just reused panels. So I instantly knew, because I'm like, yeah, I recognize that panel from chapter 71, some obscure ass panel. But yep, I've seen it. Like, but it'll look real.
No, that's facts. That's facts. That's the only way that I'm able to like tell if it's like fan made, because I don't know, like sometimes they'll even like just do like a mashup of panels just from like other chapters, and I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't go there. That one's in a completely different one. So yeah, this is some made up, but some of them they like look real. Like I can't remember what it was. Right,
I saw one with Walky that looked real. I think last chapter.
I can't remember what character it was, but it looked like super real. I don't know who it was, but it was like right before the chapter came out, or I think it was like either the day before or like the day that the leaks were going to come out. And I don't know what character it was, but it looked super, super real. And I was like, whoa. So this is what's going to happen? I can't remember which character it was. I feel like it's an OG character from like Naruto, but like aged up and like something happened to him. I was like, swear. Dang. But then somebody in the comments was like, this is fake. I was like, oh, well, great.
Probably a Kakashi spoiler.
Oh, I think that's what it was. I'm not entirely sure.
There was one for Kakashi Shinju's, as well as an Orochimaru Shinju. That one looks good.
Yeah.
Oodie knows what I'm talking about.
I love it. Yeah, Code Shinju, a Madara Shinju, they all look good, honestly.
Yeah, they do. They do though. Like that's the one thing that I can admire about it is like some of the leaks and stuff like that. They actually like look like they could be like raw scans.
Yeah.
And you would never know unless like you knew the story, stuff like that. You would never know.
Yeah. I don't know how they make them look like actual scans.
I don't know how that.
They're just good artists, and or Ikimoto's just bad.
Yeah, one or the other.
Oh no, I've seen.
Maybe it's both.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Ikimoto being bad, I did have something on that. We'll also, real quick, we'll invite Paradox up since I just see him in the audience. I don't want to make him wait too long.
Hi.
Hi. Okay. I'm sharing my screen.
Oh, your mic's fixed.
Oh yeah, no, I was testing it with them before chat. Ikimoto's background art has regressed so much. And so I just wanted to show these panels off and just look at how good they are. Not just depth-wise, but just complexity-wise. Just everything here is just good. And with some of these, you won't even like notice because like a lot of the manga early on is just good. But these are like very complex shots. Like I'm not going to say it's the craziest thing of all time, but I'm sure a lot of time went into each of these. And they're not even like overly important, just random establishing shots or overview shots or whatever. But like the depth is there, everything is there. It's just everything is good.
This was the thing in the early Boruto manga, basically when Kadachi was writing.
Look how good this is.
I remember because when I was watching Naruto Explain videos, like this was like a thing people were praising Ikimoto's. They were praising Ikimoto's backgrounds. They're saying, "Oh, Sasuke looks like a Harry Potter character," blah blah blah. But his backgrounds were elite. That was like the thing people were saying. Now it's almost like the opposite.
Where it's either
they like his design
speed lines,
and his backgrounds are just speed lines. He doesn't do backgrounds anymore.
Exactly. So
I think that's the thing is that
what if I said I still don't like his style, like even in Two Blue Vortex? Like what if I said that?
I mean, yeah.
I've heard like, or I haven't heard people go into specific about like what they didn't like, but I just heard that they didn't, or like it would be like a character design would come out for like a cover, or like people be like comparing like Boruto and Kawaki. I don't know if you guys had seen that on Twitter. They're like, oh my gosh, Kawaki looks so much better than Boruto. Or they like hate Kawaki's hair or something like that. And I'm like, yo, the character designs look fine to me.
What I will say though is
like his character design looks fine. I just really don't like his art style, to be honest.
Okay, this is the funniest thing. If you've noticed this, if you haven't noticed this, I encourage you to go back and look. It's especially TBV, but just post Kadachi. If you look at the way Ikimoto draws Boruto and Amado, as well as usually Kashin Koji too, compared to every other character, it's ridiculous. He puts so much effort on making Boruto, Amado, and Koji look so detailed and insane. And then you just have the next panel will be like Mitsuki with the no offense, just the worst drawn Mitsuki by comparison. It's just like it's ridiculous putting them side by side. I'm like, what is he doing?
Favoritism.
No, I can vouch for that because like I know that like looking at Kashin Koji, and I can't say that I have like looked at Amado in like great detail, but I know that at least for Boruto, Kashin Koji, they always look very, very crisp, or at least that's how I describe it, but very, very, very detailed. Because I mean, Boruto's design just has like so much to it. Like I don't know if you guys had like seen, like it was like a picture, or it was like I think Boruto's cover with like the blue shirt, and somebody did like a breakdown of like all of the metal pieces and like homages that Boruto is like playing with other metal pieces, and like all the stuff that's in there, I was like, yo, he is extreme. Like all the stuff that's on Boruto, like for the pieces that he uses for Flying Raijin, or just like paying homages to his family. It's very, very detailed, and it also makes me like wonder how they're going to handle that, like when it gets animated, when like the anime gets brought back. Like, what are they gonna do, and how they're gonna implement that? Or, how it's gonna work.
But actually, that's a really good point. That I don't think we ever came back to that, Kamui. We were talking about that when Two Blue Vortex, like even before it came out, as they were like linking like the character designs or whatever, and then we got the explanation for Flying Raijin. So I now disagree. It was never a reference homage to his family. It's just the different shapes. You got the triangle and the square and the sunflower, which we thought was in reference to Himawari, but it isn't now.
Wow.
I mean, it can be like
I don't even think so because it's Koji's idea.
Well, it's technically Boruto's idea, but then,
I'm not gonna count that.
Let's go over the three things. Okay, so it's in a future that Koji foresaw, but we don't know when exactly. For all we know, Naruto, Himawari, everyone's just back home when he does this, meaning it's not really like a big reference. But the main thing I will say, though, is it can be a reference from the audience / Ikimoto's perspective, but the story isn't trying to tell you, like, Boruto, for example, when Koji says, like, oh, the different shapes, and he says, but he could have said, so you thought they were doing different shapes, but even that was difficult. So you went out of your way to choose things that were extremely important to you. For example, a fox for Naruto / Kurama,
the
a sunflower for
Uzumaki
Himawari.
symbol,
So
the Uchiha symbol, the Himawari sunflower. There's a bunch of stuff they could have worked with.
Like,
a fire symbol.
Like, the things that mean something to him so that Boruto would be able to use it most efficient. They could have done that. I think that would have been awesome. It would have been cool. Just simply put, cooler symbols. Like, why have a triangle when you can have the will of fire symbol? You know, it's just one just is cooler.
They
and it would have been more meaningful.
They could do like a symbol for Sasuke's sword. They could do a symbol for like each like version of the Sharingan, Sasuke's Mangekyo,
Sasuke's headband.
I mean, I think my question would be to you guys is, would that also be like a good, I guess, point to, or not point, but like a good representation of like subtle storytelling? Because it's like Boruto can't like outright say that, you know, like I still like these are my family members, but you guys are just all brainwashed right now, so you guys don't know. But it's just like, you know, he has it.
In fact, I know exactly what I would replace. I would replace the stupid Master Sasuke. I would replace that with this.
With his sword.
I like that. I like that.
Because he also doesn't have to tell Konohamaru, oh, the reason I use a sword shape is because I care about Sasuke. It's just, we the audience know, and maybe Konohamaru can figure it out on his own. He doesn't have to tell anyone.
Exactly, since he's already defying omnipotence to some small degree anyways.
Yeah.
That's just...
honestly...
I think that it's also like you know how Boruto, or I think Shikamaru, when he was talking to Boruto, and like he's starting to like piece everything together. I think that's what Boruto is also, I would see, or I would say, like trying to do with other characters as well. Like there's other characters he's trying to like string along without like outright saying it, because if he just says, oh yeah, I mean, I'm actually Naruto's son, you know, I'm Sasuke's student, stuff like that, then it's going to, or it's not like going to help him. So if he like just, I guess, subtly says it, or like just tries to like give hints, I think if they come to the conclusion, then I think it does a bigger, I think like the change in their own mind can like, I guess, combat the omnipotence that is, I guess, being levied against them. But
no, I think this would have been brilliant.
One, I completely agree. It's far more effective if Boruto just does what he does and allows them to come to their own conclusions than if he tries to convince them. It just will be more effective. But I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think Boruto was trying to / planned for Shikamaru to join his side? Or do you think that was just a welcome surprise? The reason why I'm asking, because when Shikamaru first tries to talk to him, I mean, you can argue Boruto's trying to be like, oh, I don't want your help, and I really do, but he was kind of being a dick to him. He's just like, oh, what do you want? Go away.
I think that he's not surprised, or I would say, at least just from how I'm looking at it, I don't think that he would be surprised by someone kind of like figuring it out, but it's just like who it is. Like I don't think he would be just surprised who it, or like that someone is starting to like piece it together, but rather just like who it is. So like it being Shikamaru is just like, okay, so this person's like starting to come along, you know, because at first you're kind of or he would be like kind of skeptical about it, like, are you really, or are you just like trying to like lure me into a trap? Which is why I could see like him, you know, kind of being a dick to him at first, because I mean, hey,
I agree.
I mean, you can't really trust, or I mean, you can't really like trust, because they could be like just saying this stuff and like pretending to believe you to then like, you know, arrest him or something like that. So I could 100% believe that. But I don't think that he was, or I think like the someone coming to him, like just kind of piecing it together itself was the shock too. Because I mean, you never know. Kashin Koji probably could have like told him something about like omnipotence to like, I guess, ease, or like just kind of like give him like a heads up or something like that in the future. But yeah.
Yeah, I think I don't think he was desperately like needing Shikamaru to be on his side or anything. I think it's just because Shikamaru is there, there's nothing to lose. He might as well just humor it and see what happens, but he's not expecting it to work out, and it just happened, it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was wondering if Koji expected it, or if that was like a surprising turn of events. Because it doesn't seem like Koji told Boruto, just based off the way Boruto was talking to Shikamaru. It doesn't seem like Boruto knew that was going to happen going into things.
Yeah, I agree.
On the pendants, really quick, I did want to say, it's because I do think it is brilliant writing. Because Boruto's literally, in an essence, wearing his identity on his sleeve, literally, even if he's trying to like be this other stoic person that he's not. His personality is literally visibly right there in front of him. The truth is right in front of them, and they're too blind to see it.
Yeah.
So in a way, that's really cool.
But that only really works if he's got the Will of Fire, Uchiha, Crest, blah blah blah, versus a triangle and a square.
Exactly. No,
man,
like I think
that's too subtle.
Like they could do, I don't know, randomly Himawari's vase. They could do the Thunder Burger logo or something. I think something that would be really meaningful, would be really cool, would be if he had Kawaki's like vest logo as one of his pendants or something.
Granted, we don't know what that means, because it's also Jigen's logo, so that might be a bad one.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying it'd be really meaningful, maybe even like poetic, if that's the one he uses to teleport to Kawaki to finish him off in the final battle or something. I don't know.
Just maybe, imagine like he's just trying to use flying Raijin. He's just like, think about the burger. Think about the Thunderbird.
Yeah, I can imagine a moment where it's the final Rasengan scientific ninja tool clash at the very end, and they both lose an arm, and as they're lying on the remnants of Naruto's hair, since that's going to be the broken statue in this case. Kawaki's going to look over and he's going to be like, Boruto, why do you do it for me? And Boruto like, yeah, and then Kawaki sees,
I do it for the Thunderburger.
Yeah, so Boruto says that, and then Kawaki looks over and he sees the pendant of the Kawaki logo on Boruto, and he's like, he just starts crying like, oh, I get it now.
I think the base would have been better for that, because that's something Kawaki would care about, the base, not the stupid logo that we don't even know what it means.
Man, I've always wondered like what the on the back of his like jacket was, but nobody has like, I haven't seen or like come across
talked about
we actually did do a stream / video talking about that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
30-minute thing. It was actually pretty cool.
I don't remember all of our answers. I do remember a few.
Well,
but
we definitely nailed it down to one, that being that it's a representation of a hollow vase or a leaking vase or something.
Yeah, a funny one though would be, if you look at the shape, it's just the ramen pot dimension that Jigen seal Naruto in.
Yeah, no, it does. It does. Like if you just kind of like put the thing in the middle. Yeah, no, it does. It does. Yeah. I just thought it was like maybe like I guess since like the Otsutsuki clan has like their own like branches, stuff like that. I don't know. It just could have been like Jigen's like thing, like calling card, something like that kind of like references back to the Otsutsuki. I don't know. But I mean,
the broken base one I think is the most meaningful because it works for both Jigen and Kawaki. Because Jigen,
Yeah.
not so much mentally because he's dead, but he's just literally a broken vessel, which is literally he's got cracks on his stomach. And like Kawaki, it's more about like the hole in his heart. But I think that one is just a good answer to the point that you can't just have it be symbolic writing, but it's so not in the story that it pains me that it just isn't pointed out in any way.
Man, man, I don't think that I'm like dying to know what the symbol is if it's just a reference to an Osuski or something like that. Like, I really wouldn't care.
It's
But
Shibai's
if it's like more meaningful, literally, if it's something like that, I mean, if Shibai like really ties into the story, then okay, I guess it's like a good reference or like something that we don't know yet. Versus like if it's like the vase, I like that idea because
at the very least, I would like Iki. Like, actually, no, screw it. The next time Ikimoto gets an interview, I want to be the one asking the question so I can ask, what is that symbol on Jigen and Kawaki's back? And he can say, hopefully, that exact answer, and it'll be the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
No, I've already predicted.
If it is like Shibai's symbol or something, I really hope we get Saruto to where Kawaki's exploring Shibai's dimension. He sees the upper echelons of some other organization or something that are looking at him. And it's going to be the exact same thing what Momoshiki said to Sasuke the very first time that Sasuke confronted him in Kaguya's dimension. He activates his Rinnegan, and Momo's like, boy, where did you find that eye? In this case, the new organization is going to be like, Kawaki, where did you get that jacket?
That would be cool. That would be cool because then it's like Kawaki has to like figure out everything that like I guess points to the jacket, stuff like that too. Because then there's just a little bit more story to go on.
I love it.
Where did you get that jacket? Is so goofy. Actually, I will also add 99.9% sure Ishiki's. What am I saying? 99. 100% sure. Ishiki's cloak doesn't have that symbol. So that's just another nod to the broken vessel thing.
Exactly.
Only the vessels have it.
Because I think his is like, it's like it looks kind of like I can't remember the name of the symbol, but it's like a circle with like I think things sticking out of it, and like 3 like dots down the back. If I'm remembering.
Yeah, he has. Correctly. Well, the theory is that's the wish granting mallet in Japanese mythology, just because of other reasons, but not confirmed.
Or it could be the river that Amado Sanzu is inspired based off.
Yeah.
Random.
Probably not for Ishiki, but
yeah. Okay, so do we want to get into Paradox's thing?
Yeah, my agenda.
Okay, so Paradox. Did we want to discuss AI, or did you just not want to do that?
No, I want to do that because I'm not too knowledgeable enough in the subject. But once I learn, I'm debating you on it, and I'm proving you wrong.
Okay, well, that's inherently unproductive if you're going into it wanting to learn to debate rather than to educate yourself. But if you want to go down that filter bubble effect, then whenever you educate yourself, I'll re-educate you, and that'll be fun. All right. On to your agenda.
Okay, so how about your agenda then?
My agenda. Well, contrary to popular belief, Barkley and Neji are stronger than you think, and they are actually base Sage of Six Paths Naruto level.
Okay.
Oh, really?
What gets you there?
I seen him like right click.
Yeah, so like Neji is messing with Jubito.
What?
Okay. So go ahead and present it.
So basically, in Naruto Part 1, Lee and Neji are rivals. Lee wished to use the Geisha on Neji, but was forced to use it on Gaara. This infers that Lee would have... And when he's using the move on Gaara, he said, hold on. Hey Neji, this is a move I was keeping reserved to use against you, but I'll give you a sneak peek. This infers that Lee would have needed the 5th gate to beat Neji at that point because he planned on using that move on Neji. So that infers that he would have needed that to defeat Neji in Part 1. Neji, so that means Neji is about 5th gate Lee level, and since they are rivals, they'll remain relative to each other. And Neji also doesn't get fully shocked until Lee goes into the 5th gate. Neji and Lee are implied to be rivals throughout Shippuden, as Neji was the only one in his class who actually became a Jonin, even while Lee didn't achieve that, due to him being too hard-headed, but he does become a Chunin before the war, but is still ranked below Neji. Now you may be wondering, how strong is Neji pre-time skip? Neji was able to use 8 trigrams, 128 palms, in the Sasuke retrieval mission. During the time skip, he was trained by Hizashi, and he trained every day. So if we were to assume that at the start of the Shippuden, he could do 236 palms, and by the war, he likely could do something around 512. But let's just stick with 256 to be fair. His best feat during the war was deflecting thousands of wood-style cutting springs from the Ten Tails when he was caught off guard, and only one was able to go through his defense. Walky Shippuden feat. Firstly, with the power of just
Wait, real quick, I want to add on to your point. So we've done a stream about this. As you mentioned, Neji did the 128 palms in the Sasuke retrieval arc. Well, did you know that Hinata couldn't do the 64 palms, even in the war? Now, she had to get like her mental amp from Ghost of Neji hyping her up to get her just to do 64 palms. So, based off your argument, you can say that pre-time skip Neji is stronger than War Arc Hinata, who is a relative to all the other War Arc characters,
So,
like in their class.
I also want to add that
I
there's like
feel like that's glazing.
there is like a data book thing or something that said that, I forget exactly what it said, but said that like Neji was like the strongest of his clan, and the data book statement came out around the middle of Shippuden, I think around the Sasuke versus Itachi fight, which meant that Neji had officially finally surpassed Hizashi at that point in time.
And we saw how strong Hiyashi was. He never lost a fight.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I do want to ask, I am a little curious on this. So you had 2 different lines of reasoning. One was that, well, Neji and Lee are relative in the tuning exams because they're rivals. And so they're going to be relative later on because they're rivals. But then you also said that Lee was Chunin, whereas Neji became Jonin at the beginning of Shippuden, which would imply they're no longer relative despite being rivals. So maybe you could clarify something.
It's okay to clarify. It's more like Neji is like smart enough to be a Jonin, while Lee just isn't. He barely became a Chunin. Like I'm pretty sure before the war. I'm pretty sure.
So is Guy smart enough to be a Jonin?
Yeah, I'd say so. He became smart enough.
Is Jiraiya smart enough to be a Jonin? Yeah, Naruto.
Naruto never became a Jonin or a Chunin.
Naruto's smart enough to become Hokage.
I was gonna say
after
he became
reading a bunch of books.
What about Hashirama? Was he smart enough to be Jonin?
Yeah. There wasn't even a Jonin back in his era. What do you mean?
What about Ashura? Was he smart enough to be Jonin?
I don't know.
Jonin.
Wait. Okay. What about Paradox? What about Gaara? Because he only learned to count to 6 in the war arc. Was he smart enough to be a Jonin?
Ooh.
Wait, is that true?
It is.
Would you like me to link you a video? Here, hold on a second. I will personally send you a video I made on this exact topic.
Okay. Should I continue reading?
Well, can you also link where the document is so I can follow along?
Okay, bear 1 second.
So Paradox, I'm going to at you here. You should watch this video. This proves that Gaara could not count to 6
and for all those
until the war.
That are curious, I'll also link it in stream. What's up, Ataxaria? And Otsutsuki Boruto in tab 2. And J-Man.
Boruto's in the chat?
Boruto is in the chat. Otsutsuki Boruto.
Otsutsuki, my fault. Otsutsuki Boruto. Imagine he was
Hey, J-Man's in chat too.
Yeah.
Wait, J-Man, why do you only say hi to Space and not us?
Ooh. I guess he hates us after last stream.
Even though he agreed to come on like later this week.
Okay, so
But
we went to
anyway.
the count to 6. Good job, God.
let's
Good job.
go. Okay, so I got the document pulled up. Where are we going? Starting? Where are we at?
Right where Walky lifts up, guy. Yeah, right
Okay.
there. So first, Walky has 3 important recruiting feats, and since Neji and Leo relative, this is how we get Neji to Jubito level. You see. Okay, so firstly, with the power of this one tail cloak, Lee was able to cut reanimated Martyr in half, which is a feat only the likes of the 5 Kage were able to do. For example, Tsunade punched a hole through Martyr. And what if Mondo wasn't a reanimation, he would have died there. But 5 Kage were able to push Mondo's chair so much to where he had to use his perfect cease now. With this we can now see Lee is at least relative to the 5 Kage as they both were able to like punch and slice in half Mondo.
Okay. I'll also note there is a moment to where Guy is attacking Edo Madara pretty much right after Edo Madara arrives, and he's doing like either the 6th and it's the 7th gate.
He does
yeah.
Hiradora, 7th gate.
Hiradora, 7th gate. He's like biting Madara Susanoo, but we don't really see any outcomes to that. But it happened.
The second most important feat he does in the war was reacting to a truth signal orbs by 10 Tails Madara, Jubidara. This is a feat only the likes of base 6 crafts Naruto was able to do. Naruto was able to do this more easily though, so that would put Naruto a little bit above Lee. And to put
Minato did do it as well.
Huh?
Minato also reacted to a True Seeker Orb.
As well as Gaara.
True. Insane feat, am I right? And to put this into
as well as
perspective,
Edo
how strong
Hiruzen.
this Naruto is, he has more chakra than he did in normal KCM2, which Hashirama said has almost as much chakra as his base. This is not saying Lee has Hashirama chakra, by the way. I'm just pointing that out. I'm not trying to say that. And since the base 6 pass Naruto surpasses base Hashirama Lee, okay, that was a kind of stupid point, but whatever. Lee might also potentially surpass him, or at least be in the ballpark as him. The third and final feat is Lee threw a kunai so fast it reached the middle of Jubidore's true seeing orb and ate its guy before they could touch. This would put his attack speed at above a truth seeking orb, which is the second instance of us seeing this happen. With this, we can conclude that he is as fast or as strong as the base 6 fast Naruto. Both of them were able to react to true seeking orbs, and that each of them being able to damage more in his various forms. How Neji skills them, like I said, Lee and Neji are rivals and distribute relative to each other. With this, we can assume Neji could perform similar feats as we've seen him deflect thousands of attacks from the Tentacles and being able to air palm the Tentacles arm away. And you could say, oh, Neji and Lee are relative in base, right? It took Kakashi. He was able to compete with a 6K guy and hypothetically a 7K guy as well. They were even with each other. So that means Guy needs the gates to be as strong as Kakashi. Which I'm not saying it's the same thing, but since they are both eternal rivals, both Neji and Lee and Kakashi and Guy, it could be something similar with that where Lee needs the gates to be able to compete with Neji.
You can also just add that in the Chunin exams, that just is the case. He needs the gates to get to Neji's level.
Yeah, so you can't just say, I've seen some people say, oh, Neji just relative to Basely, when that's obviously not the case. So with this scaling, you could technically probably get Neji and Lee to being like Jubito level. As crazy as that sounds.
Wait, what level, sorry?
Jubito.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're not base Six Paths Naruto level. They're just under that, and they're obviously not KCM Six Paths Naruto level. So I'd say they're probably right in the base Six Paths level, which could be around Jubito level, somewhere
Wait, I have a
around
quick
that.
question.
Yeah.
Who do you think was stronger, Neji or Edo Hashirama?
Probably Hashirama, but
Okay. So you do know that Hashirama outright stated Jubito was stronger than him.
so I guess that you would be stronger than Hashirama then, but that sounds so wrong. That sounds so wrong.
You're right. It does.
But my skill is, but other than that, my skill makes perfect sense though. It's just that one thing. All we tried to say that Neji could box up the animated Hashirama.
Well, let's let
Like that's
you.
just like,
Let's let.
like to me,
Did you want
to me that
to?
sounds like people saying that base times the Boruto just negs Shippuden. Like, yeah, probably, but it sounds stupid.
Did you want
Does it, though?
to finish your scaling, or since that's all of Shippuden, do you want us to like start digging into all of the Naruto
Yeah, we
scaling?
can dig into Shippuden.
Okay. Where do we want to start?
Oh no! I'm gonna let you guys go first. I'm gonna look up something really quick just to make sure I'm not like trolling or like tripping, and then I would just ask like a couple of questions.
Sure. So, Kamui,
Okay.
do you want to start somewhere?
Well, I'll let you start because I just kind of did the Hashirama point.
Okay. So we know that base Six Paths Naruto is the strongest version of Naruto, and the Six Paths is like a 10 tails level lamp. That being said, it shouldn't be too many leaps and bounds far well beyond KCM2 Naruto, which was his strongest form before then.
Okay, I agree, but I'm sorry to cut you off, but it just is.
Well, I don't necessarily... How much would you agree with that? Because KCM2 Naruto is perfect Jinchuriki with half the 9 tails, which is stronger than the normal Biju.
Not strong enough to beat Madara.
Yeah. I agree.
Pre 10 tails.
Yes.
And you know what base 6-5 stage mode Naruto was doing to 10 tails Madara? Winning.
Which means my glorious king could maybe do something similar.
Okay, but at the same time, how much of an amp is the 10 tails compared to the 9 tails? Because the 9 tails is 90% of the 10 tails.
Look, okay, so this doesn't make sense, what I'm about to explain. But it just is the case. So the rest of for instance, the first half of the war pretty much proves to you that the 9 tails just is like the main component, because half the 9 tails plus the 8 tails equaled out with the other, it was 5 of the other tail base because Shukaku wasn't there. Now, the other half of the 9 tails would be stronger than the 8 tails. So you could, if you remove the 8 tails, that means all of Kurama is stronger than 5 of the other tail beasts combined. Just is stronger. So he's probably equaling out with 6 or 7 or 8 of the others. Like he's basically Kurama himself is like half or nearly half of all the 9 Biju's chakra combined.
Let's also consider Naruto with half the 9 tails was able to fend off Indra Arrow with Sage Mode, but it was just half the 9 tails. You know, compared to Sasuke's half of the 9 tails and the other 8-tailed beast.
I was gonna say, I was gonna say, like, was it? And get this, he was. Everybody says he was holding back. He wasn't trying to kill Sasuke, and the assumption is that he could, but only half. So, I'm a little bit confused, but
Kurama's that strong. But then again, so you would think, okay, Kurama should be like at least half the 10 tails level or something when he's at full power. So half of Kurama is 25%. The problem is, when the 10 tails is resurrected, they just made it a huge point to say that the 10 tails was astronomically way strong. Wasn't even close. Like,
Well, that wasn't in its power. That was randomly in its nature energy, which I think it was going to have no matter what, even if it was resurrected at 1% of its normal, blah, blah, blah. I think it just, for some reason, it's just the Ten Tails' body itself has that. Like, I'm sure if Naruto felt the Ghetto Mazo, he'd be saying the same thing randomly.
Well, two things. One, just in terms of the fight itself, like, I mean, Kurama and B plus everyone else just were doing nothing to the Ten Tails. It just was so overwhelmingly stronger. Yes. Two, well, what was that Ten Tails? I know it's nature energy, but it's also the Genomazo plus those Biju's chakra. How that gets you to nature energy, the world will never know. But it just is. It's the chakra. Now, unless you want to just upskill the Genomazo, which you could do, because the Genomazo just, it's, even though it has no chakra, it's got a lot of chakra. It's
fitted off Hanzo.
Dude, the Genomazo literally does the Ten Tails' Cataclysm, just on a smaller scale.
Yeah.
When Obito, he literally does the same jutsu. I don't understand.
I love how you said how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop thing.
Yeah.
But I'm totally down to upscale the Ten Tails. But that means you can't say your nonsense about Hashirama fodderized the Ten Tails.
Well, we can. Just let it make no sense. I mean, to be fair, though, again, Hashirama, in fairness, just has anti-Biju hacks, basically. So it's just a mismatch, essentially.
No, I don't think that's the reason. I think the real reason, because we see Jubito is able to just flick off the same techniques. I think the real reason is it's unstable Jubito, basically. It's that like same consciousness to where his power is just wildly fluctuating up and down, and he's not like caring about defense or anything. He'll just randomly get faster or not move at all for several seconds and be attacked, or even attack himself randomly. That just is the Ten Tails' consciousness.
Well, the Ten Tails wasn't doing any of that when it was the Ten Tails.
It was when Hashirama was attacking him.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, I mean, obviously, I'll also add that just the size aspect, Hashirama's abilities just do work really well on big things.
Okay, you say that, Kamui. You say that. We're not gonna pretend like Hashirama's gates aren't the craziest thing of all time when Hashirama's Rashomon gates, and he can summon all 5, are still being destroyed by a single Biju Bomb.
Those gates aren't the same. I don't know why Hashirama has
you're right. They're not the same. They're better. Change my mind.
What do you mean? The deity gates... Look, the Rashomon gates are way cooler.
And bigger and
the
stronger.
The deity gates just do way more than the Rashomon gates ever have. We've already agreed the Rashomon gates are wasted.
I'm just saying, why would Hashirama use Rashomon gates there if the deity gates were just better?
Because he was getting ready to beat Madara's ass with a 1,000-arm Kanon Buddha statue thing, whatever it's actually called. But
so?
He was just getting prepared.
By summoning the Rashomon gates as opposed to the deity gates?
I don't remember the specifics of this.
Okay. Sure.
But anyway.
Okay, so Lee and Neji were rivals. That's not to say necessarily that they're equal strength at all times. I mean, I'll be honest, I think it just makes no sense anyways, because I disagree. I think that base Guy and base Kakashi are practically relative, and 7th Gate Guy and Kakashi are practically relative, and it makes no sense.
Which doesn't make sense. Yeah, I agree, though. I agree, because that is how it's presented, because like Guy was supposed to be a rival for Sharingan Kakashi in part 1.
Yeah.
And then, yes, Kakashi gets Mangekyo, but when Guy is using the 6th gate and being equal to Kakashi, he wasn't using his Mangekyo, so that's not the difference.
You can argue it's because, Kakashi's using a Raikiri to amp his speed, but like...
But that's not how... That's just wrong.
It's not consistent. It just doesn't make sense.
So it could be like that with Rock Lee and Neji.
That it doesn't make sense?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Well, that's probably not the argument you want to use, but whatever gets you there.
You know, I love
Exactly.
making those
Say
sense
that.
arguments. You know, I support it.
It makes no sense, but it works.
Exactly.
Okay.
Let's add that one in.
Ooh, I just want to ask like a couple of clarifying questions, just to like see where like the head's at. So at least like during the war, because we see you see Guy almost you got like at least competing with Jubidara. So, or at least this is just a question of paradox. Like, you would scale Guy to Jubidara, yes or no?
So Jubidar, well, 8th grade guy fought him, so I guess I would go 8th grade guy to Jubidar.
Okay.
And 7th grade was able to compete with him, but not really do any long lasting damage.
Well, hold on. Let's start with speed. Just speed for a moment. When Guy uses the 7th gate, it hits Madara. Do you think that Guy like outsped Madara to hit him, or that Madara just let? I mean, I will admit, looking at the manga panels, I don't think Madara let him get hit. But
yeah.
But what do you think happened? Okay, so you think 7th gate Guy is faster than Jubidara then? Well, specifically Hirudora, I should add, because when he just uses 7th gate, Madara dodges every single attack, but then he gets hit by Hirudora. So specifically Hirudora.
Okay.
Well, I'll add there's not a necessity to dodge if he's in his full Susanoo anyways. Not that he wouldn't.
No, this is Jubidara. There's no Susanoo.
Oh, okay.
Why didn't he use a Susanoo?
That's right when Oh wait. Why doesn't he? I don't know.
I mean,
I feel like the
he's a Jubi. I don't know why he would want to.
If Obito can't use Kamui, maybe Madara can't use Susanoo.
Wait, what if he used the perfect Susanoo and then covered it with a truth-seeking orb?
Nobody would win.
A perfect Susanoo covered by a truth-seeking orb, and Guy would have never gotten through.
That would have been so cool.
I agree. It would have been too cool.
And imagine Guy somehow broke through it. That would have made it even cooler.
That's unironically something that Madara would think of too, considering what he did, wrapping Susanoo clad around Ninetales.
Yeah, and honestly though, if they just had Naruto and Sasuke fighting that Madara, that's just cool. They're going on to fight Kaguya anyway, who's supposed to be actually a little rewrite here. Obviously, included in this rewrite is just more Madara fight by default. But you could have just had Madara and Kaguya effectively be similar combatant levels, but they fight differently. So in Kaguya's case, she is stronger, and she even has that hack stability of the bones and dimension stuff. But Madara is just being so much more creative with his powers that he kind of, through his smarts essentially and skills, gets to a Kaguya-like level. So you can still have Kaguya be stronger, but the point is it wouldn't be a huge gap. Because Madara in this case would use his perfect Susanoo with True Secret Orb clad armor thing, and they're just fighting that
awesome.
I mean, I think that Kaguya and Madara should have the same stats since they're literally using the same body. It's just that when Madara turned into Kaguya, he got way amplified, way worlds more unfathomable. Sasuke says levels of chakra.
Yeah, it's because of the infinite Tsukiyomi chakra, which is even greater than 10 tails according to Naruto, which means he got an amp, from Kaguya essentially, the chakra, got an amp stronger than the 10 tails amp.
But like hypothetically, if that just didn't happen, then I think Kaguya should be same stats as Madara, and Madara would just be a better combatant in that case.
Yeah, unless Kaguya's jutsu was just harder to deal with, but I don't think I think Madara is harder to deal with.
Well, I think that at the very least, Madara would still be able to use those same jutsu since he still had that Rinnegan, or Rinne Sharingan, I should say.
Theoretically, but he just has to like learn to use them, and he just doesn't.
Yeah,
In
but
canon, so we don't know.
if we go with like the Mangekyo is instinctive or whatever, he should just automatically know how to do them. He just didn't do them for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, that was.
Maybe he didn't have enough
but-
chakra. Maybe he was planning to do it but never got the chance to. Maybe it just wasn't battle wise, similar to Obito not using the Rinnegan abilities since they already know how to deal with them or whatever else.
Yeah, I mean it's all possible because like at the end of the day, Moto never really got his fight there. So
Yeah.
That was my. That
I'll
was gonna
just
be
say
like my
real
only
quick.
thing about that.
I just found it finally. Madara's like grabbing Naruto / Naruto's grabbing his sword. Like he's kind of fighting Naruto. The guy just kind of just comes out and Shirodora is the Susanoo. So I don't think Madara was like even ready for that. He kind of got hit off guard anyway.
Yeah. Okay. I would say. By the way, if you can post that in chat, I'll look at that. For screen, just stream. I'll also say, I do think that Rene Sharingan on Madara's forehead wasn't Madara, even if he technically unlocked the eye, quote unquote, awakened it. We do see that like Kakashi's eye is Obito's eye, and so he has Obito's ability. So the eye has a certain ability rather than the person, and that Rene Sharingan was the Tin Tails, which is Kaguya. And so I do think that is the same exact Rene Sharingan that Kaguya had. It's just the same eye. Rather than Madara's versus Kaguya's. Meaning it would have Kaguya's abilities. Which is why I say that.
That's theoretically possible, but it's also possible it's almost like that chakra awakened that eye for Madara, similar to how he awakened as a Rinnegan. Because his Rinnegan isn't Hagoromo's Rinnegan, it's Madara's Rinnegan. So
Whereas
it's tactically possible.
You could say that. It's also just silly that there's an eye on Madara's forehead when there's not an eye socket there or anything like that. It's just not nerves there for an eye. That's not how human anatomy works.
Did it.
So at that point, he had to be partially Tindels or Otsutsuki or Kaguya.
Kidomaru did it. In Curse Mark 2, he just randomly got a third eye where there was no socket.
Are you guys don't think that like when they become like the O2 or the dang, what is it? The Jinchuriki. That's what I'm looking for the word. The Jinchuriki for the Tintails, like they don't become an Otsutsuki. Because at least like based on the look,
pseudo Otsutsuki anyway.
Yeah, they have to be like at least somewhere close to it, if not like right there. Because I think even for like at least for like Boruto and Kawaki too, even though like their physical appearances haven't changed, like the abilities, like flight, able to like sense things that other people can't, I think they're still like they still tap into those abilities. So it has to be like at least like close, if not like maybe like a little bit.
I mean, in
less.
all honesty, changed my mind. Madara is closer to being a Tsuki than Boruto ever is. I don't care what Ikimoto writes.
Yeah, I'm not.
He looks like one. He has powers actually like one.
Yeah.
Oh no, Boruto can fly. Oh
He's
wow.
like one.
And I'm not gonna count Onoki's flight as flight if it's really just him being a balloon.
By the way, guys, Walky can fly. Walky can fly. He can fly. He can fly. He can fly. He can levitate.
All right, make that
Can
agenda.
he?
Let's hear it.
Wait, still not done with this yet. We're still not done.
Okay. Well, okay. Considering you said it 7 times, I figured you wanted to move on to that. But all right, you wanted to go over the last scaling.
Okay. So. Let me go back to documents.
Okay, maybe if you can.
You're really quiet all of a sudden.
Into your microphone.
Rock Lee.
Rock
Lee, since the end of the war, has been considered training every single day and could have closed the gap below. He was able to fly up and kick a meter. Hold on, let me send the video in chat so you guys know what I'm talking about.
Well, it wasn't Lee. It was everyone using the power of the gates, but it was including Lee. I mean, that's not to say Lee couldn't have done it on his own.
True. I think he could have done it by himself.
In which case, I don't know why the others were even there. But
why won't you let me send in chat?
It's not letting you send something in chat?
Yeah, because it takes up too many gigabytes. Hold on. Let me screen share.
Yeah, let me look at this Hero stuff real quick. Yeah. It does just sort of come out of nowhere, though. Also, shout out the Hiradora's Mangekyo Sharingan.
W.
Can't wait for someone to take that seriously in the comments.
Oh, I didn't know that the Hiradora had a Sharingan.
Oodie, you idiot! That wasn't a Sharingan. It's just a red eye. Yeah, okay, you taught me.
Oh, shucks. Got that wrong.
No. Gosh, darn it. So, Paradox, how's it going?
I guess he's a little bit shy today, or at least right now.
Well, I guess while we're waiting, so as an avid viewer of the podcast, how have you listened to any debates between me and Kamui and thought that one of us was handedly correct or wrong?
Share screen button.
Okay, I guess
It's
I was trying to share screen to the video of Lee flying.
Oh, okay. Do you want to do that? Stop sharing. So Paradox can share your screen.
Start broadcast. Okay, so are you ready to see greatness? Are you ready to see absolute cinema?
Hey, well, let me also talk over this. And now it's muted. And
look at this. Staying stagnant in air. Stagnant. And he life right there.
Okay.
And to prove that right, and this couldn't have just been a jump, look at them. They're standing in air. They are standing for multiple frames. They are standing in air. And you don't see them bend down to jump. They just straight up go soaring into the air. Fly. Lee can fly. Lee is a non-Otsutsuki that isn't a balloon that can fly. Or riding on something. He is just straight up flying because he is like that. He is just built different.
Does he ever fly in Boruto?
Is he in Boruto?
He doesn't have a real fighting board, though. What do you mean?
I mean, but or at least in the anime.
Actually, in the anime,
That's
when
filler.
he and
Do not bring
Konohamaru,
up
everyone jumped towards Ishiki.
Don't bring up that
They do
stupid
kind of
fight.
fly,
Don't
don't they?
bring up the stupid fight. Don't bring up that fight. It is filler trash that was written by somebody who doesn't even watch Naruto. Lee didn't even use a Lee page. Lee didn't even use dynamic entry. Lee didn't even use the gates. Tenten didn't bring her State of Six Path Sword. Choji didn't go butterfly mode. That was trash filler, and I am ignoring it.
Heck, even Naruto used dynamic entry to start that fight with Ishiki in the village.
Yeah.
Naruto. Here's the craziest part. Okay, about some of the anime's decisions. They have Naruto using KCM 6-Path Sage mode on a random ass Byakuga gang bandit, but they don't have any of the Konoha 12 using their literal abilities. But Naruto would use that on a bandit, but Choji won't use butterfly mode on God. Like, really?
You see, this is why we don't talk about that scene. It doesn't exist. It's fan-made, fan-in, it's not canon.
Okay.
Fan-in would have been better.
So I am curious. I'm not gonna deny your claim, at least not just yet. Because I like it. I like the idea of it being true, even if it's maybe not. But so in universe, what is the explanation for Lee having the ability?
I got one.
Okay.
So basically, you know how my guy was able to run on air using the 8th gate.
Yeah, by kicking off of the air.
Yeah. I'm not done. I'm not done yet.
Okay.
Lee, my guy could have possibly verbally taught it to Lee, and Lee could have maybe manipulated it in some way, maybe accidentally or intentionally, and discovered pseudo type of flight with it.
To where he doesn't have to kick
Yeah.
or jump.
Yeah.
Okay. So, did Lee teach this incredible feat of a maneuver that is transcending 8 Gates Guy? Did he just teach this to all of these other fodder ninja that are flying with Lee?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I have another funny theory.
Uh-huh.
So you know how in some scenes, like if someone's just like flexing their chakra, you might see like some rocks start to rise or whatever, stuff like that. What if Lee's 7th gate or 6th gate, whatever he uses in that scene, is just so strong? It's not the rocks that are flying, it's Lee himself.
I like that. I like what you're faking.
Yeah, it
We're
isn't
onto something.
Lee flying up to the boulder. It's Lee pushing the earth away from him.
It's not that Lee is flying. He's just so strong, he's floating in the air.
I love that we just made
point.
Lee
I
into
agree.
Chuck Norris.
I fully agree.
Okay, so Paradox. Have you ever heard of the Pursuit Jutsu?
The pussy.
Pursuit Jutsu, yes.
Yeah, as opposed to the penetration jutsu.
What are we talking about?
So the Pursuit
Pursuit
Jutsu is the jutsu they use when they run on trees. You know, jumping from tree to tree.
You know, the
so
sound
using his chakra
Jonin
to
are
fly?
experts in this technique.
Is he using his chakra to fly?
So, can everyone in Naruto fly?
No.
Yes.
So, where do we draw the line?
Because if you look at some scenes in the anime, Naruto is just in the air for like 10 seconds straight.
That's
between
just called a
jumps.
ninja jump. There's a difference between ninja jumping and levitating.
You don't think that Lee can ninja jump to just be
Yes,
in the air
but
for a
the
while?
problem is that he was levitating stagnant in air for multiple frames.
So was Naruto when he jumps tree to tree. It'll be like 10 seconds straight.
No, that is different because you can see him jumping. It's just a far ninja jump. Ninja jumps are just like falling that. He's not stagnant standing in air. If he was standing in air, then that would be flight. But since he's moving across, that's just a ninja jump.
Can you link the video? Because I actually went upstairs to floss my teeth when you showed that, so I never saw the scene.
Which scene?
Well, I'm assuming you showed this Lee scene, right?
Oh, okay. I can re-show it again.
Yeah, he can't post the video because it's not postable in the Discord.
Too many gigabytes.
That, yeah.
Oh, this is not a YouTube clip. He just has it saved.
Yeah.
Get rid of this exact moment.
Okay.
Look at Lee
Yep.
for multiple frames. For
Mhm.
multiple frames, he is not moving. He is stagnant in the air.
So, do you think he's not moving up towards the boulder at that moment?
Yes, because the background isn't changing.
So,
See,
what
the
is...
back-
It's because of the sky that they are moving up. I'll admit,
hang
probably not
on,
the best
Kamui.
animation of all time, but they are flying up.
So hang
They're
on,
jumping
Kamui.
up.
Before we even debunk it with that, so Paradox, what is the strategy here?
What do you mean?
Well, why are they flying up halfway, stopping in midair, and then continuing to fly
Because
to the
they're
boulder?
getting into formation. They have to line themselves up.
They
Were they not
already
in formation?
were in formation.
They're jumping up into formation.
Show
So
the
they can
beginning of the clip
line
again.
themselves up.
If you can show the beginning of the clip again.
Okay, hold on 1 second. And put flag over to you.
Maybe I'm blind. I don't know.
1 second.
So, and also, why was it so difficult for them to get information here when Neji died and they did the bird Karama Chakra thing?
That's just the craziest ninja jump of all time. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but that ninja jump was information, and they didn't even like try. They were just able to do it.
They didn't have to practice for it. They just did it.
And that was in the form of a bird. This is just a random line.
Well, this formation is more complex.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is because I say it is.
Oh,
okay.
Hold on, I'm uploading it to YouTube as a clip so you guys can see it. I'll have it unlisted.
Assuming YouTube even allows you to do this.
If it's unlisted, it's fine.
Sure. So
Depends on if it blocks it. I mean, it's short enough. That's probably it.
So Paradox. Another reason that you're saying they're flying is because when they're on the ground, they aren't first bending down to then push off the ground. They're going from a standing position to just straight in the air.
Going up like a bird, going up like a plane, like a jet, a fighter jet. Lee is literally a fighter jet.
So, Paradox, do you remember, and Kamui, I'm sure you'll have 20 examples of this. Kamui, and Paradox, do you remember when Lee fought Gaara in the tuning exams, and then after the match, Gaara went back up to the stands? Do you remember that moment?
Is that not the body? Are we not talking about the body flicker technique?
Okay, so body flicker technique. He didn't
bend his knees.
I'm pretty sure we're talking about the body flicker technique.
So he didn't bend his knees.
Wait, can you show me the clip?
You know what? I'll look it up, sure. Builder, okay.
It could really just... He could be using his sand to levitate, which we have seen him do, which isn't flying. Because that's like if you were flying on a plane and say, "Oh yeah, I have flight abilities now." That's like if you were using a jetpack and said, "Oh, I have flight abilities now." That's like if you're using a hoverboard and say, "Yeah, I can fly now." Like you're on top of something, so it doesn't count.
Okay, so let's see exactly where this is. Probably gonna be right around here. I'm just gonna make this go to this for a second until I find it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It's.
I have no idea where it is in here. Do you have any idea, Go? Because he walks past
there. Hold on. Wait,
is he already up there?
Your hoverboard. Keep going. Because your hoverboard saw Gaara.
Why was Gaara on the ground for so long, just letting the scene play out? He's starting to walk away.
I know. That's why I was a little bit confused. I was like, I feel like the Gaara thing happened first, but
he walked to go up there and then just stood still for a couple of minutes.
Never mind. Maybe it's at the beginning of the scene. When does where did I see your Gaara hover? Okay, no, it's when Naruto runs down. Okay, yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah, there. I was like, I saw you hover over it.
Okay, so it runs by Gaara.
Yeah.
And then we just don't see Gaara again? But
no, yeah, we see him. I know Tamari's like, good to have you back, Gaara. Maybe he just stands there and watches this whole scene.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, so...
Yeah, body flicker.
Wait, he's about to do it.
Just showing this here. I'll even go back 5 seconds.
It's like a sand body flicker technique. That's literally not flight, though. It's more like instantaneous movement. How would that be flight? In what universe?
Well, he didn't bend his knees, is my point.
In what universe is that flying, though?
Well, you said that you made a point that Rock Lee didn't bend his knees to get in the air. The point is, like, look how straight Gaara's left leg is.
I was gonna say, but his other leg is big. I don't know.
But that's him landing.
That's literally a sand body flicker technique.
Because we know that's
And-
not how he left the ground. He did not have his arms out like that.
Also, at very most, it's his sand hovering thing. At very most, he used to sand hover. Otherwise, why didn't he use that in the war? Why didn't he use his
Can you
life-
prove that Gaara had the sand hovering technique at this point in the series?
And can you prove that he flew? And if he did, unless Gaara did fly, why did he not do that in the war? Would have been very helpful against Madara, wouldn't it?
Okay, I'm gonna get you with this. If Lee can fly, why didn't he do it against the
Because
Ishiki?
he doesn't have a single other fight past Naruto the last in canon.
The animes technically can't. The animes are arguably more canon than Naruto the
Okay,
Last.
see, he didn't use the gates in that scene. And he used the gates to use it. So,
Okay, so he has to use the gates to fly.
yeah.
Okay, so
Okay.
side question.
It's not like a base feat.
So, Guy standing here, I don't think Guy moved much. Gaara was like facing Guy, so Gaara was like way over here, like at the bottom right of the screen. And then Gaara started walking. We know that Naruto walked by him, and he walked like straight by him as he ran straight
Also,
by
one more thing.
So-
Kamui, do you want him to use his sixth gate against his son? You want him to fly against his son?
Yeah.
The sixth gate of joy. Yeah, yes, let's just hit Metal League with the sixth gate of joy and let's see what happens.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
Do you have any problems with that?
Yes, that is called child abuse.
Like that's the first time that's happened in this universe.
That is not training. That is called child abuse.
Okay,
Why do
you know
want
what?
him to-
What Guy punches Lee in Guy's introduction, he just punches Lee square in the
Yeah.
face.
Does
That
he
would
punch
be
with
a thing
Hiradora?
Lee would have learned from Guy
Does he
Sensei.
punch him with a Hiradora? Did
Well,
guys
I didn't say Lee has to use Hiradora on Metal Lee.
Because that's what it sounded like. Do you want Guy to punch Lee with a Hiradora?
Metal Lee is using the anxiety gates on Rock Lee here, so they're just gonna upscale.
Yeah,
Lee's gonna have to use the
difference
sixth
between-
gate punch
There's a
now.
difference between training and child abuse.
Hey, there's no difference in the Naruto.
Yes, there is. Okay, so is there a difference between Naruto and Boruto training, or Naruto coming home drunk with his belt tied across his waist, going to Himawari's room, asking her for another beer, and she says no. So then he beats her with a super massive Rasengan.
It's training. Obviously being ridiculous. Oodie, what are you drawing?
I'm drawing this room. Okay, then we
What
have
room?
the prelims room. We got the bleachers. or whatever.
Oh.
Okay.
Let me draw it, because I'm better at that.
Well, it's okay because
No,
we don't
let me
need it to
try,
be
let me
good
try,
for
let me
this.
try.
So okay. So I just want to make sense of this. So what we have here is the exit door or entrance door, whatever you consider it, is behind a Guy. So okay, and the Lee's here, and then Guy is here. So we're just gonna block this all out. So we have Lee on the ground. He's like laying down right here, and then we have Guy in front of him, and he's like here. And as we saw, Gaara would have been like here on the ground when he was like doing a sand thing, right? The sand thing was like, "Rrrr." So we're all in agreement with this so far.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'll even fill this in to make it look all pretty.
Okay, this looks like Lee just or Guy has like a brown body, and he's like standing on a ball.
Okay.
Throw a little black on there, you'd be good.
Yeah, and we also know that it was like a straight-on attack because of the paneling of like the tiles or whatever. Like Lee's in the middle of a tile, just like he is here. So, and we see it here. Like he's like crawling away from Gaara, who's like, again, like straight on tile wise. So Gaara's not like randomly off to the side, like here or whatever. Is not like this to get to Lee this
What
way.
is the point of this?
So there's a point to this. There's a big point to this. He's like straight on. Just want to clarify that. And so we go to 12:04. You know, a lot of other things happening. You know, like all this other stuff happening. For whatever reason, when I click to it, it just doesn't go to the actual thing. But you know, like this whole thing that's happening. So you know, he gets up or whatever. But like, that's not changing the blocking or anything. So he just stood up, right? Just stood up, and now he's like off kiltered. So Gara.
No, wait, real quick. Go back to the screen for a second. Go back for a second. Why is Gara tilting his head like that?
Exactly. So Gara is randomly.
It's like he's looking at guys sideways.
Gara somehow moved to the left, and now instead of facing this way, he's now facing this way, with his head facing this way. Okay, sure. So then Gara starts to walk away, as we know. Okay, so we'll play it from here. We'll go to this. Yeah. So okay, here. Well, okay, real quick. Let's see exactly where this.
Pause it on that spot.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
So this seems like it's accurate because this is the other end of the room. So this is like the handy area way over here, but like on the other end, like it's way down here is the handy area. If this is the front, this is the handy area. Okay, so this seems to be accurate-ish. We got Lee and Guy over here, except for some reason. No, first, it's just not accurate. It's just not accurate because unless Gara has to be like here now randomly.
Yeah.
Because the camera is now facing this way, except at the same time.
Well, Gara could have just walked right beside them, you know, because hypothetically, ignoring the scene when Gara's just like off to the side, he could have just walked straight in a straight line right next to it, basically skimmed past Hayate, brushed up against his clothes to walk where he is. That could have worked pretty decently there.
Okay, but also in that shot, you can see it, is that Guy is on the other side of Lee. So for some reason, Guy is over here now.
Well, I mean, he hugged Lee, then set Lee down and kneeled beside him. So, you know.
Okay, sure. So
reasonable enough.
So Gara walked this way for some reason. We just took this route. And Naruto jumped straight down. I just want to play this again. Naruto jumped straight down. He didn't like jump out. He jumped straight down. So for some reason, I guess the bleachers are... Do we know which side of the bleachers Naruto's on? We do, but like, do you remember exactly, Kamui?
The side that Kankuro was on, which was opposite from everyone else.
Okay, we're gonna pretend it's this side. So the bleachers aren't actually doing this. The bleachers are doing something more along the lines of this, I guess. And so Naruto... Yeah. So Naruto was like here, and he jumped down to be like here, and then he started running over here, except he
runs
past.
He runs straight past Gara, straight past him. So
I guess the bleachers have a third side. I guess over the entrance, basically. Based off how Naruto's running, she's just like there's like a bleachers over where the entrance is. It's just the third bleacher.
Yeah,
there.
so Naruto must have been like here or something.
Yeah. Because Kankuro and them were just like kind of off. Because actually, that kind of might make sense. We'd have to see the earlier shots, but like the Sand Village was on its own, the Sound Village was on its own, then all the Leaf Village people were pretty much all together.
Okay, so sure. So we're just gonna say Naruto is like randomly, I guess, here, and he jumped down.
And then Kankuro followed him there.
And he ran over here. Okay, and Gara goes the other way. Sure. And then we get to 1850. Right here. Okay, was it not 1850? Okay, yeah, this shot. So why did Garo
Okay,
walk
yeah,
this
where are the
way?
bleachers? So okay, so
Bleachers are, like,
did
here and
Naruto
here.
jump like right at the edge where the staircase is, and then just like cross paths with Gaara there, maybe? But I don't see
guess.
Conqueror up there.
Yeah. We know Naruto didn't
But then
run
again,
like
Conqueror was just,
diagonally.
I guess Conqueror off screen walked back to Tamari because he was just with Tamari
True.
when Gaara went back up.
Okay, yeah. But my question, why did Garo walk over here? Especially if Konkoro
Especially
isn't over
since-
here, and Konkoro is just like
And he's not
randomly.
planning on walking up the stairs.
Yeah, like Konkoro's here if Tamari's like here. And so Garo walked from here over here to then teleport up to here. Why did he even walk over here?
Yeah, why did he just teleport right back up? Did he just want to walk by Naruto? Well, I admit it was cool watching them walk by each other.
We know that he waits for whatever reason for Lee to be escorted out on the stretcher. So did he just want to walk over here to see an up close view of Lee leaving?
I mean,
Because again, he waits to teleport until Lee's already out. Lee is on the stretcher and he just goes. So, I don't know. Very weird. I don't know what Gar was
That's
doing.
okay.
I guess for kicks.
I guess, yeah. No, so stretcher people literally walk right by Gar. They almost brushed up against him. There they go. Gar's right over here.
Well, Gar just like attacked him off guard, just like guilty.
Yeah.
Nobody was ready for it.
So here's Sakura, who's right next to Neji. We know Naruto was by Sakura for a lot of the time. Is Konkoro on this side?
No, Naruto like ran off and then Konkoro followed him.
Yeah.
But then again, yeah, so it doesn't where, but Naruto, did Naruto run? Okay, this is hilarious. Because the only way Naruto could have gotten to that opposite end is if he ran all the way around everybody.
Oh, here's something.
To that opposite.
Naruto seemingly is at a bend. So I didn't even realize there had a bend.
Pillar. There's like a big pillar behind him too.
So is this room not square? Is it more like this?
I was gonna say it looks more like a circle.
Yeah.
Okay,
The structure
so
of the stairs.
but then that still doesn't
But if
make
that's
sense
where he
because
is-
Naruto's either here or here when he jumps
Yeah,
down.
he's not by the staircase.
So how did he do that?
He jumped really far forward.
I guess the only way to make this make sense is if Gaara really is off to the side, and he's even more off to the side than we realize. He's like over here, and then Gaara walked this way, and then this way. So Naruto, for some reason, so Naruto jumps down to like here, and Naruto doesn't run straight at Lee, I guess, for some reason. But instead,
He
Naruto
ran straight towards Gar.
runs this way towards Lee. Did we get this right? Is this all correct now? So we've blocked out
There's a lot of moving.
a lot of things that make no sense.
Yeah, I think I'm curious how the manga orientation is. I haven't checked this just to see. Does it make sense?
I mean, if anyone else has any clarifications on it, but
No, I got nothing.
okay.
Okay, so let's see here.
That's
All
ridiculous.
right, so the paneling with this. Yeah, I'll just share my screen actually so you can see.
Okay, we'll leave this up just for a second in case we need to compare. Or you know what, here, I'll just I'll take a screenshot of it and put it in the chat.
When you're done, I'll share my screen.
Okay. Oh, Dan CJ is here, and you remember who that is, right, Kamui?
Yes, that's the guy from Used Topics.
Okay.
If he wants to come
The
on.
used topics guy that sounds so bad.
You know exactly what I meant.
Yeah, I do. But Dan, so if you want to come on the podcast, then we are more than open to a discussion.
Okay. While he decides that, so Guy shows up. He's obviously right in front of Gaara.
Yeah.
And then they have some flashbacks. Gaara just stands up. So this kind of implies, to my understanding.
Oh, you can
from the
also
manga,
see Naruto and Konkoro in that panel, which makes us in the bottom right if you go back down. Right there, bottom right. Yeah. Top right now.
Oh, up here. Okay, I was
Yeah.
like, where are you looking?
And so,
okay.
this makes no sense in my opinion if Gaara is walking the wrong way, but I guess he's going to turn back around.
This is what I was going to get at. So, from what I understand based off this manga paneling, so again, Gaara would have been facing Lee and Guy.
Yeah.
You see this staircase over here. This is actually probably the pillar where Naruto and Kankuro are. Just
actually, really quick, that staircase makes no sense as well. So the entrance should be right behind Guy, right? Because the hands aren't right behind Guy. So Guy's like covering the entrance in that panel. Yeah.
No staircase. This is where I think the hands are. We're gonna get a good
that
look.
should be where the hands are. I agree.
Let's see when he takes off the weights. That'll give us a good. Okay, so yeah, no stairs by the hands.
Yeah.
Let's actually see where Naruto runs off to. Okay, so Naruto's gonna go up.
Might as well.
Actually,
This is all just ridiculous.
Okay, so Naruto gets. Okay, Naruto gets to the top of the stairs, right at the top of the staircase, and that's when Kankuro starts being good. So wait, Kankuro walked. This is hilarious. Kankuro walked down this staircase that'd be off screen over here to walk up this one to Naruto.
The one on the left.
That's how Kankuro goes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and it's bendy here.
Yeah, okay, they got that right.
Okay. So Naruto is literally right at the staircase.
Yeah, he's at like the top left of the room.
Yeah, I just want
if Kankuro never stopped him, where was he going to? Oh, also that's on the side that Sakura's on, I think.
Yeah, I think Naruto would have just continued to wherever Sakura and Neji are standing. The Kankuro stopped Naruto. So in the anime, I think it's different. I think Naruto kind of runs off or something, but
yeah. Okay, real quick. That top left panel. Stop scrolling, Kamui, when I say real quick. Yeah, that bottom left panel now. Take a screenshot of that. The one with Lee.
This one here?
Yeah. Okay, so we got that screenshot. Go put that in chat. Okay, now we're gonna... whenever we're ready, we can go back to that other first chapter that you were looking at. When Naruto jumps down.
Alright, so yeah, that's right. I already got
so yeah, okay, whenever Guy is in front of Lee. Yeah, there. Okay, take that screenshot. Because that doesn't make sense, right? The way that
I think
staircase is oriented.
I think the angle is just that the entrance door would be like over here.
Yeah, but does that make sense? Because that means...
Well, where's Naruto's?
That means Gaara, exactly. And also Gaara would be way off to the other side instead of...
It'd be like the angle, like Gaara just wouldn't be facing the entrance. So the anime would have changed that.
But we'll keep scrolling down. Well, yeah, put that in there. Okay, so keep scrolling down. So...
What I was going to say, though, is I think Gaara... Oh, yeah, also there's... Yeah, so I guess Naruto and Kankuro didn't stop here. They walked slightly over there. I'll just take that screenshot
sure.
a little bit.
But even based off this, if we're gonna say that Gaara already has walked a significant
Gaara's walking
distance,
the wrong way, though. He's not walking towards the staircase, is what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
like I think he got up and turned around and walked. Here you go. He's walking. He just got up, turned around, and walked away from Guy. But he's not walking to the staircase. He's walking to the hands.
Well, but hang on, because let me share my screen again real quick, just to show what's happening, because this is weird. Okay, so if what we're saying is this, is in the manga version... Oh crap, I already shut it down. Okay, that's okay, I'll just make a new one. Okay, so if this is the room, just ignore it looking bad, this is the room. And you got the bleachers here, and you got the staircase as well, is here.
Really good stairs.
Very good staircase, yeah. So stairs, bleachers, here's the entrance, here's the hands, we'll do the hands. Okay, so in this version...
Oh my god, this is hilarious. No, you should have let me... Okay, I'll
post it after. But
okay, in this version, you got Lee there, Guy here, and Gara here, right? And then Gara's walking this way? Or is it this way? And he walks around like that. Because Naruto and Kankuro should be up here.
but I think Ikimoto drew these panels. I'm taking more screenshots. This is getting funnier and funnier.
Or is it that it was actually like like this?
Yeah.
Where
I don't blame the anime for being confused.
because this makes no sense. Like, which way did he walk? Because if he's walking this way, then it doesn't make sense for him to walk by Naruto. So he has to be over here. Well, unless we're gonna say he's walking this way, in which case, why did he walk this way if he's teleporting back up here?
Okay, so I think I should have gotten every image I would need. So I'll post this now.
So you'll notice.
Do you want to share your screen?
Gara walks away from Guy, but magically is walking towards the staircase, which are behind Guy. He also walks away from Guy, and then ends up seemingly pretty close to Guy when Naruto jumps down.
So
but he's
weird.
walking backwards towards Guy.
What is happening?
Yeah. I didn't realize you weren't sharing your screen, so in case you guys can't see. So Guy is in front of the staircase, a little bit off center, but that's okay. He's in his back is left shoulder is diagonally towards the staircase. Yeah. Gara walks away. You even see in the panel Naruto at the staircase. Gara's walking away from Naruto, but he's walking towards the staircase. So the only explanation, which gets into our sideways confusion, is if the staircase, which
it's
doesn't
like on the
work
left
with the
side
earlier
of the room.
shot we saw, I'm pretty sure. But maybe... Hold on, let's go back.
I think the anime must have got it wrong then, because the staircase must be on the left side of the room instead of adjacent with, like, the entrance. Unless the manga, it has it like that as well.
Let's just see if we can get a good shot of the whole room.
Well, there's that, and there's no staircases there.
I want to facing the other way. Just when, like, maybe when Yoroi and Sasuke start, we'll get a good. Okay, so these are the staircases. There's only these staircases.
Yeah, well, actually, I think that confirms it though, because the entrance, unless Hayate is just randomly blocking it and it's really small, it seems like it has to be on the side of the room instead of where the entrance is. It's like on the left side, I think, where the staircases are.
We're gonna keep looking. We're gonna get a good, clear. No, there's the entrance. Yeah, right there.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, that just makes sense. I'm so confused.
So
this is going to mistakes.
But like, as we've seen in some of those other shots,
shout out Ibiki being giant.
that's the Jiraiya Ibiki.
Ikimoto drew that Ibiki.
Yeah, okay. Let's get another shot of those hands where there just isn't a staircase.
By the way, sorry, Jeremiah, that we're getting obsessed with this, but being obsessed with things is just what we do.
Nah, I get it, man. Honestly, like I blinked at like part of the way through, and then I just like looked back and I was like, oh my gosh, wait, where are we at right now?
Okay, you were scrolling so fast, it looked like Yoroi was wearing Haku's mask.
That's funny. When Lee jumps on the thing, it's going to give us the best clear view, I imagine, of the hands. Okay. No staircase.
Okay.
That's weird.
So this doesn't make sense.
What is the orientation of this room? Is this Schrodinger's box?
There's no way around it. So clearly, the stairs are here. The entrance was behind it. There's the stairs and entrance. Opposite from the hands, where there is no staircase. It just hits the wall. So guy is in front of, basically, slightly off center, but in front of the staircase and entrance. Gara walks away from him, but is walking towards the staircase and entrance.
Yes.
No way around it. Unless, no, yeah, there's just no, like, even if you want to say Guy and Lee spun around, it doesn't explain Gara's movements. Walking away from here. Because I was going to say, maybe there's a staircase that goes all the way down, then a staircase over here. But that just isn't the case, so.
Yeah, but also, Gara isn't walking straight back. He's walking, like, clockwise around Guy. Because Guy should be in between Lee and Gar. He's obviously closer to Lee, but that's fine.
So maybe Gara just did do this path. He walked this way and all the way around towards this staircase to run to Naruto. Or he walks this way.
Yeah. I think that has to be the case. So, okay, here, I'll just draw his path really quick. So just so we're all on the same page. Yeah, so we got it right. So he did walk this way, but he did more than just walk that way. Okay. So Gara walked. Okay, we're also going to, just for the sake of this, we're just gonna move these a little bit off kilter just so it makes a little bit more sense. Okay. So Gara walked like this. To end up here.
He just didn't want to get in Gara and Lee's way.
That's very respectable out of him.
Yeah.
For someone who wanted to kill Lee, that was pretty respectable. He meant it when he said he quits.
Man, Guy must have really messed up his mental state.
Yeah, bro, trying to hit a 360.
He's flexing. It's like Ishiki's kick on Sasuke.
The real explanation is he was so stiff from his fight with Lee, he just didn't want to like show everyone else how hurt he was. He couldn't jump up yet. He's just walking it off.
He's just trying to walk it off.
He's praying that Hayate doesn't start the next match. Just like, give me the dive. He's like paying the stretcher people to walk slower.
If you'll notice, Oodie, I invited Dan to the stage.
Okay. Well, whenever Dan feels like unmuting, Wichita, what's up, Dan?
Hey, hi.
Hey! It's the used topics guy! So, Jeremiah, there is something I wanted you to read.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Jeremiah.
Here we go.
Take it away.
Okay. Men, listening to Ood for so long, and even Kamui, pisses me off for some reason. All they're complaining because things are not going the way they want on their theories is frustrating. And even J-Man, letting bias influence your theories is not cool. If there is one person who will be bought back, it's Ryu. So they can save Gara. That's the whole point of this arc.
So first question.
What are your thoughts on that, Dan?
I was just mad at how long you guys were just talking about the topic. I want you guys to move on.
Which topic was it by chance?
All of them. The doesn't make sense. I've actually kind of forgotten about it, but
Well, do you think we spend an appropriate amount of time deducing Gara's walk pattern?
you spent too much time.
Too much time. Okay. Well, do you have any quick topics for us?
Not really. I come here just to see what kind of topics you're talking about, but like I said, you just spend too much time on the ET little bits that, like, to me, it's kind of annoying.
Okay. So, Jeremiah, as a fan of Kamui, are you just gonna sit there and take that?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Trying to analyze the walk pattern of a character. It definitely it got to me a little bit. But I will say in terms of a theory, when we're trying to or when you're like trying to discuss a point, I don't think a I mean, there is like an appropriate amount of time. I don't know how much time um was spent, but I will say that if you're trying to like flesh things out, um, or even like trying to figure out like the entire point of an arc, or even trying to like figure out what's going to happen, I think that at least enough time should be adjudicated to figuring out like what is going on, or even trying to come up with like a theory, stuff like that. That stuff doesn't like sound like something quick. So I would personally say, I personally would just give him a little bit of slack, you know? Pisses me off is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. You know what I mean? Because I mean, there's always
Yeah,
like
we were just theorizing how Garak walked upstairs.
Is that so wrong?
it's not, you know, for some people, I mean, they can sit here and listen to that for hours. And then other people, it pisses them off for some reason. As I am quoting Dan, you know, it pisses him off.
I was
You know,
listening
for some reason.
for an hour. Like it was getting too much.
Okay. Well, let's just really bite into this one bite at a time. So just going through it, just out of curiosity. So, who men were you referring to? Multiple mans.
At first it was all of you, but then I just felt like specifying like J Mine and Hood, because like especially you Odd, you like
Okay, that's what I was waiting for. Because it seemed like Oodie was emphasized.
Yeah. So I was gonna question because Kamui's name was appropriately capitalized, but then we go to mine.
This guy really put the emphasis on the ood.
I'm cool with Camu because Camu is cool sometimes. Is like
Sometimes, okay.
analysis, but
Only sometimes.
you take it too far.
Sometimes.
Okay. So, Dan, let me ask you, what is a theory?
Normally I would know what it is, but I just came from work and my brain is fried, so I can't really think of what it is right now. So
Okay.
You know what?
Okay.
You
I will say, saying letting your biases influence your theories is not cool. I mean, you have to have like a certain, or like your knowledge has to kind of like influence how you think a story is going to progress. So, or like you have to be able to like use your own logic and reasoning as to when you're coming up for a theory, not like based on like your own logic, your own reasoning, your own deductions of a story. So I really don't understand the point of letting biases influence your theories is not cool unless you just want, or unless you're just pushing some specific agenda. I mean, even then, if you have the evidence to back up what you are saying, I mean, if it's not like, if you're just being biased, then that's one thing. But if what you're saying,
J-Man was
Say
being
that
biased.
again?
What was J-Man's
J-Man
bias?
was being biased because he doesn't like Matsui. He thinks he's the one who's gonna be like saved, and Ryu's gonna like still be Ryu. But if you really using logic and you're reading the arc, it's literally Ryu and Shinki that is gonna be saved, not Matsuri or Moegi. Like, for real.
Well, J-Man
doesn't
was
like
the one
Matsuri.
saying that Ryu was going to be saved. Me and Kamui were the ones saying it's going to be Matsuri.
You think Moegi's coming
Really?
back?
Well, also,
Nah, he said he doesn't like Matsuri, so he said Matsuri is gonna be Borg is gonna be saved.
No,
well, hold
you
on,
got it
hold on.
backwards.
Just to clarify
I think I might have said Moegi. I think I meant Ryu.
Yeah, so we need to make the distinction between Ryu, Shinki, and then Moegi Matsuri, because what you wrote here directly is, if there is one person who will be brought back, it's Ryu. This would mean, hypothetically, Jura takes Ryu's Thorncell and rebuilds Ryu. Your reasoning is so they can save God. I'm not entirely sure how. Okay, and that's why we're asking.
I was a little confused reading that too.
What I meant was that Mitsuki and Sarada are gonna save Ryu, and they're gonna like bring Shinki back to save
Mitsuki and
Gaara.
Sarada are going to save Ryu, not Jura?
Okay, what he really means is Shinki will be brought back, not Ryu.
There you go.
Yeah, like when I say they're saving Ryu, I meant that they're saving Shinki. So Shinki's they're gonna save Ryu's Thorncell Bub or whatever it's called, and they're gonna bring Shinki back. While Jura is gonna save Matsuri and bring Matsuri back.
Okay.
Because to me, the more important Shinju is Matsuri, not Ryu.
Yeah, okay, so then you're on the same page with us.
Yeah, but J-Man is the one saying that Ryu is gonna come back as Ryu, and they're gonna like bring Moegi back because
So
he
then your
doesn't like
beef is with
Matsuri.
J-Man, not Ood.
No, yeah, just that part was my beef with J-Man saying that. I was like,
Two things.
His line is biased. Yeah, I had two problems.
No,
So, two things real quick. One, so we completely agree narratively. Like, if one needs to be brought back as a Shinju, it should be Matsuri because they're just doing more with their incomplete stuff with Konohamaru, blah blah blah. It's not much for Ryu to do if he's not going after Gaara and he's already killed Yoda. I guess Araya is gonna be nobody cares. That said, ignoring narrative for a moment, just looking at the plot, Konohamaru is running towards Mitsuki and Araya, who have Ryu's Thorncell. Konohamaru has Matsuri's Thorncell. Assuming Konohamaru intersects Mitsuki and Araya before the fight with Jura is over, that means they're just all together. So why would Jura... In fact, if Konohamaru starts going towards the Leaf Village, that's even further away from this hypothetical. Why would Jura specifically go to Matsuri first instead of Ryu, who just is either going to be in the exact same spot or closer? Because if Konohamaru goes to the Leaf Village, that's just a further fly for Jura. Well, it doesn't have to be Leaf Village.
It can be wherever the meeting spot is, which is further away. Either way.
My point is they're either going to be together or Konohamaru's running back to the village while Araya's running towards Gaara and Shinki, which is in the Sand Village. So it's either going to be Ryu's closer or they're the same spot. So why would Jura choose Matsuri over Ryu? Does he just not care about Ryu as much? Is that the reasoning?
No. Yeah, we saw Jura. He didn't even give a crap about Ryu. Like
which is weird.
He could have saved Ryu from the beginning before Sarada killed his ass, but he didn't. He just looked at his finger and then did not. And then he came out from the program, looked at Sarada, didn't even give a crap about Ryu's Thorncell, flew away. Or Konohamaru with Matsuri's Thorncell Bub, and I felt like he was gonna do something, but Boruto came and interrupted him.
Well, I will say a couple things. One, his dialogue indicates he just was focused on Boruto. He literally let Konohamaru run away. Two, I mean, Jura let Hidari die too. So just stand there flying and watching the whole fight, didn't lift a finger to help him either.
That's not my problem.
So,
I mean, guys, we could say like there were circumstances why he couldn't save Hidari.
There weren't.
Well, yeah, what circumstances?
Man, he could have killed any person
at any time.
The fact that he stopped Boruto from taking the Thorncell Bub in the first place proves that he cared about Idari.
Yeah,
But
so he cares
even
about
like,
Hidari, but that doesn't mean he cares about the other
and
two.
I
I don't
felt
know
like he
why that
cares
is.
about
But...
Matsuri. I think he cares about Matsuri because I felt like he was gonna do something. Because he paused, he stopped, he stared at Konohamaru, and like I felt like if Boruto hadn't done anything, he would have gone after Konohamaru. Get the
Well, you could
Son
say the
Super.
same about Ryu if Boruto hadn't showed
No,
up.
no.
Well, I
No,
mean,
no,
the
no, no,
problem
no,
there
no.
is Jura didn't shoot Boruto the moment the Soul Thorn manifested for Hidari, and he didn't shoot Boruto the moment Boruto went to grab the Soul Thorn. He only shot Boruto as Boruto's holding the Soul Thorn, explaining what a Soul Thorn is to Sarada, and because Boruto has that knowledge, Jura shot him. So, I don't understand why Boruto even stopped to explain to Sarada when this is the thing he's wanted for the past, 2 years. Is Hidari Soul Thorn, and he's finally got it. He's not just instantly teleporting into Sasuke to free him.
I mean,
You know, the master that he loves.
Sarada what's going on. He needs to tell Sarada what's going on.
No, he doesn't.
Well, he doesn't need to. He's
Not
gone
really.
out of
He
his
could
way
just
to
get her
actually
dad
minimize
back.
that.
You know, with Jura right there, who can snipe him.
Juro can snap. I was Boruto supposed to know Juro can snap. Like, come on.
Koji?
Koji. I mean, that dude's not telling Boruto everything.
Right, I know, I agree. Koji clearly didn't tell Boruto he was going to be sniped in that moment, but that's not Koji.
Yeah, so, I mean, Boruto's just telling Sarada information. He's giving that information. And
he didn't tell
The thing
her
he was
information when
purposefully
Mitsuki
not
attacked.
doing for so long.
Yeah, why didn't he tell her information in chapter 7 or whatever?
because they haven't seen Idari. She hasn't seen Idari yet to even know about, like,
Boruto warned her
stuff.
about Hidari.
I mean,
Or I guess his
When-
point is just that
after
they
she-
didn't have the thorn soul bulb, so it's like he didn't I guess feel the need to go explain it, or he just got stopped in the middle of it because Mitsuki came out of nowhere. And it was the first time they seen each other in a minute. But
yeah.
So
But
let me
I think-
do a similar
Confronts
comparison. Similar comparison. Do you all remember the Kaguya filler in Naruto Shippuden?
yeah,
For flashback
Yes.
or backstory. Okay. So
Mm.
it's like when Kaguya, the pregnant Kaguya, is running with Aino towards the tree, the divine tree, and the land of that
Mhm.
people and Tenji's people are hunting him down. They're shooting bow and arrows at him. Well, imagine if the fruit comes down into Kaguya's hands and then Tenji catches up. He's like, Kaguya, what are you doing? And then instead of biting the fruit, she puts it down. It's like, well, actually, Tenji, this is the divine tree. It's a tree that is a part of the Otsutsuki clan. And this fruit here, if I eat it, then I eat all of the recorded information on it. And then she's shot with a bow and arrow because she's talking.
I mean that would be a very
I
good
really-
explanation, but
You know, Kaguya,
think
the
that's
Otsutsuki, who has the Otsutsuki creed to evolve to the point of transcending reality, and that's the only thing they care about, and this is a thing that, for millennia they've been after?
So I will say, real quick, the obvious reason is because Ikimoto's trying to just tell the reader stuff,
Yeah.
but the counter to that is he has Koji
Exactly.
secretly talking to Boruto to do that.
Exactly.
true.
If anything, it would have been better if Boruto explained it during, literally any other time, honestly. I would have him do it during the interrogation,
other
but you
time.
could have him do it, in chapter 7 or whatever, when he's talking to Sarada. That might be a little early if you want to say that, sure. You could do it even after this moment. You could have it be when Koji first meets Boruto. You could have it a bunch of different places.
I think
I mean, especially, I will say real quick, because, so technically they did do it in all of those places, but they just didn't. So what they told us is, this will save Sasuke, this will save Moegi.
Yeah.
Oh, you just use this thing, it will save the... They're not telling us what you do, other than, I guess, you just stab it with a thorn soul or whatever, but, they're not, going in depth on how and why it works. They're just saying, oh, this is what will save Sasuke, this is what will save... They just say it 5 different places.
I got a cool
It's
one. A cool spot could be when Boruto's sitting on top of Naruto's head after the interrogation and he tells it to Kawaki. When he tells him about
Why
the
would
letter.
they need to tell Kawaki?
I'm
the
just
only
saying,
problem
that's
is
a cool moment.
Kawaki's the one character who doesn't care about any of the people who currently are
Yeah.
Chunin, so I
Yeah,
feel
Oh,
why
bad.
yeah.
would
he
tell
does not
that
care.
dude? Yeah. he
Well,
doesn't care
the
when he
point
looks at
is
bomb.
that assuming that you can't destroy the Soul Thorn, he would tell Kawaki because Kawaki knows this would be the only way to get rid of the Shinju.
Nah, Karaki doesn't need to know. Karaki doesn't need to be the one to know.
He's planning on
I
teaming
mean,
up with
especially if
Kawaki
he-
to kill Juro.
Yeah. I was gonna say he
He's-
definitely needs to
He's
know that
He's
if
the
they're gonna work
one
together.
person who needs to know.
No, he's not the one person because that bomb doesn't care about anyone but Naruto.
Didn't they?
Yeah, the person Jura's targeting.
Agreement?
Not anymore.
Don't they have like a truce to help each other deal with the Shinju and then go back to do?
Yeah,
Am I tripping?
exactly.
So yeah,
they
it
do.
wouldn't make sense to not tell him.
But
To
you
not
think
tell
he
him
would
like,
care?
yeah,
No,
if
do
they're
you really
working
think
together.
Karaki would care?
Yeah. And Kamui, I don't know why you're so gung ho on
killing
not
Juro,
anymore.
and that's it. He doesn't care about saving anyone.
At the very least, we just don't
He
know.
does not care about saving anyone.
That's
And he's literally
Naruto.
going to kill his. I was gonna say, whoa, because he's literally about to kill his brother to save someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Or
everything
Naruto,
he's
like,
been doing has to save Naruto.
Literally.
Yeah, because he's obsessed. He's a bomb who's obsessed with Naruto.
But you can't say like he doesn't care about anyone. You can say he doesn't care
No, I
about
said
like.
he doesn't care about anyone but Naruto.
Okay.
He cares about
The
Himawari.
only reason, I mean, I don't even think he cares about Imamari. Like, I don't think he does.
He fixed her vase.
There you go.
He needed Boruto's help. He needed Boruto's help.
To buy a
Boruto didn't
glue?
fix a single piece.
To buy a glue stick?
Boruto was the one who brought the glue stick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he gave it to Karaki to fix the vase. And Karaki did that because he needed Boruto's help. It was selfish. It was a selfish reason.
So
because
then
he
I
needed Boruto's
guess.
help.
So I guess by that like line of logic, if I like buy someone, if I like buy a helmet for the Philadelphia Eagles, then I contributed to the fact that they won the Super Bowl.
You could say that.
Could I?
But you contributed
Yeah.
in the least impactful way possible. But I mean, I will say, to make that claim, you do have to just completely ignore the anime as well as the manga chapters, but especially the anime, because he just does care about Himawari in the anime.
Man, like
Look,
there's an entire arc dedicated
I like
to
the
him
anime.
helping.
I like the anime. I like the anime, but like the manga has completely changed my mindset about Karaki and his feelings towards other people.
Well, we agree.
He only cares about Naruto. He only cares about Naruto. He's even protecting the Eden Leaf because of Naruto. Everything he does is selfish. Selfish. He's a bomb obsessed with Naruto, and he's not a good person. Karaki is not a good person.
Well, Kawaki would agree with
out
you.
of curiosity, would you say you think manga Kawaki is worse than anime Kawaki?
Yes.
Okay, so we agree. You gotta fail.
I mean,
But that's not the
Ikimori didn't
outro.
feel- I think Ikimori was making a good point. Like, that's just the kind of character
did?
Kawaki is. Is an empty individual that is that has nothing within his heart for anyone, but for some reason he's obsessed with Naruto. He's
The
like
only
the
man to
same way
show him
Otsutsuki-
love?
Yeah, he's the same way Otsutsuki are obsessed with power. This is his own obsession. He's obsessed
Actually,
with
that
Naruto.
is kind of cool. I never thought about it like that.
But I mean, he has like a reason why he fixated on Naruto is because he's the only one that, or he's one of the few
Is
people. I wouldn't say the only one.
fixated on Iruka like the way Kawaki is?
Say that again.
Is Naruto obsessed with Iruka the way Kawaki is obsessed with him? No, Naruto isn't. Naruto
But
That's
loves
because Naruto, the
Iruka.
difference between this is a major point. Now, there is the one moment where Kawaki kind of breaks this. He overcomes this, but he kind of regresses again. But the difference between Naruto and Kawaki is Naruto believes in himself, Kawaki does not.
Yeah,
And that's
right
why
about
there's a
that.
hole in Kawaki's heart.
And I
Yeah.
would say like in like the first episode, you see Iruka talk to or not the first episode, I'm tripping, I'm sorry. or like in the beginning when Naruto is like where he's like hearing like Iruka's speech, when he's fighting, dang, what is his name? I'm totally
Mizuki?
blank. Yeah, when he's fighting him, and you know he's giving like this speech and Naruto's hearing it. I think that there's also like, I feel like Iruka kind of sees Naruto like really, or I think that the moments that Naruto, like the stuff that he was doing around the village and stuff like that was just because he wanted to be seen, and just because he wanted to be accepted by the leaf, versus Kawaki's, he really didn't want anybody's love. He didn't want anybody. He wanted to just be left alone, or at least like, you know, just leave. Like he didn't even want any of this stuff. So having someone give you that love, um and that acceptance, or probably not voicing it or vocalizing it as well as Iruka did in the beginning of Naruto, is also probably another point to why Naruto turned out the way he did versus why Kawaki turned out the way he did. Because while they're like similar in story, there's a lot of things that are different about the circumstances that Naruto and Kawaki, like at face value or at the surface, sure, they have like similar stories, but there's a lot of different factors playing into each of their stories that really doesn't, it's not like a one-to-one to where you can say or you can try to like say, well, if Naruto or if Kawaki did this, then why did Naruto as well? Because there's a lot of different factors that also play into it, as far as like personalities, experiences, and also like narrative purposes too. Because I think that looking at it, I heard somebody say this in like a video. Like, I guess you would say that Kawaki is like what Naruto could have been had he not had like the love and acceptance from Iruka. Sorry. And I guess you would look at like Boruto as like a lighter version of Sasuke.
Yeah, but
Something like that.
At the same time, I would still say that Karaki's true. I feel like Karaki's true self as is an asshole.
His
He's not a
true
good
self,
person.
like his child self.
No,
He's just a
it's
dick.
like the true self of, yeah, he's just a dick. Like Kawaki is even if he gets love, if he had gotten love from the beginning, I feel like he would still be a dick, like an asshole. Like
So
he would
like
still be-
5-year-old Kawaki is just a bad person.
The anime episode made him look like a pretty sweetheart, but you know,
Man, like, I mean, he had chapped lips, but you know, he was still a good kid.
Nah, like Ikimoto says, we all have our two faces: the one we show to the public and the one we have. I bet
wait,
you.
if you-
that's what I get
you-
to. The one Kawaki, the face Kawaki shows to the public is the asshole face. So his true self must be really nice.
No. The reason why what I'm saying is, if Kawaki had been given love from the beginning, like every other people, he would still be a dickhead kind of character.
No,
So what
I
I'm
get what you're
hearing is
saying.
5-year-old Kawaki was a dickhead.
I get what you're
A
saying.
5-year-old.
To an extent, I agree. Maybe not on Kawaki,
Right.
but I definitely agree on other characters, and that's where Kamui would disagree. Like, for example, I agree with the concept you're saying about Obito, and it's that someone like Madara allowed Obito to realize his true self, whereas because of what he grew up with, the society he was raised in, he just never had the chance to explore his true self until then. But Kamui would disagree with that. But
Well, I was gonna make the Kawaki Obito comparison in terms of the way Kawaki kind of treats Naruto like his soul light is just like Obito with Rin, but the difference is that Naruto never got lost. It's like, imagine if Obito saw Kakashi stab Rin, but Rin barely survived. The way Kawaki acts now could be similar to how Obito would have acted towards Rin. You know, like, I almost lost you once, Rin. Now I'm gonna be like this, you know, kind of thing.
I mean, I would definitely argue Naruto was lost in the scenes where he's like crying as a kid with the village behind him hating him with the Nine Tails shadow wrapped around Naruto. He's probably a little lost in that moment as he's
Sitting
being
on
parallel
swing
to
cone.
Gaara, who was a monster.
Yeah, but Naruto still believed in
come on,
himself
wait,
more.
Not at that
Man,
exact
I-
moment,
I-
maybe passively,
Yeah, I
but
think that-
actively as he's crying with the Nine Tails shadow wrapped around him as the village is hating him behind him. I don't think he's very believing in himself at that exact moment.
I think that
Okay,
he was better at
he's
dealing.
he's not as believe it as Killer Bee, but for the most
No.
part, he's
I was
pretty
gonna
believe.
say, I think that he's a lot more. I think he masked it really well, or at least the way that I'm looking at it is that I think he was dealing with it like well. Like I think that he came to terms with like what was like his own situation a lot more easily than I would say Rin and Kawaki did. Because I mean, looking at it, at least just from Naruto's perspective, I mean, he wasn't. I'm not gonna say he wasn't completely alone because I mean, it's he was literally like living by himself. Had to look out for himself. So he was definitely alone, but he still kind of had people. And he wasn't like complete. No. I'm
He
talking
was in
about
detention with
Naruto.
Chiba and Shikamaru.
Man, like he had like a couple of people around the who didn't completely hate him.
But then I would say
Yeah,
the
and
same
then-
thing about Gaara with Kankuro and Tamari. At the very least, Kankuro in the fillers as a kid was a little bit nice to Gaara, and then Rasa was like, "Don't do that,"
Yeah,
but Kankuro was still like that.
Yeah, and I think that just goes to my
basically
point.
once he saw Shukaku that he like really
Yeah.
stayed away from
Yeah,
him.
I think that just goes to my point
Right.
about Naruto dealing with, I guess, better than Gaara.
I
And,
disagree. I think
Kawaki.
Naruto narratively had to be pushed as far as Gaara. The difference between Naruto and Gaara is when Naruto was having his bad day and he was at his lowest point, in his feelings, he never had a drunk guy stumble into him or a ball fall to his feet to hand to a child. That's really the difference, is that if that happened in that moment, Naruto in canon, I think, would have just snapped and just done something bad in that moment.
He also had
I can-
Iruka on the chapter 1 day, where his guy Yashimaru's situation was different.
Yeah, but I'm saying like before chapter 1, I think it was like at that point to where Naruto was just ready. Like he said that Iruka saved him from himself. Like he was already beyond a point to where it's believing him's not enough.
Yeah,
Like
Naruto was
he's
ready to
as
snap.
dark as
Naruto
Gaara
ready to
was.
snap.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was ready to snap that time. Dude. But I'll say Gara is another example of how Kawaki is a big egg. Like the fact that Gara went through a worse situation than Kawaki. He was able.
Well, we
to
can't say
handle
that
love
because it's about
easily.
perception rather than what you objectively go through. For
Right.
example,
And
Sarada, compared to Obito, they both
Yeah.
awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but one was probably a little bit worse than the other objectively, but then Sarada's perception was just as bad as
this is
Obito. Maybe
different.
not to that extent. You
I
could
was
take
gonna
it.
say, wasn't Gaara also a dickhead? Or am I like,
Yeah, but- no,
Kid
look,
Gara? No,
Gara
Kid Gara was a
has
sweetheart.
assassins
He's a-
coming after him. Gara
He's a
has
sweetheart.
assassins coming after him.
But
Like,
then
he
you'd have
had
to question what their
every
true
right
self
to be a
is.
dickhead.
say that part again, Ood?
You'd have to still question what their true self is.
But I think,
Gara
or
had every-
I could see that. I could see that. I think that it's just to the point like, if you're gonna be like, oh, Kawaki's a dickhead, but then his like true self, is more like, because I mean, if you look at like the anime filler, if you want to use that or if you don't,
the
I
filler
mean,
for a
you see
reason.
you see like Kawaki being a lot more soft.
Yeah.
You see him being a lot more like
Not
jokey.
really.
Like even in the anime, he
The
is a lot
teacup
more like
episode.
expressive.
But I don't think he's very
Yeah.
comfortable when he's like that, because even including those filler, in the manga, the
Yeah.
Code arc, when he's sitting by his lonesome self after that, you can know that in all those moments from the filler, those have just been moments where he wasn't truly comfortable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
He still feels like he doesn't
Yeah.
belong.
Yeah, so I'd
I
argue that's
think-
not his true self.
Kawaki's just a
But that
bomb.
doesn't mean he's a dick. It just means that he
He's a
doesn't
dickhead.
feel like he
was
He's just
worth
uncomfortable.
being in the village.
And he might not ever
Right,
feel
it's
that way.
She gets said he
It's a
denies his
dickhead.
own self-worth. You see this in that chapter.
Yeah, but especially now, I don't think he'll
He-
ever accept being in the village ever.
You can't convince me
Yeah,
that
I
he's
mean,
not
I am
There have to be
curious
a
to
big
see
shift.
what they'll do end game, because theoretically they could just do a Sasuke thing to where he gets
I don't
talked
think
into
so.
doing something at the end, but they could do something
Mm-mm.
different too.
I think he's gonna die in the end.
But it's
Yes,
no,
he
I don't
needs
think
to
so because
die.
it's just
He
like
needs to die.
Madara. Like freaking Hashirama
Nah,
talk
he
no
needs
jutsu
to
to Madara
die.
after Izuna died and he's laying flat on his back. Oh, kill your brother, kill yourself. All right, I'll believe in you, Hashirama. And then they lived in the village and then he went away anyways.
But then Madara went bad again. He went bad again, and they fought again.
Yeah.
And then
You can say it's
Hashirama
because of
killed
Tobirama
Madara.
as a specific reason to point to. I think that's just the straw that broke the camel's back. I think Madara just over
Yeah.
time realized, wow, living in the village, this isn't what I am.
But where do you or like at the end of the story, where do you think that his character, like after all this stuff that has happened, unless they do like Boruto just like transcends and becomes like an Otsutsuki god, and they like permanently switch places where Kawaki gets to live the life that Boruto, lived.
Nah,
Lucky doesn't want
And it's
that
like-
though.
seriously.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think that would
fit.
fit Kawaki himself.
Nah,
And I don't
Yeah.
think that, or it just wouldn't make sense to me that he would survive at the end after all the stuff that he's done. I don't think
Yeah,
that
he
there's like a
needs to die.
redemption with. I mean, even
Well,
like some
Kawaki
people
agrees.
think
Is that as soon as he's done, he himself is just going to accept death. He doesn't want to live
But the
beyond
problem
that.
is,
That's
the problem though is Boruto doesn't accept that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, but what kind of
I-
atonement could he give if Boruto doesn't accept him like dying? Like, what kind of atonement
I
could
don't-
he like?
I don't really want them to
sacrifices
repeat
himself.
Sasuke, but they can
Man, I don't
just
want that.
repeat Sasuke.
That's my thing.
I
Is
don't think
that's where
they
I'm just like trying to
can.
get to. Is that I don't want to repeat a Sasuke where it's like
yeah.
He,
me too. Like how can this die?
just,
but
like,
he needs to sacrifice
spend some
himself.
time in prison, but then he just goes on like his own journey of self-discovery to realize everybody was like right and I was wrong.
The only way I can see
And that's-
Kawaki getting out of this alive is if Naruto accepts him back. Because Kawaki can't do anything, Boruto can't do anything. It's only going to be about if Naruto accepts him. But I don't see how that's going to happen unless Boruto doesn't be Otsutsuki anymore somehow.
Yeah.
He's just going to keep trying to kill Boruto until then.
Unless like he conquers Momoshiki or something like that, where it's like I don't know.
I don't
Like, he just has
want
complete
that.
control.
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't
think
know because
Kawaki-
I don't know how he's going to there's like a few theories that I have. It's like I don't know. Maybe
Well,
he
go ahead, spit him out.
I like the main theory that I have. There's gonna be like a mental battle. Like it's going to be like there's an actual like fight taking place, but it's going to be in like his mind. Or there's gonna be like an animated like actual fight between Boruto and Momoshiki as they're like trying to like battle over who like it's gonna be like after Boruto loses control, and then like Momoshiki like is taken over, and then Boruto is gonna like have some sort of come to Jesus flashback, whatever moment, and then he's going to mentally like try and fight back. Gonna like actually fight, and then either he's going to like be able to find a way to like erase Momoshiki from his body or like his conscience or whatever, or he's going to just dominate the like Momoshiki's personality to the point where like he just learns that he just learns how to like completely dominate him. Either that or Shibai is going to like come out of nowhere and just magic just Momoshiki away out of Boruto's body. Literally, like he's just gonna see like Momoshiki like just out of nowhere, something like that. Those are like the two things that I'm thinking could be like how it goes down. But even then, it's like after that, it's like what like I think where Boruto goes at the end of it is going to determine what's going to happen to Kawaki. Because if Boruto just becomes God, then I could see a story where Kawaki stays alive. But if Boruto is like still around, because you gotta like resolve Boruto and Sarada, or like Boruto and Sumire, whoever he like ends up getting with or not, or if like one of them become God with him, I don't know, something like that. like depending on where Boruto ends, it's also going to be like it's going to factor into like where Kawaki is going to end. Because I can't see if Boruto stays like in the same reality as everyone else that Kawaki like just lives.
Something important for that is the fact that Kawaki thinks it's unfair, unreasonable for Naruto to need to get stronger. He knows that Naruto can get stronger. He knows that Naruto wasn't strong as a kid and he's strong now. He's got stronger over time. He doesn't think Naruto should get stronger to overcome and face threats. Not that he can't do it and beat those threats. He's seen Naruto beat threats before, but that Naruto shouldn't have to do that. And that threats stronger than Naruto just shouldn't exist at all.
This is why I say Kawaki is an idiot. Like, I have a hot take on this.
I think that's fine, bro, to think
Like,
that.
Yeah, I don't think that's
I would imagine it'd be the same with Obito and Rin. Obito wouldn't want Rin to struggle to become stronger because he wouldn't want Rin to go through all that suffering. He just wants Rin to stay exactly as she is. She shouldn't even have to train. She can just live a happy life. Naruto shouldn't have to worry about threats killing him.
They should just not exist. And since he has like the power, which isn't, I mean, I was gonna say it's not unreasonable, but I mean the way that he's going about it, it's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Naruto could have tanked that Boroshiki's Rasengan.
Personally, I think that Kawaki accepted his death as he was having his conversation with Naruto before sealing him away. Because that's when he was like agreeing to atone for his death afterwards. So I think everything he's doing now, he's doing it with the idea that he's gonna die in the end.
No,
he basically already views himself
like
as
times.
dead.
Like he needs to be convinced out of that mindset. He's made it abundantly clear. He plans to die when this is all over.
So I don't see how in the end Boruto's gonna convince him of anything there, but I could be wrong. I can't see it going the same way as Sasuke.
So, well, that's the problem is I don't see how he's gonna do it, but I can see them doing it.
I can see Ikimoto doing it.
Yeah, I can see him doing it. I don't know how. That's a good one. I like that.
Well, I mean, because again though, like to give some props, a lot of people probably would have said the same thing about Sasuke. So what are you going to say? You're going to say, well,
I disagree.
The whole point was Naruto needs to overcome Sasuke's hatred. And so as long as he does that, that's how he's going to do it, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well then I'm going to say the same thing about Kawaki. What Boruto needs to do is get Kawaki to accept himself. That's the thing he's lacking. And Kawaki's technically done it for a brief moment in the Kawaki arc when he faced down against Ishiki. So all he's got to do is just get him there again and get him to stay there. How? I don't know. Talk to Jutsu, something else. Who knows? But I see the general narrative method. It's just a matter of how we get
stay there. I feel like is almost impossible. At the very least, if he does stay there, I'm gonna feel like that's not really Kawaki, because staying there would be similar to like Kawaki fixing the broken vase with glue to where it's being glued together, but it's still broken.
No, I think, well, it depends on the way you're interpreting it. Because to me, I think him accepting himself is what just fills that hole in his heart. Whereas just Naruto's love and, things close to that would be like trying to glue it together, but there's still the cracks that it's going to slip through in the water and blah, blah, blah. So it doesn't really hold it together. But if Kawaki just does genuinely accept himself, then I think there would be no more leaks.
Yeah, if Kawaki did it through himself, but if Boruto's the one that basically Naruto the last Genjutsu's him into it, then
no, he can't do that. If they do that, I'll drop the series, even though it's the end of the series. What they need to do is Boruto would have to help, or someone else can obviously do it. To some extent, it would be perfectly okay if someone else can do it. But they would need to help Kawaki help himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, Naruto helped Sasuke overcome his own hatred. Boruto have to help Kawaki accept himself. I mean, he makes Kawaki and just guides him there. That's
the problem with that is that Kawaki would need to be looking for help for that to be effective, and he obviously isn't. He's attributing all value to Naruto right now, and he's not searching or looking for anything else of value. Unlike Sasuke, who was wondering as an Avenger or whatever.
Yeah, and I don't know how. Again, I don't know
His motivations will
how
have to
Boruto will
switch.
do it. I just see the destination, and I can understand that there's should be a way to get there. I don't know what they would do specifically. I'm not the one in charge of the story. But
well, I will say, obviously, I agree with you that he's attributing a low worth to his own life. He doesn't value his own life very much or himself, low self-worth. As opposed to Naruto, who not only has more worth than Naruto's or than Kawaki's view of himself as a low self-worth. So Naruto isn't just above a low self-worth. Naruto just is good in Kawaki's eye. So regardless of Kawaki's low self-worth, Naruto's just like perfect. Which, because Kawaki is a low self-worth, the gap there is even more insurmountable than ordinary people. It's almost unbelievable how much worth Naruto would have to Kawaki as opposed to anything else. So the problem with that is that he's already like it's beyond his own life, considering his mindset. If Naruto were to die right now, Kawaki's just gonna end himself. Like, he's not gonna look for something else to replace Naruto.
No, I get. This has to be endgame. So Naruto would probably need to be. See, the problem though. So the problem is in the flash forward scenes, Naruto seemingly hasn't been freed yet.
Man, he's still there. And then he's trying to send Boruto there as well. So I don't even think that he wants to let them out.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, we don't know how late into the series that's gonna be. There's a lot of factors we just don't know. But
I mean, I'll be honest. I think the current interpretation is such a stupid cop-out if Ikimoto's going for that. Send him to the same plane as Lord 7. Yeah, send him to Daikokuten. Yeah, not kill him. That was way cooler. It's like, come on.
Yeah, I don't see. That's the thing too. It's like he's trying to send him to the Daikokuten.
I mean, it's technically possible. I don't think Kawaki is going to be the one. Well, actually, did Kawaki say, I'll send you to the same place I sent Lord 7th, or I'll send you to the same place as Lord 7th?
It's different translations, I think. We've talked about this before, and I looked back, and I think you were misinterpreting it one of the ways one time, but I think
no, because that's going to make a difference. Because hypothetically, if he says the place I sent him, I don't really think Kawaki's going to kill Naruto. But if he just says this, I'll send you to the same place as Lord 7th, hypothetically, if Jorah killed Naruto, if Kawaki's going to kill Boruto, he's going to the same place as Naruto, you know?
Exactly. Well, if he says, I'll send you to the same place as Lord 7th, I still think there's an implication that Kawaki's the one who did it. If he's the one killing Boruto and he knows where Naruto... Like, it'd be weird for him to say that if he didn't kill Naruto.
I agree. But I think it's why would Walky kill Naruto?
See, I was just about to say.
Yeah.
Where
you got up
it's for a second. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just restart what you said.
Well, real quick, Kamui, before he says that, I want to say I was looking into this because of the Baryon mode Naruto thing. Could Naruto have possibly died there? That was like one of the interpretations that you were saying couldn't happen because Kawaki's says one thing. I was looking at, and I think if I remember correctly, I did find it was as Lord 7th rather than I send him there. But again, I think there's multiple different translations. So. Okay, Jeremiah.
I think the reason why he would kill Naruto, I think, is because have you guys ever seen like one of those cop TV shows and like one of the characters like kidnaps someone because like they want to like it was like, I don't know if you guys have seen the TV show The Rookie, but they're like this lady like kidnaps a baby because like her baby ended up passing away or something like that, and so the lady was gonna like she wanted to take care of the baby and like have it as her own, like as a replacement, but then came to a point where like the cops surrounded her, so she was like about to jump off like this bridge or whatever, and I think that it's going to get to a point where like Kawaki just feels like he can't do anything to, I guess like he's gonna feel like Naruto just isn't like safe anywhere anymore, and so he's just gonna get pushed to the point where he just ends up killing Naruto.
Yeah, I would prefer that.
Yeah, I think
it would be better for Naruto to just die than to stay forever in Daikokuten.
Man, because then it would also because then once Boruto gets over, or like we're assuming that he like conquers Momoshiki or whatever, or like something happens to where Momoshiki like just can't be in control. And he can like use the karma, pure eye stuff like that, and he so Kawaki's just like, you know what, I'm not gonna kill you. I'm just gonna send you somewhere else.
I mean,
which
I got
is
a cool
kind of
idea.
weird.
So first of all, I want to preface what I'm about to say by saying my idea is based off of your idea. Really cool idea. So going out of the Ishiki arc and into the Code arc. Real quick, Don, you're echoing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like I'm hearing echoes, but I was getting very confused.
Okay. So going out of the Code arc and out of the Ishiki arc and into the Code arc, people were wondering, especially as the Code arc was going on, Kawaki's here now, and we weren't expecting that from Kawaki, the time skip character guy from the Flash Forward. That's Kawaki. It's like, if he's here, how is he ever possibly going to get here? As the Code arc was going on, it's like sacrificing his life to Code and not go after Naruto. It's like, how in the world is this kid gonna do a full 180? Like, it's one of the craziest things imaginable. I think with Two Blue Vortex information we have now, if you're doing like a rewrite from the Code arc onwards, something that could be really cool is knowing what we know about Amado. Like, this could be Amado implication, secrets revealed in the future. But Amado is trying to revive Akabi and genuinely bring her back without any other kind of crazy jutsu, in a way that just isn't self-sacrificial or anything, just brings her back straight up. No catches, no nothing. It's just she's back. If Amado can do that, it's possible that he could do that for Naruto too. Instead of sealing him in Daikoku-ten, it could be cool is if Kawaki just goes to Amado and Amado's like, yeah, Kawaki, whenever you want, at the snap of my fingers, I can just bring Naruto back from the Pure Lands, and he's not an Otensei, he's just is back. And so Kawaki could just kill Naruto. Genuinely, straight up.
With the intent of bringing him back.
But also, I think...
if that's the case, okay. Whereas I like that idea. Basically, it'd be like, oh, we'll bring back Naruto stronger or whatever. I don't know what he's doing. But I had two questions. One, what's the point? Because hypothetically, oh, you're going to bring back Naruto stronger? Okay, just have Amado upgrade him. So why does he need to kill him first? Two, kind of like Karaba's Baryon mode conversation with Naruto, it'd be a little bit weird for Kawaki to be like, I'm sending you to the Pure Lands where Naruto is, even though I'm going to bring Naruto back the next day. You know, it's like...
I don't understand what the problem is. So the first one is an interpretation, is to where he's not going to bring him back stronger or anything. He's just going to bring him back once it's all said and done, in the same way that he's going to bring him back. Okay, that's fine,
but why does he need to kill him then?
I mean, why not?
Like, what's the point in killing him? Just leave him in Daikoku-ten.
Or I guess give him a
What I'm saying
body,
is, as a replacement to putting him in Daikoku-ten in the first place. It's like chapter 75, he just kills Naruto.
Okay. It's a rewrite. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand your point.
Okay. Actually, I also it gave when you were talking, also gave me like an idea. Like, what if? I think, what if? Like the way that I guess Akabi comes back, I guess like maybe Boruto uses it as like a way to like I guess overwrite like Momoshiki if he like ever takes over. I don't know, something like that. Like where I guess the way that Akabi I guess would come back, or like she would I guess resurrect something like that. That like Boruto I guess would use something that like Amado does to help him with like or with Momoshiki to like I guess conquer him or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. What I will say with this rewrite is you have to go even further with the information that we have currently on Amado, and you have to put that all in the Code arc. By the end of the Code arc, Akabi has to be back, and she just has to be Akabi for Kawaki to trust in this to work, to actually do this in the first place. Otherwise, he would never do it.
Yeah.
But considering Delta's flying around as if she is Akabi, it might as well be Akabi at this point. Okay.
Dang, poor Delta. She's a Connor.
That's crazy. But then you could make the argument, well, why would he even kill Naruto in the first place? Why does he even care if Naruto can die facing stronger threats, if Amado can just bring him back? Well, he just wouldn't want Naruto to suffer going through that, and so It's going to be like similar to the Madara ideology. Just don't exist in the world at all until the world is changed to not be a threat to you.
Dang.
Don't go through
I don't want it to be like a. That does sound like how it could go.
I mean, I could see
or at least like
having that mindset.
Yeah,
especially
like
if he
where
knows of the Pure Lands and knows it just is heaven. Might as well.
Yeah.
But I feel like if he knew that, he just wouldn't bring Naruto back.
Or he might have just killed him. Just make sure that he's there.
So ignore that. I would just go with like the Madara mindset. This world is hell. I'm gonna kill you until you can actually deal with the world and make it perfect or whatever. I think that works.
That said, in the current story, there's not much point doing it because he's already got Daikuku Den mindset. So.
Yes.
So that's where you get into the what would lead him to killing Naruto. Like, you would have to just change his mind on Naruto at that point.
Yeah. But just to make sure we're all on the same page, do we all agree if Naruto died, Kawaki isn't just gonna do anything. He's just gonna die himself.
Well,
you think
that depends on whether Naruto is dead in the flash forward scene or not.
Let's just go. Well, okay. That's a cop out. Come on. What do you think, Kamui?
I would currently say yes, he would just kill himself and give up on it. The whole point of this, but hypothetically, in the future, he might not have that mindset.
Okay.
I was gonna say I feel like his motivations are gonna just like whatever happens. I think that his motivations like might switch to where like he's not like, I guess like kill hungry, but more like I'm gonna control you hungry.
It kind of feels like Eren Yeager or Gato to where like he's just gonna expand the scale. So right now he's Eren, he wants to kill all the Titans, wants to kill all the Otsutsuki. We know the flash forward scene though, he's talking about ending the age of Shinobi and shit. For all I know, he's just trying to end the whole world. Like he's taking the Madara mindset, but with Eren's style, it's just gonna kill the world for all we know. Like,
okay. So
now, what if he's trying to make like everybody like cyborgs? Or something like that. Like, I don't know. He's trying to end the age to where like people just don't have to like, I guess, vie for power. Like they just have it now. You know.
Well, I don't know why Kawaki would want that for everyone.
I mean, I don't know. Like he should.
What's killing Boruto have to do with it?
Then he would want to kill the whole world who's stronger than Naruto.
I think to your point is going to be like something similar to Madara. And like, there's going to be people that oppose it, or like at least Boruto, and the people that are, I guess, supporting Boruto. They're going to be like the ones, I guess, supporting whatever choice he's trying to make for the world. That's like, I guess, going to be signaling like the end of Shinobi, and it's going to be like something that has to do with like scientific ninja tools.
But then again, Ikimoto kind of wrote those out of the story. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
no, he didn't. Oh, he didn't.
He might as well have.
No, that's the story.
He attributed all of his. He technically speaking attributed all of his science to Shibai cells.
I mean,
Delta's rocket boots were turned into nothing. He removed Delta's ninja tools.
How do you know that?
Well, she's flying and not using rocket boots. He visually removed it.
How do you know that was the silliest response? I love it.
As long as Kawaki and Code and Delta, their scientific ninja tool is still in the series.
Code has specifically been described to be Shibai cells instead of Ninja Tech.
We don't know that. We know Amado.
That's what Amado said.
I feel like Shiba cells is just part of the scientific ninja tech, part of it.
You think Shinjutsu is Ninja Tech?
No, I think Shiba
well, it's science.
plays a part. creating that type of scientific ninjutsu, which is also part of science. Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
The
Kamui.
transplantation of cells can be scientific, sure, but that's not scientific
Which is
ninja tool.
done through scientific
Well, they're
ninjutsu
using
tech,
Shinjutsu like a tool.
using scientific ninjutsu technology to transplant the cells.
Okay, but that's no different than whatever scientific ninja technology Orochimaru's been doing since part 1 of Naruto. You know,
I mean, this is just more advanced.
no, it's not. It's just
I
a
feel like
stronger guy's
yes,
cells.
I mean, the technology is just more advanced. Like Orochimaru had the same technology, but in Boruto, every technology has advanced to the point that is different from how it was in Naruto. So
It's specifically
because to
not
me,
more advanced. We see in the Kara actuation arc, they're trying to implant Hashirama cells, and they can't even do it right. It's got worse over
because they
time.
don't have the same
Like
level of
Orochimaru's
technology as
better at
Amado.
it.
They don't have this level of technology as Amado. Amado just has better technology.
It's
than them.
Kara who's doing it.
No, not Kara. It was the outer group of Kara without even the input of Amado or Jigen.
Well, the point was to
It's
give the info to Amado.
That's also not true. Victor was
No.
right there.
I mean, the reality
You know what?
is they just retconned a lot of the stuff. Like, the original thing Kodachi was writing in his volume manga statement stuff was that Kara was stealing ninja tech information from all the villages and amassing it together, and that's why Abado was so advanced with technology. That was the original explanation.
Yeah, but
But-
when did they change it?
When Ikimoto took over,
When did Ikimoto change it? I didn't see
It's-
Ikimoto saying, "Oh, no more ninja tech."
Ikimoto changed
scientific
everything
reason.
Kodachi did. For some reason, they hate the guy.
I mean, I don't think they changed anything. I think they just continued on with like more
Well,
advanced.
we can definitively prove that they have changed plenty of things.
Yeah.
Okay, because I mean, the fact that Kawaki Code, or Delta is still there. As long as they're there, I still feel like scientific ninja tech is still in the series.
Well, no, because again, they can just recontextualize what this all is. They can just say it's Shibai cells,
But they
not ninja
haven't
tech.
done that though.
It is what they did with Code. Specifically Code, that is what they did.
I mean,
Naruto asked, and
Not-
Obito explained, Shibai cells specifically said, Code's claw mark
Okay.
Shinjutsu comes from Shibai, it's not
Yes.
ninja tech.
yes. Okay, the claw
And that's
mark
all of Code's
Shiba
ability.
cells, But
And the other
but
thing is
what
the
about-
white karma
No,
seal,
no.
which as of right now
No,
is just
no.
defective karma. Now, do I think
No,
Abado
no.
should have pulled some
Code
shenanigans
has
in his
the-
ninja tech karma or whatever? Yes, but that's not what they've said.
No, Code has the same ability as Kawaki to change his hand into that claw-like stuff. He still has that, and that's scientific ninja tech right there. So if he can still
No,
do
you
that,
can't prove that because you can easily just
Ninja tech.
argue that is just a part of the claw mark Shinjutsu.
Yeah.
Considering that he
No,
makes the
no,
claws every time he forms the claw mark.
different things. They're two different things. The claw mark and
No,
that,
you can argue. You can
with
argue it's the
Andes.
same as Obito's Kamui. It's two different aspects of the same ability.
No, because
That's not an argument.
There's a difference. There's a difference.
Yeah,
Like,
Kamui,
come
no.
on,
What's
bro.
the difference? What's the difference to
I'm
prove
gonna
it?
just. The difference is the Shiba cells is responsible for the Shinjutsu, while the
Okay, so
scientific
why does he need to make
ninjutsu
the claws to make
is
the claw
res-
marks? Why does
I
he
feel like
need
he can do
ninja
it without the
tech to
claws.
use the Shinjutsu?
I mean, the Shinjus use the claw marks without like transforming their body into like cold body type. I feel like
Why
can
does he
use
need
the
to
claw
make
marks.
the claws to do it though?
I mean, to fight is part of his fighting style. He
No,
uses it for
not to
fighting.
fight. Why does he need to make the claw hands to make claw marks? Why?
I think no. I think he's made claw marks without his like transformed hand. Like I don't think he needs to transform his hand. To
Then
use
why
the
has he
claw
done
mark.
it in every single instance, even out of combat?
Has he?
Yes.
Yeah, show me proof.
He
Yeah.
does it to bug the old frail dude that's drunk on liquor. He does it to the Ten Tails when he's not there to fight the Ten Tails. He just makes claws, then does the claw mark. He does it every single situation.
I mean, maybe that's how he likes to use it.
He literally scratches with them. He scratches. They're called claw marks. They're not the marks require the claws that's in the name.
Yeah, they're not just called marks.
And that just means the Shiba cells and the scientific ninja tools are one and the same. It is one and the same. Then that's what it means.
It's not what that
But
means.
Shinjutsu should not the divine techniques of the Otsutsuki clan should not require Abado's ninja tools. That goes against Shinjutsu.
We gotta agree on this. How did Amado transplant the cells into them? He used technology, scientific ninja technology, scientific ninja tool technology. So basically, it's still in the series because he can't transplant the cells without technology. He needs technology to do it.
Well, no, he doesn't need technology unless you want to call scalpels technology. He just needs biology.
Well, also, hang on. You're still wrong.
Biological technology?
Hang on, no. What you said is wrong. It's not in the series, it's in the franchise. When Amado did that was in Naruto Next Generations. This is 2 Blue Vortex. That's already been done.
Okay. We can say for Boruto 2 Blue... You know how I got you now? Boruto 2 Blue Vortex. When Amado is looking through Kawaki's eyes to see what's going on. That is being done through Scientific Ninja 2. Scientific Ninja 2. So it's still in the series.
Yeah.
I mean, the series is not just going to focus on Scientific Ninja tools all the time. It's part of the series, but it's not the main part. Right?
It's not the focus at any time into before that.
I mean, it's part of the arsenal. Do they focus on Kona all the time in Naruto? Did they focus on Shuriken all the time in Naruto?
Shuriken wasn't a theme in Naruto.
Ninja tools was part of Ninja's arsenal in Naruto. Just like
ninja tools they existed in the universe, but they weren't the focus. Like, the point of Naruto wasn't about Shuriken at any point, whereas in Boruto, scientific ninja tools were the point. It is the point of the Boro fight. It is the point of the Ao fight. It is the point of the Boruto movie.
We've moved past those ones already. We focused on them during that time, but we've moved past it, and now we're focusing on the Shinjus. But it's still in the series. It's not been retconned or taken away. It's still there, but they're not focusing on it as much as
that's not how that works. The whole idea is as the world itself changes, how do Shinobi react to that? Technology improves over time. It should become more of the focus in 2 Blue Vortex than it was in Naruto Next Generation.
It's focused on it already. Now they're focusing on something even more advanced. The vine trees, the god trees, which I believe is even
okay, the Shinju are more advanced, but the Shinju are not scientific ninja tech.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they're still focusing on technology, but alien technology.
The Shinju are not technology. They're biology.
Well, we have biology. We have technology that can also be biological in nature.
I just think that with this, I think they haven't gotten to a point to really talk about scientific ninja tools yet. I don't think
they just changed the focus of the story.
Yeah, it's just the focus is just changed. Already. But no. My point is there hasn't been a specific need to bring up scientific ninja tools right now because there's other things just being talked about.
Yeah,
I don't think it's just
why are they talking about other things?
In chapter 75, when they talk about Shibai, Amado could have talked about scientific ninja tools, nobody would have batted an eye. That just would have been
Why
the
would he
plot
need to
point.
talk
They
about it?
chose
Why would he need to
Otsutsuki
talk
there.
about it?
Yeah, I
No,
just think
why
that the
would he
prep or
need to
like
talk
the
about
story.
it?
Well, I mean, if they're talking about like Shibai and how like the like how they're made and like how each of the people have like their abilities and where they come and stuff like that, it would make sense to like bring up why
Oh,
or like,
really? Oh, really? Because they're talking about the advanced stuff like Otsutsuki, right? So then why was Naruto's scientific ninja arm important in the Ishiki fight? You know,
Because
since
it was
Jigen
part
has
of the
been around
storyline.
at
It was
that
part
point
of
for
the
like a year.
story. Naruto's hand was an important part of the story, so that's why it was they were talking
Because
about.
it's
That's why it was
scientific
involved
ninja
in the
tech. Yeah,
Ishiki
it was an important part of the story. Because they
It was
made it
and they
important.
moved past it. Yeah, because they've moved past it now. See, that's the thing about Boruto. It goes higher and higher and higher. They bring in more advanced stuff. Like I feel like the scientific ninja tool. We've already had storylines about it already. Now we've moved on to more advanced technology than the human
Okay, it's not
technology. Now we're dealing
technology.
with alien technology.
And then if it's more advanced, then why would they move on from it? Wouldn't it be more of a focus if it's more advanced?
If it's more advanced, then I think that it would have to be like very crucial to like their society too. Because I don't think it just stops at like making people strong and stuff like that. I think it also like would probably lead to like improving stuff around the village.
Wait, how do you think Amado's gonna improve Kawaki, give him more power? Isn't it through like scientific ninja tech?
Bro, he's doing anime bullshit science. I don't know what he's just
That's
transitioning.
reference.
Like, yeah, literally, he's just gonna convert Kawaki's half-ass lame defenses that aren't strong into insanely OP offense. That's what's gonna happen. But
and it was done through scientific ninja tech. He limited Kawaki's powers through scientific ninja tech. Everything Amado
I'll
does,
give you the limiters as ninja tech. I'll give you that. That is ninja tech.
Everything,
but it's not the focus of the story.
It's not the focus because we're dealing with more powerful technologies now, but we're still dealing with
No. The villains don't have more powerful technology. They just are stronger. Dura isn't more technologically advanced. He doesn't have metallic objects and batteries. He just is strong.
He's using Renegon.
The way I view Jura as a biological technology is as a biological.
Why are
you
putting technology into it?
AI. Because technology can also be biological in nature. You know, there are some alien civilizations that blend biology and their technology together, which is what I view the divine.
Yeah, there you go. Blend biology and technology together. But where's the technology part in Jura?
Is the alien in nature, so we don't know any advanced, any magical, whatever that theory was, is science or blah blah blah. I feel like Otsutsuki, the divine trees, all of them possess advanced technology that appears.
Let me present a rewrite to you. You might actually like. I think this is a good compromise. Just remove the fact that claw marks are a shinjutsu, because that's stupid anyways, and have it just be scientific ninja tech, and have whatever Code did to make the shinju be intentional, and this is Code basically doing a science project. The shinju are just a science project, in which case it's almost like Dragon Ball Z with the Android saga.
And I agree, because then in this case, why is Code so strong? He has the ninja tech like everyone else, plus white karma, whereas Ada and Damon uniquely have the god powers.
Yeah.
Because let's be real, Momoshiki's future sight's not a shinjutsu, but the claw marks are? Really?
I mean,
but Minato's better teleportation isn't.
Momoshiki is something else, but I'll say like the claw marks is kind of like, I feel like it does make sense as a shinjutsu. Like, what's wrong with it being a shinjutsu?
I'm fine with it being a shinjutsu if Momoshiki's future sight is, but apparently according to Ikimoto, it very likely might not be.
Nah, it's not because I always even thought that Momoshiki future side was never his Shinjutsu in the first place because like it's like too weak
Too weak to
to be
see the
considered.
future.
I
But
mean,
claw
was he
marks
really
are
seeing all the
strong
futures?
enough.
I mean, the claw mark is useful. You can go from place to place where it's faster
Oh,
than
but seeing the future's
the
not
flying
useful.
Russian. Was he really seeing the future? What he saw didn't come to pass. So
Okay,
he
how about
barely
that?
even
Okay,
saw the
screw the claw marks. Shrinking yourself is a Shinjutsu, but not seeing the
yes,
future.
that see Shinjutsu, I believe, is like it doesn't really have to be all powerful like the omnipotence. Like it's
It's an
it's
ability of the
shrinking.
gods.
Nah, not all gods I don't think all it's only the gods that possess Shinjutsu. I think really powerful Otsuzukis are the ones who possess like Shinjutsus. Like I don't even think Momoshiki has Shinjutsu.
Okay, that's fine as a theory. You just have to be a strong enough Otsutsuki to get one. That's fine. My problem, though, is it's not the user, it's the ability that gets called Shinjutsu. So
Wait, so
shrinking
you don't like
yourself
shrinking?
is a
You
Shinjutsu.
don't like shrinking? Yeah, shrinking is like a
I don't
really
have any problem
powerful
with shrinking,
ability if you
but
think
if
about it.
shrinking is a Shinjutsu, then future sight should be.
No. I mean, we do have the 10 directions, so
And it's a
that's a
Shinjutsu.
true Shinjutsu.
So
Yeah, that's a true one right
Momoshiki
there.
gets to pick and choose the futures he cares about.
No, see, Momoshiki could barely see the full future. He could barely see
He said he could
like
see it
what he.
clearly.
Nah, he saw
He knew
fragments. Like,
he
come
knew
on.
when Boruto needed to jump up on a random attack. Gotta get
one,
more clear to that.
one future. But could he see beyond that? He couldn't even see beyond Broto. Now falling into despair. Like, come on. Like,
Well, no,
his
clearly
future
the
sight.
future changed from. For all we know, Momoshiki saw
I
further
don't think
ahead,
it
but the
changed.
future
I
changed
don't think it
away.
changed. I don't think it changed. I think Momoshiki just couldn't see past Broto's
Okay,
struggle,
if he
which
couldn't see past
Boruto
it,
wasn't even
didn't
then
much of his
despair.
struggle.
No, you can't say that because
Yeah, that's
Momoshiki
what I'm
saw
saying.
Boruto despairing. He saw Kawaki with a horn. That never
No,
happened. The future definitely
he
changed.
thought no. He thought Boruto was gonna despair because if anyone would have despaired going through what Boruto did, but because Boruto is who he is as Naruto's son and his character, he didn't despair because Momoshiki was underestimating Boruto. I don't think Momoshiki really
Okay.
saw him
How about
despair.
this?
He
What
thought
about the
he was gonna
Kawaki
despair.
panel that never happened? What's your explanation?
That panel, I think it happened, but I think they changed it from instead of him having the on, he didn't just have the on because I think at
Okay,
blood, I
so
think
I
it was
know what
probably from
panel you're
where
talking
he
about. So I have another question.
Oh, you know
The
what?
first question's the obvious. Just sorry.
I was just gonna say before you go with that question, I'm going to. All right, I'm over here trying to battle through a cold right now. But I appreciate you guys for having me on. But I'm gonna
You're good. You're good.
take
That's
off.
right. You did message me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I won't like you guys hear me like cough, drink coffee like
You
this
are
entire
welcome to
time.
join whenever. By the way, like usually, well, obviously, if you have like a certain particular guest that needs to be just the guest, then it's one thing. But a lot of times we just have people on, like random people, so you can
Oh, okay,
always
okay.
join stage and see.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm definitely gonna be back. I wish I was like in a better better standing, just for myself. But I just wanted to thank you guys for having me on to just appreciate all the or just the opportunity and you guys just helping me out, stuff like that too. And yeah, I appreciate him for putting on my channel. I wanted to kind of talk about just like hyping just in the anime community, where like sometimes it kills like a lot of anime or like people just like get into anime and it's I think it's just detrimental to a lot of stuff, but we can get into that another time. But I just appreciate you guys for having me on you guys' platform.
Is there a
Definitely going
specific video
to
you want to send everyone to?
you could just do the first one only because like that's like some of these are like years old, but yeah, that's like the most recent one that I did. At least just with solo leveling, but I'm gonna be doing a lot more stuff. I don't know if you guys have heard the video or the anime Windbreaker. We're going to be doing a video just dissecting the just Sakura's story from like rejection and how he just goes about dealing with that and even just up to the current point.
Okay.
Um,
That's cool.
yeah, yeah. If you guys have seen it, if you guys haven't, I definitely recommend that anime. Really good fighting, really good animation. And yeah, as you guys can see, like a lot of my videos are like solo leveling, just because I did one of them, it did really well, so I was like, you know what, let's do it again. Let's do it again. But yeah, this is my channel. Appreciate you guys for having me on. Appreciate the support too, guys. Appreciate the support. We'll be doing stuff. I just had like so many crazy things happen, just personally. So definitely got to get back on editing stuff like that as soon as everything kind of picks back up, which it will hopefully this week. But yeah, appreciate you for messaging me back, Kamui. Appreciate you for having me on. It's just been an amazing night too. You know, I finally had something to do. You know, at least just content creation wise. You know, or I'm just at least doing something. So I just appreciate you guys for having me on.
Well, we appreciate you sitting through the Gara segment.
Of course, it was. I mean, it definitely was pretty shocking because there was a lot of stuff that gosh, wait a minute, I'm tripping. Okay, but yeah, I definitely wanted to like at least hear what you guys were talking about with that because I'm like, wait, what? Like it was like a little bit where I was, fading in and out of like the conversation. I was like, wait a minute, how did we go from like trying to figure out who's scale 2 to then the paneling to figure out where Gara was walking?
You know, we should put that in intro topics.
Oh my
Move all of this.
Yes, that would be an amazing intro topic. Oh my gosh.
I'll copy it all over.
Okay.
Oh man, that's a good one. But appreciate you guys for having me on. We'll be back for sure. We'll be back once I'm better. Once I'm better and I'm not like coughing every like 30-second in intervals.
Absolutely.
Sounds good.
You have a good night.
You too, guys.
So I see.
Now, where were we, Dan? I forgot.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember either. I was gonna ask you something.
I think it was somewhere around you proving that aliens are scientific ninja tech.
No, I didn't say the scientific ninja tech. I said the advanced technology, biological technology.
Mm-hmm. So where does the technology part come in?
Something.
Or not? Okay. Well, very interesting. I mean, we could go back to the used topic.
We can do that, yes. I was trying to remember what my question was.
Okay.
I had a question.
So,
don't remember.
Just going through this. So, it sounds like what you described to us, your problem was with J-Man, rather than us, because we were on the same page. You agreed with us about the bring back Matsuri instead of Ryu point, and that was really your only thing, it sounded like. So, first of all, that's not what you said. You say that you... anyways, you said that you didn't like it long we went on, but here's about complaining, but... Either way, okay, so... Just reading this off, man, listening to Ood for so long, and even Kamui, it pisses me off for some reason, all they're complaining because things are not going the way they want on their theories is frustrating. And even J-Man. So, to me, sounds like it wasn't about J-Man necessarily.
So which theories in particular were you focused on?
All the theories you get, I can't remember the specific one, but like I just remembered like just getting annoyed about you like cherry picking the like you were just it was becoming annoying. But then J-Man came in and said what he said, and it really pissed me off too. So I focused more on J-Man.
Well, just going over theories, which are things that are not confirmed yet, usually because they haven't happened yet and are a topic of discussion for future chapters that are unreleased as of this moment. So, considering that's what a theory is, you write that things are not going the way we want on our theories. So
yeah, like your past theories, like if
Which
they don't
ones are you
like
referring
happen the
to?
way.
well, by past theories, do you mean theories that we've made in the past, or last night were we discussing theories that we had in the past?
Yeah, like theories you've made in the past, like because I listen to you sometimes to like some of the stuff you said, and like I feel like sometimes like if it didn't like happen the way your theory states it might happen, then you guys start like criticizing the series itself.
If it goes the
So
way we
Oh
theorized,
yeah.
why would we criticize that? We'd just be happy. Unless we were predicting
Mm,
something that was bad. Then we'd
I
have a
mean,
love-hate relationship with it.
sometimes I feel like you guys truly do hate Boruto, like
Well,
the way
we
you
love it
criticize.
and hate it.
Oh, okay, I see. I see. So you love it and hate it. Okay,
we
I see.
love to hate it.
Okay,
But
okay.
we also hate
Hate
to
to
hate
love
it.
it.
I mean, I was disappointed because I felt like Kamui really loved Boruto, but me finding out that Kamui like hates Boruto, like, oh, I see. I see.
Well,
I don't hate
I guess
Boruto. I love and hate it.
and that's two
because
blue boards.
Just to
your
make that
YouTube
clear.
videos,
That's
It's
your
both.
YouTube
Kikimoto's
videos
Boruto.
in the beginning. In the beginning,
Well,
your YouTube video made it look like you loved Boruto, but then
To be
when
fair,
I see you
it was better.
when I see you in the Walky Talky podcast, it's like you're a different person.
is
Well,
it
to be
because
fair,
I've corrupted Kamui?
my critique videos, many of them are backward.
Yeah, I mean, do you watch to the end of Kamui's videos? Because that's usually where he has the makes no sense part of the video.
That is also true.
Sometimes,
Okay.
but like
Like my
I
Shinju
sometimes
analysis
watch it.
video is like 35 minutes of just praise. The last 5 minutes is how Jura makes no sense.
Okay, now how does Jura makes no sense now? Like, come on.
Well, we don't need
Watch
to
the
go over
Shinju analysis
that. How many
video.
hours you got? Well, is it possible? Is it possible that Kamui is like a different person on his YouTube channel because one, he's using YouTube speak, two, he's reading off a very monotonous script that he wrote down and cared for word as opposed to going off the top of his head. Three, because he's talking solo on his own, not responding to somebody in a normal casual conversation, but instead referring to directly to the viewer as he's analyzing the story in a much more specific way and nuanced way. And four, because it's just a different channel. You do whatever you want on that different
You
channel.
could say that. You could say that, but it was just like it felt so strange to be in watching Camu's video of him revealing like Boruto's chapters, and then I go and see him in Walkie Talkie, and then him criticizing and talking crap about Boruto. I'm like,
Well, I will say a
what's
couple
going on?
things. So there are a couple of things I'll say. One is that generally speaking, even if I'm critiquing the same thing, I just will say it purposely. I will spend a lot of time. It's part of the reason chapter reviews take so long. I will spend a great deal of time figuring out how I'm gonna say the same thing, but infinitely nicer.
Yeah.
Whereas on the podcast, you're just gonna get the raw form of it.
Unfiltered.
Two, I've also, in many cases, filtered out. Like, for example, Jura's reason for leaving in chapter 13. That's a video I have just not finished. I cut it out of the review because it was just like I was spending all month writing a 30-minute script in the review that was also 30 minutes long. I was like, all right, so I cut it out of the review, for example. So you just haven't seen the video complaining about that because I haven't finished it yet. Same with everything Himawari, for example. This happened multiple times where I've just cut something out of the review.
Wait.
I was like, I'll finish this
What's wrong
later.
with
So that's another factor. Go ahead.
What's wrong with Ima?
God.
Where do we even start?
Okay, well, before that,
God.
so to me, it's just a little bit weird. So you're surprised that Kamui's pre-planned videos are different than his live streams?
I mean, I thought he was gonna have the same opinion he has on the.
Well, I
camera
do have
videos
the same
on the
opinions in
broadcast.
the videos. The only difference is the way things are said,
Yeah.
and also what gets filtered out.
Lucky.
Because of the video, I'm obviously I'm less granted. In my recent chapter review, I did mention the pendant floating in the air makes no sense point because I thought it was that funny. But oftentimes, I might cut out something like that.
Because the
Yeah,
videos he
yeah,
wants to be a certain length as opposed to the podcast, which can be hours long. We can say as much as we want.
Yeah. I do feel like sometimes in Camu's videos, I do have disagreements with him, and then I comment about it, and then I guess I move on. But most of the time, I feel like I agree with him sometimes more than I disagree with him. But then when I came on and I see him on the podcast, I'm like, okay, I'm disagreeing with him more than I'm agreeing with him.
Well, based on
On the
Kamui's
podcast,
explanation
so
of why, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. So now I guess I'm just gonna say every time I see Camu's video, I'm just gonna know, okay, he doesn't really like this chapter.
No, no.
All
That's not
the
true.
takeaway.
That's not true because I will say, for example, I will not lie. So I won't say I like this chapter if I don't like the chapter. So if I say this is one of my favorite chapters, that is true. If it's one of my least favorite chapters, I'm either just not going to address it at all, or I will specify that it's one of my least favorite chapters. So you're not going to see me lie. The only difference is that if I'm going to explain why Jorah's reason for leaving makes no sense, I'm going to have a very careful, methodical way of explaining it so that you just can't disagree. Whereas on the podcast, we're just going to say it off the cuff randomly. It's probably going to sound more angry, and you're just going to go into it disagreeing. So that's really the difference.
Yeah.
But
I'm
not going to, I don't lie. I only give you what I think. So I'm not going to say the name of the person, but there's a certain person who I think just blind praises on YouTube, intentionally avoiding any critiques that I'm pretty sure he has because he doesn't want his audience to get mad. I'm not going to do that. I don't do that. If I don't like something, you'll hear it. But I'm just going to say it differently live than in a video.
Yeah. An even more simple way to put it is in a video, you're going to be more well thought out, or an even just single word, more intelligent. Whereas on the podcast, you're going to say it more goofy.
Exactly. And that plays a big role.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, something I'll point out is it's not just this channel. You might not know this because Kid hasn't done it in a while, and plus they're all privated, but Kamui did live stream on his channel a handful of times on his Kamui Dimension channel, not on Walky Talky. He has live streamed solo on his own channel before, and his presentation is a lot closer to this goofy off the cuff personality than it is his videos, since it isn't like pre-scripted out or anything.
Yeah.
All right.
There is that. So by the way, so Kamui, you want to hear something funny that I realized like 10 minutes ago?
What?
I'm pretty sure he misinterpreted theories that we were saying last night that were frustrating because we were critiquing the series or whatever. Pretty sure he misinterpreted that to be theories when we were just doing rewrites.
Yeah, that's why I was asking what theories you talking about. Because a lot of times we're doing rewrites that we think are better. So yes, if we compare it to the original, we're going to say, oh, we're unhappy because it's not the rewrite. That's not a theory. We know this was never going to happen. We're just saying we prefer it this way.
Okay, see, now that one also pisses me off too.
Why?
It fills me with some kind of, I don't know, some kind of rage when I hear people kind of trying to rewrite like the story that's already happened. I like the way the story happened. So like,
You know what? We should introduce you to Cam Sam because you guys will get along really well.
Well, what I will tell you is we have a whole rewrites tab. And I'm not going to say you have to watch all 208 videos, but what I will say is these first couple videos aren't specific rewrites like all the later on videos. We fixed Naruto soundtrack. Like, it's not going to be like that. It's going to be us, our opinions on discussing specifically rewrites. Like, should rewrites include details? How should we approach rewrites? How should you view rewrites? Like, rewrites change based on our perspective. We Kamui right about rewrites. Like, there's a bunch of like discussions about how to view rewrites themselves that are here. So maybe you could like go over some of these at least. Especially like some of these maybe would be interesting. And that might at least inform your opinion on how to view rewrites. Whether you agree with us or disagree with us, at least you'll know why.
I guess it's because of Daigo. That's why I don't really like rewrites that much. So.
That sounds like a trauma response, but that's okay.
Trauma response.
Well, with that being said, let's get rid of this.
You want to do any topics that we wrote down? Because technically we haven't done a single one today.
That's true. Yeah, I guess that's it for that. I'm just gonna, I guess we'll leave it there. Okay. So
I do think there's some of these that could be long, which might not be the best at this time. Some of these that can be short. Some of these are just funny that shouldn't take long. So, for example, you go to Boruto topics. Let's go to the bottom. This shouldn't take long. So, Oodie, did you know, and as well as Dan, did you know that Shikamaru becoming Hokage in Boruto was foreshadowed in Naruto?
So, do we want to listen to this clip? Oh, cool, I can do the captions.
We don't, well, we can. I don't think we need to, because I think we just know he tells him that he'd make a great Hokage or something like that.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, razor sharp intellect, you have the instincts of a great shinobi. I just want to get exactly what he says just for the clip. You are truly worthy of becoming Hokage. Okay. So, foreshadow. Though you'll probably try avoiding it since you'd find that job such a drag.
So, two things. One, well, let's start with the less obvious. Okay, so the less obvious thing. It's not foreshadowed because Asuma says you would avoid it because it's too much of a drag. But Shikamaru's doing it. Even if it's unofficial, that's even more of a drag. He's gonna be Hokage unofficially. That's a drag. So, but
so hypothetically,
Oodie, let's just say this together. Do you want to say this? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if Kiba becomes Hokage, are people gonna point to his fight versus Naruto with the prelims?
So I think we can try to say this together. This isn't how foreshadowing works.
Yes.
First of all, Kishimoto didn't have Boruto conceived as a concept yet.
That's my thing.
He wasn't planting foreshadowing for Two Blue Vortex Boruto written by Ikimoto, which wasn't even the plan because it was Kodachi originally. It's not what he was doing.
Like, how far in advance do they think Kishimoto had this all planned out? But beyond that, to a whole other writer.
This scene isn't even halfway done the manga, actually. Naruto manga. Not even halfway done the manga. They think they have halfway through Boruto conceived.
Not just conceived,
that's also
but like
just not how foreshadowing
out.
works. You don't foreshadow like other than like cliffhanger epilogue scenes in movies, you don't usually foreshadow sequel franchises in the first half of the original.
Not just sequel. It's separated by 2, arguably 3 manga if you're gonna count Naruto Gaiden.
Yeah, like it's not usually how foreshadowing goes.
I loved it. Well, Dan, do you have anything to
I think
say
people
on this?
I
misconstrue
mean, I
all
feel
that
like
in
you can use
foreshadowing.
foreshadow.
So, do you think this
You think
is
what?
foreshadowing?
I was gonna say I think you can use foreshadow to foreshadow like certain stuff from a sequel franchise, like if the author like plans it that way. But in this case, I don't think Kishimoto planned it that way. But
Well, yeah, like if it's like an epilogue, if you have an after credit scene, you know, Marvel's Infinity War going into Marvel's Endgame, yeah, sure, you can. That's more of an announcement than foreshadowing, but yeah, you can do
Well,
that.
yeah, for example, Boruto chapter 700, the epilogue chapter. Yeah, you can call that foreshadowing of Boruto's character arc with Naruto.
I mean,
The foreshadowing,
I
Shikamaru
don't mean
becoming
like
Hokage.
it doesn't have to be the epilogue. It doesn't. It could be in the main series itself. Like you can use it to foreshadow stuff that will come later on if you have a big idea and plans for your story. But in this
Okay.
case with Kishimoto,
Yeah,
I don't
but
think he
that's
was
not
doing
your
that.
story. That's a different story. That's what a
I mean, it's all
sequel
part
is.
of
It's
the.
a different story. That's an
It's a sequel,
unresolved
but
plot
it's
point. Is what it is.
yeah, but it's still same power. Is the same. It's a sequel, but it's still same part of the same story. Like I mean, but in this case, I don't think it was that way though. Like, so I agree with you, but
Yeah.
I still think like foreshadow, like you can use foreshadowing in any way, like in this case, so yeah, this guy's wrong.
Okay.
I would say that it does fit the story of. It's still like I would say in a cohesive kind of way, like it still fits like the story though, because in the
Oh
end,
no, it fits. It's a
Shikamaru still
callback. It's
became
connecting.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
Boruto using something from Naruto and
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
intertwining it together.
Well, first of all, I
It's a
don't think
good
so.
thing.
I don't think Ikimoto thought back to this scene. I thought he just thought Shikamaru would just be a
What?
good Hokage.
What? Nah.
No, I agree because he was already the advisor. He just is the natural person anyway.
Yeah.
And he was the natural person, and this scene proves that he was the natural person. That's how it connects.
Okay. Well, this scene isn't proving it. It's just Asuma saying it. You'd look at other scenes to prove
Yeah,
it.
because Asuma knows that Shikamaru would make a good Okage, and he points it out.
That's not
And
proof.
Okay. This is what I would say. If Ikimoto was thinking back to this scene, I think in the chapters, especially chapter 6, when Shikamaru is like having all his internal monologues relating to the whole situation, he would have thought back to Asuma. This scene, they would have done a flashback panel or two of Asuma saying, "You're worthy of becoming Hokage, but you'd probably think it's a drag." And then Shikamaru would have sighed and said, "You were right, Sensei. Being Hokage really is a drag." That's what Ikimoto would have done if he thought back to this scene. I know that's what Kishimoto would have done.
Wait. From what I'm getting that you guys don't think Ikimoto knows much of what happened in Naruto, the original series itself.
Oh, absolutely. Even though he worked on it, and I'm well aware he did, he forgot a lot of things.
I don't think he did, because I feel like he does put callbacks to like the original Naruto, like, and I feel like that Shikamaru becoming Okage is a perfect example of that. Like, it's a perfect example of that.
He
Like,
could do 10 callbacks, but relative to the 100 things he forgot, we're gonna say the cons outweigh the pros.
Ikimoto can't even remember the very things he's writing in the exact same chapter he's writing at any given time.
damn, you guys really don't like
Ikimoto's probably already forgot half of what happens in chapter 23.
Nah, I don't think he does. Like, come on, man.
You haven't watched all his streams, that's for sure.
I mean, I kind of had an idea that you guys didn't like Ikimoto, but now I know for sure.
I've been saying it for a long time. So, before he was confirmed to be the writer, like a year before, I was joking.
Oh, Oh, okay.
Oh, ignore the anime. I'll say my top is the 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 part where Ishiki came to get Kawaki with the barrier mode.
So just so you know, that's only half of the Kawaki arcs. The whole Kawaki arc is the Jigen fight, Delta fight, all that. It's all one.
Not the old, not that. Nah. Okay, I'll say
So you only
omnipotence.
like the Ishiki part of the arc.
Yeah, the Ishiki part. Like
Okay, we'll let you separate it.
I'll say the omnipotence arc is my favorite. Is my number one.
That explains
and
things.
The code arc after that follows by it. And then you see, now I'm gonna use the anime because I like the way the anime did it, dividing it like the Ishiki awakening arc and then the Kawaki arc, because you know me, I don't like Kawaki that much. So
What do you
the
mean
Ishiki
the
awakening,
anime divided it compared to the
yeah,
manga?
it kind of did. Yeah, because they kind of divided the arc a little bit because they had that poster. If I'm trying to think back to that time, like they had this poster of with the name Ishiki Awake, or is it Ishiki Otsuki or Otsuki Awakening arc, like.
Okay,
And
so you're saying
it
that
was
they titled it differently, but they didn't do anything different.
no, they had the Kawaki arc, then they had that Awakening, Otsutsuki Awakening arc. Let me
What?
see.
They didn't
'Cause
do
I
anything
remember
different
the
from the
anime.
manga. It was back to
No, they
back.
did.
I mean, to be fair, the Naruto website does the same thing with the anime arcs too, so I'm not gonna say a whole lot. But
They're probably
because
doing it based on the
technically, there
DVD
is no
box
fated
sets.
battle between brothers arc. It's all the Itachi Pursuit arc. So
Yeah, I think they're probably,
Okay, you
if they
see,
are titling it something like that, then it's going to be for the box sets, the DVD
yeah,
box sets.
but wait, the anime did have an Ishiki Awakening arc in the Boruto Naruto Next Generation anime. Is like this one primarily focuses on the awakening of Ishiki, and like I guess is the last part of the Kawaki arc in the manga. So that's why I felt like
yeah.
I like the last part like more than the rest. Or Omnipotence, Code arc, the stuff with Ishiki, and we could say Kawaki's arc was my bottom of the list.
Okay, but those are your top three. So I'll give you this: you've chosen more Ikimoto than Kodachi stuff. But have you noticed a little something here? You've only
But
picked part 1 arcs.
oh, I thought we were talking about Naruto, Boruto, Naruto Next Generations.
I was asking. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I meant all of Boruto, just manga. So you
Oh,
can include two blue
all of them,
vortexes.
all of them. Okay. If we're gonna put all of them, okay, I would say most of my favorites have come from two Blue Vortex. Like
You
Blue
must
Vortex
get
one.
along so well with Jonathan Oliver.
Um, which what's the part with Emma's arc when she awakened when Karma came back? What's- Like that arc, yeah, that'll be like one of my top one.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we're just on the opposite end of the wavelength.
So I'm not even going to ask you like what you think is good about the arc as opposed to what isn't bad with the arc. Instead, I'll just ask you this. In Boruto 2 Blue Vortex, that first arc, what's the theme of the Shinju Awakening arc? What even is it? What did you learn?
It's
What does it tell you? What does it teach you? What
I
is the
What's the
think is
message?
like an
question that the arc
analogy.
asks?
I think is like an analogy of like AI awakening, like AI gaining intelligence, just like artificial, like just like how we're developing AI right now. Think about it. Imagine this AI that we're developing. Imagine if it gains full sentience and intelligence and begins to question its existence and it's like begins seeking knowledge and all that stuff. Like that's how I view the Sinju and Juro.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
how I
okay.
view them. I view
That's
them as
So
that's
I
an
have a few
interesting
things real
question.
quick.
So yeah.
One, that's actually a really cool interpretation. Two, there is one problem. AI stands for artificial intelligence. AI doesn't need it's not about them awake. They're born with intelligence. It's in the name. It already has intelligence.
I mean, and I think I just think like Juro is just like an analogy for it though. Like
Yeah, I think that's
he
fine.
was as a Tentos, he was a living being. I mean, I still think he had intelligence, but I don't think he had much of a high level intelligence.
Yeah, I don't
just
think
think
there's any
like
problem with that since
um
you awaken AI to train it so it's taught it so it can do something. But either so it'd be like the first generation or the 0th generation of AI. Either way, so okay. So that's the question. I think that is pretty cool, like I was saying. So what does the first arc of Boruto say about the awakening of AI? Since it's asking that question, what conclusion does it resolve with? What answers does it give
um
you?
I would say the first act of Boruto, it was like like Boruto's return act. Like that's the beginning of to Blue Vortex. Boruto is coming back. He's coming back with like kind of a warning sign about the end time that is approaching, trying to warn Cold to like kind of give up his pursuit of like power and stuff like that. Give up the weapon he has at his disposal because he has no idea of how dangerous the weapons at his disposal are, and Cold being ignorant as hell and insisting on continuing on the path that he's on.
Well, that is a recap of the first 2 chapters, but my question was, what answers does the first arc of Boruto give you about the question in regards to the waking up of AI?
I mean, it's leading to it. Like it's leading to it. It is as events that's leading to the awakening. Because during that time, it hasn't happened yet. So we don't know that what's gonna happen. All we know is the what Boruto is saying about like the worst future that's to come.
Well, real quick, just
So
to
the
make a clear distinction here, right now you're talking about the prologue. That's not really the Himawari Karama arc that you were saying was your favorite. That's not in the same arc. Like the first 4
yeah, but
chapters are just a prologue.
yeah, that's what Oodie is asking me. Is asking me what I think about the first act that leads to the
Well, no,
Sinju
he was
awakening.
asking about the arc that you liked, which would be the Himawari Karama arc.
Yeah, okay. What I like about that one is like it adds callbacks to like Naruto itself.
So
No, no,
okay,
no,
so
no,
you like
no.
Naruto.
I love Naruto.
Okay.
His
We agree.
okay. His question though was about the theme in the arc where Jura and Hidari
Okay,
invade and Himawari gets Kurama and all that.
okay. Now that one
That's
has
his
nothing to
question.
do with thing. Okay, that one has nothing to do with like AI awakening or anything of that sort. It's just it's I guess it's like it's moving on to a different um I would say a different theme, and I would say in this one is like a callback to the original Naruto. It's like is reminding us of like the things we already know about Naruto. Like Beijus don't die; they come back. Um, and, Jorah's telling the Sinjus that to look inside themselves and try and find out like what their instincts and the desires are. Like he's telling them to me, I feel like he's telling them to question their identities and like what they like want for themselves. He's because he says like we are one biological unit, but we both have like our own separate consciousness. So he's telling them to like then to dig deep, find out exactly what it is you want, and then go after it. And that's exactly what he did. He's reading through the books. He has questions. He he's seeking knowledge. He has questions, and then he says, "Okay, the only way I can gain my knowledge to gain the answers to my question is to go to Naruto." So he goes after Naruto, but then he ends up finding Ima instead of Naruto, and he comes across a new mystery in life, and he seeks the answer to that, and he thinks by devouring Ima he's gonna get his answer.
Okay. So some of that was recap, but it was recap to explain your point. But a lot of the first half, anyways, was mostly about just saying information that it's giving the viewer in terms of the mechanics of how this all functions in universe, such as the tailed beast returning, the rules at play in terms of the world building to establish that consistency. You did mention identity in the second half, and I'll say you mostly just mentioned it rather than elaborating on it, since the rest of it was recap. But sticking with identity, was there anything you wanted to?
They're all seeking.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, I feel like the Sinjus are all seeking their identities. They're on the part of like seeking out their identity. That's the point of all the Sinjus, to find out who they are. Idari wants to find out who he is. That's the whole point of him. He wants to know exactly what they are. He wants to know what, like, why does he like have this pull towards Sarada.
Okay, I'm so glad you're saying that. So I'll actually just give you that. We'll just say the theme of that arc is who are you? And we're going to play that to every single character in that arc. With that being said, can you tell us, any single character, what conclusion do they give you to the theme?
I mean, we could go back to Mitsuki.
Well, let's start with Sarada Mitsuki first of all.
With Sarada?
Yeah.
I mean, Sarada's not really involved in that one because she's not yet questioning herself the way she did later on.
So Sarada is directly involved. Hidari, verbatim, word for word, asks Sarada, "Who are you?" The question of the arc.
He asked her who you are because that's him searching for who he is, because him asking her who are you is part of him trying to find out what exactly he is. So I mean, that's why he asked her that. But Sarada didn't get the chance to answer him because she's like,
well, no, she had a chance to answer. She just chose not to.
No, are you gonna see it like a clone version of your father, and he's coming up on you? And
Sarada didn't even recognize him.
I mean, you could say you don't think she. I mean, you could say that, but I still feel like she was still shocked in the moment.
No, she made it clear, visually, audio-wise, all of the information she has led her to conclude this is someone she's never met before, a complete and total stranger, and is not Sasuke.
She literally didn't put the pieces together. Konohamaru did it for her. And she was surprised when Konohamaru asked, "What's your connection to Sasuke Uchiha?" Sarada was surprised that he asked that.
The silence speaks volumes.
I think she was surprised to see Idari. Come on, because I think like Idari's appearance was unexpected. Like, I think
that's fine, but that doesn't change the fact that she just didn't know it was Sasuke.
The appearance wasn't unexpected. She was told about him and then spent 3 chapters running over to him.
She might not know it was Sasuke, but I feel like she did have some kind of uncanny feelings that towards Idari himself, like, because she was asking him who exactly is he, like, because I think she also questioned who Idari is, and that's why Idari is like, that's what I want to know, and I think I can find out by devouring you.
Yeah, that's fine, but then you can't say that she was feeling some type of way fighting her dad, but she blatantly didn't realize that it had to do with Sasuke.
I think she did because I feel like because she also points out like, oh, he's using my papa's technique. Like when she saw him using Chidori.
And then her question is, who are you? And not, what's your connection to Sasuke?
You could say that who are you is basically her trying to find out what kind of connection it is with her father, Sasuke.
Then why was she surprised when Konohamaru asked that question verbatim?
Because she is saying exactly what she's feeling. We all know Sauda isn't like the kind of person who knows exactly what her emotions is. Like someone has to point out exactly what it is she's feeling. Sumire did it for her. Yodo did it for her. And like now she's like she later on she's like, you know what, I have to look into myself. I have to like confront my true feelings and stuff like that. So like we all know Sauda's not the kind of person like is always like upfront or like familiar with how she's feeling.
So she's stupid?
Though I'm not.
She didn't have that problem in Naruto Gaiden or Part 1.
That's what you just said. She isn't is exactly how I would describe her in Gaiden in Part 1.
No, she
up
able
front.
to guide him. Now to add to point out exactly how she truly felt about Sakura.
Bro.
It's consistent because we have people pointing out exactly how Sauda's feeling. Like Sauda needs people to point out exactly what our feelings are in order for her to know what it is.
Okay. You know what? I'm fine with you saying that. I'm actually fine with you saying that. But the Hidari situation isn't a feeling. It's just an observable, factual, knowledge-based thing. So she knows Sasuke's chakra entered the village. Boruto mentioned things about Sasuke becoming a tree. This guy has Chidori. He looks like Sasuke to the readers, at least. Why doesn't she think Sasuke? Why would she be surprised for Konohamaru to ask? Again, it's not about the feelings, it's about the knowledge. She's just genuinely surprised that this guy has anything to do with Sasuke.
I mean, I felt like she was like I think she was feeling all lots of emotions right there and there. She was feeling confusion. She was probably like curious. She was shocked, and then the conflict could come in with Idari attacking her right there on the
Definitely
spot.
didn't present it.
Like you have to remember, as soon as she saw Idari and Idari saw her, it went straight into like fight into them fighting and all that. So she didn't really have time to like question all the emotions that she was going through all at the same time. You have to remember that she hasn't seen Sasuke in a long while now, and then all of a sudden this dude comes in attacking the village. She knows that her father's not gonna attack the village, and then she sees this Zaya person that looks kind of like her father, but she at the same time she knows it's not her father because Boruto's already told her that Sasuke is sealed in a tree or something like that. And then they start getting into fights. She's seeing him use Sasuke's technique and all that stuff, and then
and she proceeds
like,
to say that doesn't look like Sasuke.
You said that?
She didn't say that, but you get the idea.
Well, also, you can't say she didn't have time to ask herself these questions when she had time to literally ask Hidari questions. She literally just does do that.
She asked him a question, and the next thing you know, they started fighting. They Hidari answer her.
No, Hidari started answering her questions, not really giving an answer, but he started saying words in response to her questions.
And then the next thing he did was he starts trying to devour her too. So like this, like,
and then he asked her. Okay, this is the point I want to get at. He asked her a question, right? So Sarada just didn't answer. Oh, she's wrapped up in wood, whatever. Okay. As soon as Boruto freed her, she then proceeded to not only not answer Hidari's question, but she didn't even think about it in her own mind. She just didn't, even in the chapter 21, when she's thinking about her identity and giving her speech to Ryu, she didn't think back to when Hidari asked her the question. She just might as well have covered her ears. She didn't listen.
And if you're gonna complain that there was no time because they're fighting, well, oh man, Pain was trying to capture the Nine Tails. There's no time. They're fighting. However, is Naruto going to be asked a question by Pain and have time to respond in the middle of a fight? Well, guess what? Because Kishimoto wrote it that way. Okay, Naruto can be pinned down for infinite amount of time for Pain to give his 6-minute cycle of hatred speech. Hidari can take a couple minutes devouring Sarada.
Matsuri did it.
Yeah.
She literally argued with Konohamaru while devouring him.
For like 30 chapters.
Yeah, I'm going through the chapters right now to see this. Like,
yeah. Well, while you're there, let's just flash forward to the end of the arc. Who is Sarada? What does this arc tell you? The answer is to that question.
See, the arc wasn't really focusing on Sarada that well. This arc wasn't about.
So was the
Sarada.
arc only focusing on Mitsuki in that one chapter, 2 chapters that he's there?
No, Mitsuki had some small parts in it because Mitsuki is one of those. Mitsuki, you could say Mitsuki is kind of like the Senju also in a way. But
Mitsuki's the only character in the arc I think gets an answer to who he is, and we the audience already knew that answer, but I'll just ignore that.
I mean, I felt like Omnipotence messed everything. Every development that Mitsuki had already, I felt like Omnipotence messed with.
That's fine.
All of it,
that's fine.
so.
But the point is, who else got an answer to who they are?
Here, you know what? Here, let's go to the next natural conclusion. Hey, Dan, who's the main character?
Boruto.
Okay. So is Boruto the main character of the first?
The thing about Boruto's character is Boruto is like a finished. He's a well-developed character already. He already knows who he is, so he doesn't need to question himself.
Okay. Sure. So then, who's the protagonist of the first arc?
Boruto.
What's Boruto's goal in the first arc?
To stop Code, to stop the Senju, but he didn't get to do it.
The Hidari invasion arc, so ignore Code. So it starts chapter 5 for the arc.
Oh, so are you asking me for who's the protagonist of the second arc?
Of the first arc.
So from chapters 5 to 13, who is the protagonist and what is their goal?
From chapter 5 to 13, I'll say it's always gonna be Boruto.
Okay, so what's the goal?
Okay, yeah,
his goal is to save Sasuke.
Okay, and who or what is the obstacle or conflict preventing Boruto from accomplishing that goal?
Senju.
Okay, and he has to struggle against the
Shinju. Themselves.
Okay, and you would say that the Shinju are the antagonist? Is there a specific Shinju in mind?
Jura.
Jura is Boruto's antagonist in this arc.
Yeah, Jura is the one that's in the way of Boruto's goal. He wants to save Sasuke. He wants to save his father and mother. He wants to save Naruto and Hinata, but he can't save Naruto and Hinata as long as Jura exists. So Jura is the antagonist. He's the force pushing against Boruto from accomplishing his goals right now.
Okay, so let's pause right there.
I have a little bit of a...
if you got something, go ahead.
I think Oodie might have a different question, but I do want to add... It doesn't matter which you want to answer first, but if Boruto's the protagonist and Jura is the antagonist, what do either of these characters do to facilitate the apparent theme of who are you?
Jura does.
What does he do?
How?
Jura and the other Senjus, they're like, session.
Well, no, not the other Shinju, because you said Jura's the antagonist. So we have to look at Jura specifically.
I would say the Senju. You gotta remember, the Senju as a whole is all part of the same collective. That one like entity divided into 5 or 4.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there, but for example, in any Naruto Shippuden arc, you're not going to say the Akatsuki's the antagonist. You're going to specify the Akatsuki that are, of importance in that arc. Similarly, the Sasuke retrieval arc, the Sound 4 are main players, but they're not the antagonist. It would be Sasuke himself. The Sound 4 just are
I wouldn't say
important
Sasuke was
obstacles.
the antagonist.
You could call them antagonists, but they're not the antagonist. They're not the main primary one.
I didn't consider Sasuke to be the antagonist of the Sasuke retrieval arc. I consider
He
Orochimaru
technically
to be,
is, though.
I mean, not really. Orochimaru. I consider
Orochimaru's the villain. So
it's semantics.
We're gonna
we
have to
can
just
move on
explain
from
the
that.
terms.
Well,
Okay,
before we
sure.
explain the terms, I want him to keep working with his terms instead of less influencing it. So, okay, going to my question. So, considering what you said about the first arc, the Shinju invasion arc of Boruto 2 Blue Vortex, let me ask you a similar set of questions. So, who is in the Akatsuki suppression arc? So, that's the Hidan and Kakuzu arc. Who is the main character?
I'll say Naruto.
Okay. Who is the protagonist of that arc?
You could say Shikamaru and Naruto.
Okay, I'm gonna say Shikamaru. Just to be different there. That's fine.
I mean,
so okay, keeping that in mind, who is the antagonist of that arc?
I'll say it was the Idan and Kakuzu from the Akatsuki group.
Okay, so I would say the antagonist. Okay, before I say who, okay, because again, there's antagonists, and then there's the primary antagonist. Who is the primary antagonist of this arc?
Okay, for that specific arc, I would say it was Kakuzu and Idan.
Okay, between Kakuzu and Hidan, who is the primary antagonist?
Idan for Shikamaru.
Okay, I agree.
Who is the protagonist, and then Kakuzu for Naruto.
Okay, well, Kakuzu was not an antagonist for Naruto. He's a villain, but that's okay. That's semantics. We can move past that. So Naruto's the main character. He's not the protagonist. And the protagonist, Shikamaru, confronts and overcomes the primary antagonist of the arc, Hidan. So...
Wait, can I ask a question?
Yes.
What makes Kakuzu not part of the primary antagonist? Because
he's just a villain. Then. He doesn't really have anything to do with Shikamaru's story, and he's the protagonist.
You don't think so? You don't. I mean,
Well, let me just do a similar example.
Kakuzu doesn't kill. To make it simple, Kakuzu doesn't kill Asuma. Shikamaru doesn't feel the need to get revenge on Kakuzu. It's Hidan.
Yeah, just as a similar example, are you going to say Boro or Delta are the primary antagonist or whatever of the Kawaki arc? No. It's a similar idea.
No,
They're just villains to overcome. Just obstacles in the way.
Yeah, you're right. The obstacles in the way.
Stepping stones, even. So keeping that in mind, so honestly, I thought you were going to say that Naruto was a protagonist and that Hidan was the antagonist, and then I was going to point out how they had never confronted one another. Literally, Naruto never met Hidan. Yeah. It's a similar situation with Boruto and Jiraiya.
I mean, is Boruto and Jiraiya have met, though.
Okay.
But Boruto doesn't need to... technically speaking, Boruto... we talked about this earlier this stream. Boruto doesn't need to overcome Jiraiya to save Sasuke. He just needed to just use Flying Raijin 3 seconds earlier.
But Sasuke is not the only one that is part of Boruto's goal. Boruto's goal is just more than Sasuke. Boruto's goal includes the Uzumaki clan too. He says it himself. He wants to.
Okay, but that's not his goal in this particular arc. You said yourself his goal in this arc was to save Sasuke. So all he needs to overcome was Hidari.
No. In that arc, it's not just Sasuke. It's not just Sasuke. In that arc, he's right now in that arc. I would say his goal right there was maybe just to inform, pass on intel to Konoha.
That's all his goal was, just to inform Konoha of things.
Yeah, to pass on, because he didn't know the Shinjus were gonna attack, and Hidari was gonna be right there in front of him for him to fight.
I think he did know that because
there.
when Koji said it, Boruto wasn't surprised. It sounds like he knew that was coming.
I don't think Boruto knew that they were gonna attack. Like, I don't think Boruto knew. But we have to remember, like, Koji wasn't telling Boruto everything.
Yes,
like,
I agree. It's possible, but the way it's presented seems like Boruto was aware of like the plan with all that.
So, writing wise, the protagonist's goal should have something to do with the theme, and particularly delivering the answer of the theme. What is the relevance of Boruto giving information to Konoha about the Shinju, and Boruto answering, "This is who I am, Boruto Uzumaki"?
Boruto as a character is not. He's not the type. The identity of that arc has nothing to do. The theme of that arc has nothing to do with Boruto, because Boruto, like Ikimoto said, Boruto is kind of like a finished character already. Boruto knows who he is, who he is. It's like he's already gone through like developments already that has established his identity. So in a way, Boruto is kind of like the perfect way for the antagonist to try to find out, like, ask themselves questions of who they are, because Boruto already knows who he is. He's like a foil to them also. Just like how I feel like Jiro is also a foil to Boruto. So, like,
just to clarify, just to make clarification, are you saying that Boruto doesn't need to get any character development throughout all Two Blue Vortex?
He can still get character because, like, even the way he answered Juro made me think that, yeah, Boruto still needs some character development. But he's already developed, but he can still go through, because characters develop and grow, so there's no like end or limit. Like, look at Naruto.
No, I agree. That's why I wanted to clarify, because it's something you said. I just want to make sure that wasn't what you were saying.
So yeah, but in this situation right now, that's Boruto doesn't need to ask himself this internal question of who am I and all that stuff. Like, he already knows who he is. He already knows what his goal is. And now we have this antagonist who are seeking their identities. They're asking them. They're trying to find out who they are and all that stuff. And we have this person that he knows who he is, and he knows who he is. He knows his identity. He knows what he wants, and he's trying to stop these people that are trying to seek answers to that questions to who they are, and he's trying to like stop them. Boruto is trying to stop them from getting that answer.
Yeah, and there's words for what you're describing. Static characters remain the same throughout a story, whereas dynamic characters undergo significant change.
I wouldn't say Boruto's a static character.
I agree.
In Naruto Next Generation, he went. Everyone always say, "Oh, Karaki is the best developed character in the series." Nah, I think Boruto was way more developed than Kawaki. So, like, I think Boruto was like well developed in the Naruto Next Generation, which then leads into Two Blue Vortex with all those development he went through. Because if we're gonna compare character development, because Kawaki and Boruto, I felt like Kawaki had a regressive development, while Boruto had a progressive development.
Well, if we're talking about development, I would agree with part one. He's definitely a round character. He's complex. He has a lot of motivations. He has a lot of flaws. And Two Blue Vortex, no, he's more of a flat character. He's not fully developed. He serves a specific purpose. Those are the two things.
That's why I feel like he's gonna go through character development. Like, he's gonna go through some more character development. But right now, though
he's a completed and perfect character.
I didn't say he was a completed
Ikimoto
and
did.
Perfect character. I mean, I felt like he meant that for just Naruto Next Generation.
Well, regardless, my question was going to be, so in what ways does Boruto support the
See,
"Who
okay,
are
look,
you"
I'm just
theme
saying
of
this.
that arc? What is his
Hmm?
relation to that theme?
With who?
The theme of "Who are you," Boruto. How is he related? What does he do in relation to that theme? And the arc where Joran Hidari
Mm,
made.
he's like an obstacle to them seeking out the answer.
So that makes it
It-
sound like Boruto's the antagonist.
Well, in a way, because in that arc, the way I was reading the arc, I felt like the Senjus, these newborn beings, they were kind of like the arc was kind of like about them. So like I felt like they were kind of like the protagonist of that
Okay,
arc
so
itself.
they're the
And
protagonist now.
of that one,
This
I
sounds
mean,
like
you could
Mello
say
Sasuke is the protagonist of the Sasuke Retrieval arc kind of thing. And I mean, I get
I mean,
the
Well,
you
we've
could say
had the
Sasuke
similar
was the
behind it.
argument,
protagonist of
which is
that
funny.
arc.
Especially with the new context of the current arc being like, oh, they're innocent cubs, they're actually good guys practically. It's kind of funny with that context to go back to the were the Shinju the protagonist argument, since we were
Oh.
genuinely bafflingly entertaining that conversation when that arc was premiering.
Well, I mean, yeah.
So
Well,
I can't
but
even
again,
fault
though, like-
Dan for coming to that conclusion, since we also were talking about it. It's just funny.
yeah, but we were also saying that in the like this can't be true way, but because again, it would be like the same as saying, oh, Pain's the protagonist of the Pain arc. Why? Well, Pain wants to capture Naruto, and Naruto's standing in the way.
Diametrically opposed to that.
Exactly. So you have to use like that's where it's like you can realistically spin any arc to be that way. Oh, well, Zabuza just wants to kill Tazuna and Naruto's standing in his way. You could spin every single arc to be that way. And that's where you have to use the common sense. Like, okay, well, that's probably not what the story's trying to do. It's clearly Naruto be the protagonist of these
Okay.
arcs. So similarly, you would say, okay, Boruto should be the protagonist of this arc and not the Shinji, right? But in all cases, so let's just use Naruto Land of Waves right there. Naruto has his answer about what is a shinobi and whether or not shinobi are tools. Zabuza and Haku have their answer. Even Gato's got an answer. The point is, though, both the protagonist and antagonist have an answer that they are trying to fight for in terms of the theme. Like, they don't have to literally be debating
No.
like Naruto and
I don't think
Zabuza, but they
Naruto
have to
knew what
have
a
an
shinobi
answer in
was.
relation to the theme. The
Naruto
Shinju,
didn't have an answer right there in the wave arc.
his answer is no, shinobi aren't tools.
No, but you see,
Doesn't get more clear than that.
No, in the beginning, he had no clear idea of like what kind of danger he's gonna be. But through his interactions with Zabuza and Aku that he begins to like to even get the idea of what kind of ninja am I gonna be.
Yeah,
like, when he's confronted with the standard image of what a ninja is, he rejected it. He refused to be like that. And
well,
then
let's
okay,
also not forget, yes, he
up.
developed his ninja way at the end of the arc, but he developed his Oath of Pain at the beginning of the arc.
Mm-hmm. That one has
but
to
also,
do with
Naruto doesn't need to have an answer to the question at the beginning of the arc. He just needs to have an answer by the end of the arc.
Well, I do think he developed his answer throughout the arc, in particular, that beginning of
I agree.
Arc Stepping Stone was a huge contributor towards him coming on the path to figuring out this answer. But it's more of a question that he didn't even realize yet. I think he already had the answer in mind, and that's why he was able to more so maintain his answer, because Haku was more so similar to Obito, who was essentially trying to break Naruto to get him to change his answer that he already had. And Naruto, through maintaining his answer, is what overcame Haku, in a way.
Yeah, but regardless, though, just to make clear, Naruto doesn't need to have... He can literally go from 0 to 100. He just doesn't need to have an answer until the end of the arc, but he just needs to have it by the end of the arc, what his answer is. Example, the Pain arc. Naruto does not have an answer related to peace whatsoever until he's talking to Nagato near the final act of the arc. Like, he literally did. When Nagato asked him the question at the midpoint, he didn't have an answer. So you don't need to have an answer until the end necessarily.
And
But you just need to present an answer. It doesn't need to be a literal Naruto in the story directly saying, "This is my answer to the theme." They just need to do things that give you their answer.
I do want to say it's definitively obvious that he definitely has an answer by the time that he confronts Zabuza near the end of the arc. I mean, I would say he obviously has the answer when he's fighting Haku, but either way. So what you're referencing at the end of the arc when Naruto's like, "Welp, I've decided," that's what he wants to do about it now that he has this answer. He wants to change the world to reflect his mindset rather than figuring out that no, shinobi are humans. He's not figuring that out at Zabuza and Haku's graves. He already knows that. It's about, now that he knows that, what is he going to do about that?
I've come to a realization that me and you guys, we just view Naruto and Boruto in different ways.
Well, Naruto in particular, I'm curious on, because what did we say about Naruto just now that you would disagree with?
To me, I don't think Naruto even had a concept of what a ninja is supposed to be at the beginning of that arc yet.
That's fine.
When you said he was like...
We said he has the answer of whether shinobi are humans or tools by the time he's talking to Zabuza and Zabuza's crying. Oodie said he thinks he had the idea in the back of his mind, but that's kind of a separate thing. The main point is, by the time he talked to Jutsu Zabuza, he knows that shinobi are humans.
Yeah, it goes back to the static versus dynamic thing. Naruto didn't change in order to come to his answer. Naruto had to come to the realization that he had the answer all along.
To me, Naruto just had to Naruto, we just humans. So ninjas are humans because Naruto views ninjas as humans, not as tools. The way Zabuza views ninjas as tools. So when he's confronted with this idea of like the ninja way, like we are all tools and all that stuff, it went against the very notion of what his view of what ninjas are supposed to be. So he's like, he refused to accept Zabuza's point of view, and then Aku's influence over him of protecting those that are close to you also played a part in him now deciding what his ninja way was gonna be, because at the beginning of the arc he didn't have a ninja way.
That's fine, but our point is itself, but the theme of the arc has to do with whether shinobi are humans or tools, and you agree Naruto had that answer. You seemingly think he always had the answer based on the way you set that, but that's besides the point.
Yeah,
the theme of the arc isn't what is Naruto's shinobi way. He gets that at the end of the arc, or at least starts developing it, but the theme of the arc is about whether shinobi are humans or tools. That is the primary
Basically,
theme.
everything you described, we don't have a different interpretation.
You're just saying it like you disagree, but you literally just said what we said.
Yeah, you're just rewording it into your own words.
Because I felt like Oodie was saying something about like Boruto, like Aku was trying to like question like Naruto's way of like his view of what ninja is supposed to be like.
He definitely didn't say that Boruto was questioning Naruto's view of what a ninja should be.
He misspoke. No. Yeah, you know what he meant. I was saying that you could view Haku as similar to Obito, to where Haku was trying to break Naruto and get him to not stick true to his answer.
I don't think Aku was doing that.
Okay, I'm fine.
That's fine. That was really just a separate point he was saying anyway.
I'm not gonna die on that hill.
Okay.
You don't want to
so let's go back to this Sakura and Hidari stuff, because I just went through that chapter and
Sakura and Hidari, not Sakura and Hidari, but yeah. so real quick. I'll even help you out here. So if a character, static versus dynamic, if there isn't internal growth, that's okay. Look at Goku in Dragon Ball. He does the same thing. The point is that he's facilitating the growth in the world around him, the characters surrounding him. Boruto, does he have any external growth? Is he helping others come to that answer? Or is he asking others,
Yes.
act as a like guiding figure, a mentor? Is he guiding others towards an answer?
He guided Mitsuki,
Okay.
and Jiro came to him and asked him, "Was love?"
That's a different arc.
And I mean, it's all part. It's all they all lead to the same thing. Like Jiro's, like just like them having questions about who they are. Jiro also has questions about what is love, and he goes to Boruto to kind of find, like, Boruto is the one, like, he goes to like try to find the answer to that question. And the fact that Boruto wasn't,
that's fine, but just to clarify though, unless you think this is all the same arc, you wouldn't use that to answer this question, because blatantly this is a different arc and it has different primary themes. That doesn't mean the theme of who am I can't be developed in multiple arcs. But the theme of this arc, clearly its primary thing has to do with love, the dark side of love, probably the good side of love, because of Sarada's character. It's going to be about the pros and cons of love, basically. That's not the theme of the last arc, obviously.
What Boruto is.
But
I would say, like, love is a huge part of the Boruto series itself. It's like a big part of it. So, like,
yeah, it's not the focus, even if it's there. For example, in the Land of Waves arc, I'm sure you can find the word destiny being used somewhere, but Neji isn't there constantly spouting about it. It's not the point.
I mean, like Zabuza was saying, is the destiny of ninjas to be used as a tool.
Well, there you go. Okay, but that's not the theme of the arc.
I mean,
and also, you literally said yourself, if you had to pick a theme of the Jura Hidari invasion arc, it was who am I? You didn't say love. That tells me it's not the primary theme.
I would say, like, the theme lead is still being questioned because they haven't gained an answer yet. It's all connecting to the next one.
That's the point that we're getting at. We haven't gotten an answer to the theme of the first arc.
They haven't got. That's because they haven't got. Sarada got.
Yeah, Sarada got her answer to who am I in a different arc from the arc that's asking the question.
From a different character.
Yeah, but
Yoda.
I mean,
so here, let me.
Yoda. I think she's.
Let me just do a thought process for you, and then I'll ask you a question. So I'm going to do a little bit of work here. So going back to what we were describing about the Akatsuki suppression arc, the Hidan Kakuzu arc, I believe that Shikamaru is the protagonist and Hidan is the antagonist. You have Naruto's the main character, and Kakuzu is the villain. Going with that, with the Shinju Awakening arc, that first arc of Boruto, not the prologue, but chapters 5 to 13, in my opinion, Jura's the villain, and I think definitively Hidari should be the antagonist. Going with that, who's the protagonist? You can go with, in my opinion, two different answers. You can look at either Sarada, who is being asked the question directly, in which case it would go through her, or you could say Boruto's the protagonist, in which case that would be static versus dynamic. He's having external growth, facilitating that through Sarada, but does he do that?
I need to change my mind about that. I don't think, like, Boruto, that arc itself, I don't think Boruto is kind of like main protagonist. You could say he's the main character, but I would say the protagonist of that arc would be Ima.
Himawari? Okay, let's go with that. So who is Himawari based on the arc?
And that's what she found out. She found out she's the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails.
That's all Himawari is?
That's her identity?
I mean, that's the new identity she discovered about herself that she didn't know that she had.
Okay.
But thanks to, like,
can you pull up the page where she says, that's who I am? The Nine Tails Jinchuriki.
I mean, she doesn't need to say it. Just our accepting Kurama itself establishes that.
She didn't have to fight to accept him. He just told her and she went with it.
And then because she accepted it, and because she
Yeah, I know, but
accepted
like
it, and she was
hypothetically,
able to use the power.
yeah, but like hypothetically, someone tells Naruto he has blonde hair and he just accepts it. You're not gonna say that's like the theme of the arc.
Yeah, what were you
Like,
expecting Himawari to say?
have to
No,
be-
I'm
It
not.
doesn't have to be that complex. It doesn't have to be that complex. It can be just like as simple as that, or as that. Like
yeah,
Imamari.
but that's not a character arc.
Also, the question was never asked to her, and she never answered it. So if that's the case, can we even say that's the theme of the arc anymore? Going
Jura
with the fact
came
that
to her,
Himawari
he
is the
was-
protagonist, that means it can't be Hidari, but Jura is the antagonist. So, okay, keeping that in mind,
See,
same questions. What is
Imara-
Himawari's goal of this arc?
to protect the village.
Okay, and then
our
Jura would be
friends.
diametrically opposed to that. So is Jura's goal to destroy
Well,
the
he's
village?
not. No. He wouldn't be because Jura's goal is only to capture Himawari and
Exactly.
specifically not damage anything else.
Exactly.
But she doesn't know that though. She only finds out after he states that, and that's why she's
Well,
like,
that's
okay, you know what,
fine.
he's
But
after
Jura
me.
can't be
So she-
diametrically opposed to Himawari's goal if he just isn't diametrically opposed to
But
Himawari's
that's okay
goal.
because you could just say that isn't Himawari's goal, because if Jura's goal would be to devour Himawari, then you would say, and I'm doing the work for Dan here, but then Himawari's goal, diametrically opposed to that, don't get devoured.
Yeah.
Well, Emma's goal is to protect our friends, to protect the village, and Jura's goal is to devour Emma.
Okay,
And
you know, I'm
Emma
fine
knows
with you
that
saying
our
that. If you're gonna say like a Hokage, she's viewing the village as everyone in it, including herself, similar to a Hokage.
Yeah, and she leaves her friends alone because she knows her staying with them is gonna put them in danger.
Okay,
But she leaves
so
them
that's
to
her
protect
pursuing
them,
her goal.
and wishes to protect them.
Okay, so
It's a simple goal, but it's still a goal.
keeping this in mind, ignoring the previous conversation, what do we think the theme of this arc is, with Himawari as the protagonist and Jura as the antagonist, with the goal of protecting the village?
The theme of the arc is still the same. It's still trying to find out who you are, what your identity is. Emma and Jura, that just ways of of the series trying to show us like the theme of the series. We have also Idari also seeking that answer to, and we have Sarada being confronted with this strange person that kind of looks like her father but is not her father at the same time, and she's wondering who exactly is he, but like Idari doesn't know who he is, and he wants to find out by devouring Sarada.
Okay, so we
They
agree
all
on
play a
Boruto.
part in it.
Do you think that Himawari is a static or a dynamic protagonist?
We don't know yet because we don't know how far our development is gonna come. Like,
Well,
the
just
series
in
is
this
still
arc, was
ongoing.
she static or dynamic then?
Pure static.
Okay, so she remains the same instead of changing. Okay.
Yeah.
So what was her identity at the beginning of the arc?
She was just a Uzumaki, a shinobi of the Eden village.
So at the beginning of the arc, she
the
wasn't the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?
She didn't know she was. She had no idea. She had no idea about that other part of herself.
Okay.
Until the enemy brought it to her attention.
So I'm
and then
fine
she
with that.
discovered it.
So going with that, I'm gonna say the same thing I said earlier. The goal of the arc, through the protagonist trying to accomplish that goal, should say something or get to the answer of the theme. So how does Himawari, struggling to achieve her goal, that being to protect the village, aka herself and her friends, how does her doing that on her journey get to her answer of figuring out who she is?
Because I desire to protect our friends led her to discover a different
That
part of
is not
herself that she
true.
had no
That
idea.
is not
What?
true, and that is
She
my
had no
problem.
idea that the Nine Tails. No, she had no idea that the
Himawari's
Nine Tails was
desire is not why Kurama revealed herself to her.
Kurama only revealed himself because Jura snuffed him out.
Yeah, Juro, the antagonist, came there seeking the answers to his own questions, and then confronted Imamari, telling her that, "Oh, I sense the Nine Tails in you." Imamari, like, this being is coming to destroy is attacking my village, is attacking my friends. I want to protect them, and and then the Nine Tails. She
No, but
discovers the
again,
Nine Tails.
but Himawari wouldn't need to pursue her goal to discover the Ninetales. In fact, she wasn't
goal isn't
pursuing
to
her
discover
goal
the
when she
Ninetales.
discovered the Ninetales.
Without
was
the
pursuing her
antagonist, there
goals when
is no goal. There's not an obstacle in the way, and she's not going that way.
Emirari's goal is a simple goal: to protect. In that arc, as soon as Joe arrived, our goal was to fight alongside our friends and protect our village and our friends.
But
She
that didn't
couldn't
lead
do
to
that.
Kurama. Kurama was already
led
led
to
to
Kurama.
before she started her goal.
No, it led to Kurama. Like, Joe's arrival, him asking her who exactly she is, who she is, our desire to protect our friends, and Jorah pointed out the Ninetales within Emma, and then the Ninetales brought Emma's consciousness to itself, revealing itself to her, and then Emma was not able to access that power to accomplish our goal to protect our friends. She used the power to save Inojin, and then she used the power to give them the chance to run away, and then hold Jorah back. Like, it's all
But the
connected.
point is that, like you said yourself, Jura mentioned it. So Himawari pursuing protecting the village didn't lead to Kurama. It was solely 100% entirely just, it's not even Jura attacking the village, it's just Jura talking.
I mean, it all leads, they're all connected. Jura came, confronts Ymar, points out the Ninetales. He's sensing the Ninetales with retainer, then starts attacking and other stuff. Wants to devour her. The Ninetales reveals itself to Ymar. She discovers the power that is also a part of our identity. Like, she doesn't.
So
like,
to give you a different
like,
example, Kabuto was actively searching for the answer of who is he. Then Itachi came along, confronted him, opposed him on that goal, and Itachi helped Kabuto find out the answer through Izanami. Kabuto was already looking for the answer. He had the wrong answer. Itachi helped him find the right answer. In this case, though, Himawari wasn't looking for that answer. Jura just told her the answer separate from the fight, and she got her answer.
No, like, Jura, she didn't need to be searching for it because it was unknown to her at that point.
She didn't even question her identity before that point.
I didn't. She didn't have to question it. She discovered a new part of herself. She discovered a new identity.
That's not a new identity. It's a new power. Himawari is the same identity.
It's a new power. She didn't always have that power. It's just
okay, did Naruto get a new identity after getting 6-pack Sage Mode? Did Naruto get a new identity after getting Toad Sage Mode?
You don't always have to get a new identity when you gain power.
I agree. So like, why does this example give her a new identity? Is anyone calling her the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki?
They don't need to call her that yet. We know she
does. She think of herself that way?
We don't know yet, but we know she claims.
Okay, no. Stop right there. Saying we don't know yet is going against what you were saying. You were saying she doesn't have to say it in this arc because she accepts it. So, based on the story, you were saying earlier, we do know it.
No, forget what I said about we don't know yet. Like, we do know she's a Jinchuriki. we do know she's a Jinchuriki, and she knows she's one too because she knows that having a third beast within yourself makes you one because she points out that, oh, you're the beast that used to be within my father. And she knows her father is a Jinchuriki, and she knows that Kurama is within her now, and she accepts Kurama, and so she knows that she's a Jinchuriki. She doesn't have to state it out loud for us to know that she knows.
I mean, her
I just
knowing
my
Kurama
problem is
seems
she
like
didn't struggle with any of this.
that's my problem as well.
She just didn't care. It was an irrelevant new detail.
She does have to struggle because that's what makes a difference between a Deus Ex Machina or not.
What makes you think she doesn't care about it? She cares about it. She cares about Kurama. She
just liked Kurama from the get-go. And it was like, oh, that's
Because
cool, moving on.
No, because she's always known about Kurama. She's always known. Kurama is something that's always been a constant thing in our life. And then he died. Oh, then all of a sudden he's not in her. And then she accepts it.
Yeah, but she didn't have to struggle to accept it. She just accepted it.
Why does she
That
have
is the
to struggle
point.
to
They
accept
have
it?
to struggle to come to their
No,
answers.
they don't. No, they don't. Sometimes characters doesn't need to struggle. They can easily.
Then
just
there's not
accept
any
something.
point to the story. It doesn't need to exist. It
There
doesn't
is a
teach
point.
anything.
There's
It
still a
doesn't
point.
give anything. There's no meaning.
There is still a point. Some people, in real life, some people easily accept the identity. They don't have a problem. They don't have struggle because some
those people don't need a message on identity.
They can
Killer B didn't need help accepting himself. He already had that. So Killer B doesn't need to view a story on identity to learn about identity. That's just irrelevant to him. It's not teaching him anything because he already has it.
No,
those
it
people
comes natural to him.
can't learn
It
from
comes
that.
natural to him. That's just the type of person he is. That's just his innate nature. And in this one, yeah, she didn't struggle for it, but and it still doesn't negate the fact that she accepted who she was. She accepted it. Oh, she finds out that the Naito is within me.
Okay, did Himawari's development? This is a case where it can work. Did Himawari's easily accepting her identity because she's Killer B, she accepts herself, it's easy, whatever. Did that help push a different character to struggle to overcome their identity problem?
We're not yet. We don't know yet.
And that's a problem.
Okay, there you go. So she did neither of the things that make it story.
Next time, we don't know. Maybe the next time Ikimura brings her in, it's gonna continue from there.
But that's too late. That's a different arc.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be different.
Yes, it does. You're right. Not any one given theme needs to be completed in one arc, but every arc needs to have at least one theme that's completed.
That's like making a movie and saying, don't worry, guys, there's going to be a sequel, and then just like randomly ending the movie randomly. No, it needs to tell a full story on its own. There can be a sequel story.
Man, I've seen movies done that, like,
and they're bad.
No, they're not. There's some good ones.
What movies are you referencing?
Has ended midway randomly, unfinished. That was good.
I could say Avengers Infinity War that
doesn't end randomly. It ends at the end of the movie. It doesn't end at 35 minutes in.
It does go in the beginning of Avengers Infinity War to kill Thanos. He didn't get to accomplish that, but he did so later on in Endgame.
There is a clear and obvious definitive endpoint of that movie, a specific mark of which they needed to end at to tell that completed story separate from Endgame.
Those Avengers Infinity wasn't a completed story. I don't think it was a completed story. Like, it wasn't a completed story. Like, you're gonna tell me that the villain winning in the end is the completed story? Like, Avengers
it's
Endgame
a completed arc.
Complete is arc, but with most of the plots and
But
character
also to
development
clarify,
not
yes,
completed.
the villain
Continue
or the
over.
enemy can win. For example, Light does not win in Death Note.
Spoilers.
Why are you
Eren
saying that
Yeager
trash,
does
man?
not win
Spoilers.
in Attack on Titan.
No, Eren Yeager won. He definitely won.
No, he didn't. He died.
Yes,
he wanted to
did.
massacre
He
all of the
accomplished
world.
his goal.
Not 80%.
No. You're gonna tell
He
me
couldn't-
Eren Yeager
The
failed?
theme
He
He was
literally
accomplished his goal.
confined to fate to lose.
the developing
No,
theme of
Eren
Death
Yeager
Note literally developed to
achieved his
include
goal.
dying equals losing.
Nah, just because he died doesn't mean he lost. Like, come on.
It's the story
Light
tells
lost.
you it does. The story disagrees with you. Isayama says you're wrong.
No, Eren Yeager won.
Yes.
He got exactly what he wanted. Eren's goal from
No,
the
he
beginning
didn't.
of the story was to wipe out the Titans. He wanted to wipe them off from the
Okay, but that's not
surface
his
of
goal
the
at the
world.
end of the
And he
story. His goal at the end of the
accomplished
story is to wipe out everything but parody. He doesn't get to do that. He also wants to live.
No. You see, Eren's goal changes over time, but in the end of the day, the core of his goal still had to do with ending the Titans. That's what he wanted. He wanted to end the reign of Titans, and he accomplished that. He also gained his freedom, the freedom that he was kind of seeking. He also gained that in a twisted kind of way. At the end of the day,
He still
he
lost.
still won.
They literally say in the story that they want to win, and the only way to win is to fight. And if you die, you
Yes.
can't fight. The theme, the final message of Attack on Titan is to fight, is to live.
And Eren fought to accomplish his goals.
And died.
And died accomplishing. You could die accomplishing your goals, which is exactly what Eren did.
Isayama
Eren knew that
disagrees. Okay, if you
Eren
want to
knew
write
that
your
his
own
death was
story
the
that
only way to
contradicts
end
Attack
the
on
reign of
Titan,
the Titans,
that's
which-
fine. But that's not what
Okay,
Attack
let's
on
just
Titan
focus on
say.
Death Note then.
Let's not use that trash ass anime.
Okay.
One
The
of the renowned anime to exist.
Okay. With Himawari,
That anime was a waste of my time.
there's no meaning to extrapolate. There's absolutely no value that the viewer can take away when they read the story. Okay, because they're not going to be spoon-fed the answer in real life, and they're not in Nine Tails Jinchuriki. They can't relate to that. They can't empathize with that. There's no lesson to be learned.
I mean, I saw a lesson to be learned from that. Like,
They didn't
You
see
don't have to
Himawari
struggle
struggle
to accept your
to accept herself, or others struggle to accept themselves.
That's the story about
Real.
Ima. She's the character that like,
That doesn't
she
struggle?
goes
Okay,
theme
so
of
how
the-
does that help struggling viewers?
So there are other characters that are struggling in both.
They're
already.
not the
Ima doesn't have to be
protagonist,
one
and they
of them.
don't involve themselves with Himawari. The only characters you can look at for that would be
Ima
Inoji.
is a different way
Or
of
Shikamaru
acceptance.
Jojo, I guess.
She's a Ima is the serious way of showing us of someone easily accepting who she is.
Okay.
Like I don't think a character has to struggle all the time. Yes, like it's good for some characters to struggle, but I also think we also need
So
other characters.
not every character
struggle.
has to struggle at the time, but they need to be juxtaposed with a character who does struggle when you do that. So in
As
some
he
cases,
was.
the main
He
character
was.
might just be
was,
perfectly
so-
fine and dandy, but he helps others overcome their flaws. But
And
Himawari's not doing that, obviously.
An example to look at would be
mean, it's
Naruto,
still
the very
on-
first arc, Land of Waves. Naruto, again, already has an answer, even if he develops that arc, but whatever. As opposed to Inari, who Naruto helps change to have a conclusion in that arc. That would go along the lines that are obvious. So,
I don't think like she had to.
And in order to
like,
find Naruto's answer, or to prove his answer, he had to overcome Zabuza, not in a fist fight, but in their little argument, basically. And by getting Zabuza to concede, that solidified Naruto's answer. That's why he wins in that regard.
So just ignoring everything else, if we're gonna say that Himawari is like Land of Waves Naruto, who is Inari like in reference to Boruto 2 Blue Vortex Arc 1? Who is Himawari's Inari?
She doesn't need wherever that dude's name
Okay,
is.
if she doesn't
need that.
have an Inari, then she needs to be Inari.
Not really.
The story cannot function if there is no Inari character.
The story kind of functions without it, though.
Then it's a dysfunctional story.
It's not a dysfunctional story.
That's not functioning, that's progressing.
If it's progressing, then it's functioning.
No. Dysfunctional people exist in real time. Time is still flowing. They're still dysfunctional. It's the same for stories.
But like that life is kind of regressive.
It's like it has a story engine, but the engine is just off. It's just not working right. It's a misfiring. Shout out my car in real life.
I would say both the stories working well. Like it's a good story. It had great moments.
We spent the past hour trying to decide who the protagonist of the first arc is, and you think it's a good story.
We've changed. Look, it's not like we've had a solid answer. We've cycled through people, unsure who the answer is.
The A story with Sarada and Hidari led to a dead end. We're relying on Himawari now, the B story.
Look, we know who the protagonist is. The protagonist is Boruto. But then
you just
been
discussing it being Himawari because you said it.
The story has to now focus on other characters. Like I feel Himawari is also a protagonist of the series also because
is she the protagonist of that arc? That's the question we've been.
That arc itself, not the whole series, not the whole 2 Blue Vortex, but that specific arc. I think she was the and Sarada were the protagonists.
So you think it was both Himawari and Sarada?
Yes.
Kamui, I think we've proven our point through that.
You haven't proven anything to me.
Oh, okay. So why was it so difficult to answer that question as opposed to every other arc? What separates this arc from every other arc?
What was the question that was difficult to answer?
Who is the protagonist?
The theme and the protagonist. And
I've answered it so many times. Like
you've given us 3 different answers
that all contradict one another.
No, okay. This is my answer. This is my true answer for that specific arc. Sarada and Himawari were the protagonists.
Okay.
What is the theme? What's your final answer?
Identity.
Okay.
Just identity? Not a question about identity? Just the word identity.
Asking, seeking answers to who exactly am I? What is my what exactly is my
and
what's my
what does the story say about that question? I will give you some examples. Konoha Crush, the question. What is true strength? The possible answers. Fighting for yourself. Fighting for your friends. The story tells you it's fighting for your friends. Land of Waves. Are shinobis human or tools? Well, the answers are tools or humans. The story tells you the answer is humans. So the question is something pertaining to who you are. So what is the question and what is the story's answer?
And the story's answer to that was Himawari Uzumaki is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki.
Okay, what are the 2 possible answers?
Well, one is that not all of the questions were answered because it was a continued process. Sarada gained she gained the answer to our questions later on down the line, And
So what was the question again?
antagonist,
Just
he
who
has
are
two.
you? Like, who is the protagonist? Or is it, how does one come to find their identity? Like, what is the specific question?
Like, I would say is what exactly am I?
So who am I, or who is Himawari?
For Imamari, like, she was confronted with the question of who, like,
No, she wasn't.
who are you? Yeah, Jiro came to her and
Jiro did not
her
ask Himawari, who are you? At least if he did it in the literal sense of what is your name, and not like, who are you, metaphorically, symbolically, philosophically. He wasn't probing Himawari's identity. Hidari was doing that to Sarada. He wanted to know, like, who are you? He just literally didn't know who she was.
Anyways.
Yeah. But Jiro wasn't trying to dig deep into the psyche of Himawari. It's like, why aren't you Naruto? And I don't think he literally asked. I will double check. I don't even think he asked her, who are you?
If anything, why aren't you Naruto? Actually, unironically, would work really well for Boruto's Part 1 character, especially before the Momoshiki arc. But even after that, you can still do that.
Okay, so Jura says, what's going on here? And that's his question.
Is
and
that
also,
the question of the arc?
He knew who Himawari was without anyone telling it. Like, he knew, like, literally, he knew her last name without a single person saying her last name. So he already knew who she was.
He didn't know who she was. Like, he kept calling out this girl. Like,
he went to her because she has the Nine Tails.
Yeah, because
if that's the answer, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he knows.
Yeah, he got the answer immediately.
Was what he was looking for. He was looking for the nine. He was searching for the Nine Tails chakra, which led him to Ima, and then he's like, wait a second, this isn't Naoto Uzumaki.
But
yeah, then he figures out in less than a third of the chapter, he's like, well, I was looking for the Nine Tails chakra to find Naruto. Looks like it's here. So I guess I'm devouring you, Himawari Uzumaki. Didn't need to be told that was her name. He already knew.
This is unlike Momoshiki, who just does this as a side thing, and this isn't even necessarily the point, which is just a testament to how good this is. But Momoshiki calls Naruto Fox, refusing to acknowledge him as Naruto Uzumaki. Only seeing him as a Nine Tails. Jura isn't doing anything like that. In fact, Jura is only targeting Himawari because he wants Himawari.
No, he wants to know why Ima has the Nine Tails.
That's not answering the question of who is Himawari. That's a different question. Why does she have the Nine Tails? The answer isn't because she's the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It's because Baryon mode, Himawari genetics, whatever shenanigans.
From the very beginning, Momoshiki's target is the Nine Tails, and he confronts Naruto, referring to him as the Nine Tails.
Isn't the Nine Tails though?
Yeah, we're not saying Jura's identity is the Nine Tails. Jura's target was Naruto, and then Himawari. Yeah. It was never the Nine Tails, even if, hypothetically, we don't know, but even if hypothetically, that's what he's always been after. But he's always been going after the person, referring to them as the person, as opposed to Momoshiki only referring to them as the Nine Tails, which is what he wants.
And even then, like, again, Jura's question for Himawari is, why do you have the Nine Tails? Not, who are you?
I didn't say like Jura said exactly like, who are you? But he brings the question of identity towards Ima about her being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Like, because she wasn't.
No, not in an identity sense. it wasn't about Himawari's identity with anything Jura said to her.
In fact,
If
No,
anything, the things Jura facilitates are the same themes he's doing in this arc, and it's the dark side of love thing that he's obsessed about. Oh, they're making these foolish decisions that cause them to die. It goes against their instincts, blah, blah, blah. What's up with that? What is this thing driving them to do that? The things Jura gets answers on is the fact that love is driving Himawari, Inojin, and everyone else to do these things. That's what Jura's facilitating, not identity.
in fact, let me help you out by giving you the closest thing to an answer that the series actually gives you. Through pushing Himawari, based on what Kurama says, accepts her preconceived biases, since the Ninetales is acting as a mentor figure, essentially. And that's the closest thing. Accept your preconceived biases. The preconceived biases that she'd never had before this, that were retconned into her character for some reason that she'd never had. And
we all have biases. It's not too far
Bro.
to stretch to think that he has biases.
bro.
Bias. What was the bias in question?
That she overcame.
She might have had biases about how Ninetales, how tail beast works. I mean, yeah, our father was a tail beast, Jinchuriki.
Okay, how did she let that go?
Kurama told her that, okay, your situation is different from Naruto's. It's not the same. That's basically what he's saying. So
her character arc was overcoming nothing. Because you said she didn't have to struggle.
A character arc was discovering the tail beast within herself and immediately accepting Kurama within herself without any form of struggle. And
So-
discovering that, oh, me and Kurama, we are one and the same. So, like,
I think learning new information is a character arc.
So just to be clear, what she learned in this arc was to stop not understanding the Ninetales.
no, that's not what I said.
Please reiterate.
I said she discovered the Ninetales within herself. She discovered a new component of who she is, of what her nature is. She discovered that, oh, she and the Ninetales are one body, one soul now, and that she's basically the new Ninetale Jinchuriki. And she
That's not a
accepted
character.
it
That's just
without
information. Does it's every new bit of so for example, was Sarda's character arc learning that those swords exist? No. Just learn that. Like more.
I mean, yeah, she discovered information about herself, but she learned something new about herself.
So is that her character arc? That she learned that thorn souls exist?
Yeah, for that.
That's not a
specific
character
one,
arc.
yeah.
What about herself
not a
did she
character-
Because
learn
her character
there?
arc isn't over yet.
How is
It's
that
not
about
over yet.
her?
It's-
What
it's
about
still-
her did she learn through discovering the Thornthal's existence?
Wait, Ima or Sarada?
Sarada.
I wasn't talking about Sarada. Like
Okay,
her
first,
discovering about the Thorn
okay, I have a
Soul
new
is our
question,
way of
actually. When does
finding our way
Himawari
to
learn
see
about
our
the Soul
father.
Thorn's existence?
It doesn't. The Thorn Soul has nothing to do with Ima. That's specifically for Sarada.
Then who are you talking about?
I was talking about Ima out discovering that she's the ninth Jinchuriki is part of her character arc, and our accepting it easily is also part of her character arc, which is still continuing on in the series because the series is not over yet. She's still growing. We haven't seen the complete character development of Ima yet.
I feel like you're trying to compare Himawari learning that she's the Ninetales Jinchuriki to like Naruto learning that he's the Ninetales Jinchuriki, when these are just completely different. Naruto was
It's
hated
kind of the
and
same.
didn't
It's
know
different for you
why.
because It's different to you because she didn't struggle. She didn't go through the same struggle that Naruto did.
Yeah,
She
the
doesn't have to go
foundation of
through
what
the same
stories are
struggle
rooted
because
in.
Naruto has laid the foundation for her. That's what, as a father, that's what Naruto's job is. He's made it easier for Emma, his child, to accept who she is.
So what you just said was Naruto is good. We agree.
Yeah, he was good. He was good. Naruto's good. Like, he's made the next generation. He's made it easier for the next generation.
Okay, so Boruto on its own, as a standalone series written by a different author,
That's the problem
separate
with
from
you
the
guys.
Naruto
That's the
manga.
problem with you guys. That's the problem with you guys. You're trying to look at it as a standalone. I don't look at Boruto as a standalone.
Well, that's the
series on
problem
its
with
own.
Ikimoto.
I see it as a
We
Ikimoto
didn't
sees
make it a
as
different manga.
continuation of Naruto. No, because see, I get what Ikimoto is trying to do. He's a continuing. Boruto is a continuation of Naruto and Naruto itself. It's not a standalone.
Okay, so what
series.
chapter of Naruto
Everything
are we on?
We're on Boruto, but Boruto is part of the Naruto franchise.
But that doesn't mean it can't. It shouldn't stand alone. For example, the Boruto movie stands alone on its own. Zero problem.
No,
Not relying
no, it
on.
doesn't.
Because the correct answer should have been
You need-
812 based on your logic.
You see, you need to even watch Naruto Gaiden. You need to know about Naruto Gaiden to even understand some stuff about Boruto the movie. Because
No, you
how are you gonna
don't.
What?
understand what
No, you
Sarada's
don't.
goal
What
is?
are you
I can
talking
counteract that
about?
by the fact that I literally watched the movie before Naruto Gaiden and had
How are you gonna watch? I mean, I read Naruto Gaiden before the movie came out. Then Naruto Gaiden came out before the movie came out.
it did, but I didn't see it until after.
Well, I saw it, and
I didn't know
read
about
it.
it.
I read it, and then I saw the movie, and
Okay, then how
to
would
me,
you
the movie
even
was just a
know?
country. No, what?
How would you know that you need Naruto Gaiden to understand the movie? Because you didn't do it the other
Because
way
you
around.
need to if you want to understand Sarada's character, where our goal is.
Sarada's not
Why
literally
she's
barely in the movie.
desperate.
So,
Yeah.
what about Sarada's character in the movie are you not understanding because you haven't seen Naruto Gaiden? And again, in the movie, which means your
I
answer
mean,
can't
in
include
the movie,
Naruto Gaiden information.
The Gaiden made us know why she wanted. In the movie, just say, "Oh, I want to be Okage." We don't know why she wanted to become Okage in the first place, but Gaiden gives us the reason why she wanted to be Okage.
You don't
in the
need
first
to know
place.
that. It's irrelevant. In fact, I don't think she even
It's
says she wants to be
relevant.
Hokage in the movie. It's
Yeah,
just in
she
the
said
end.
she wants to be because she, in order for her to become Okage, she has to pass the Chunin exam. So that's what she was planning out to Boruto. Why she wanted Boruto to sign up for it when
Okay.
Boruto was
Okay.
being righty about it.
But you realize that that's
And
not important to the story of that arc whatsoever, right?
I mean, they're all part of the same. It's all part of the same. It's all continuation of the same stories. They're all connected. So, like, if you want to
But
get
you
the
don't
full
need
story
Naruto Gaiden
experience,
to understand the Boruto movie. Sarada could have just had that goal and it's irrelevant. It
Can
just
I
doesn't
actually, you
also
change
do
add?
need to. You do need to because the guidance is just about parents and children. The same way Boruto the movie was also about parents and child.
No, I agree. They have similar themes, but you don't need one or the other to understand the other. You could watch
I
both on its
mean,
own and you will understand
if
all of
if
it.
you if
That's
you
fine.
wanna if you wanna do it that way, you can do it that way. That just shows how good of a story it is. But if you wanna really enjoy the
No,
full
we agree.
experience,
We
I would
agree.
say
That does show how good of a story it is. And we're saying that Super Vortex isn't the same.
Thank you.
no, Boruto Super Vortex is a continuation of the same stuff. It's the same. It's
But it
And it's
doesn't
not a
basically
good
stand on its
story.
own.
it's the same. It's all about love. Like it all comes down to
Then why
love.
doesn't it
It's
stand
all
on its
about love.
own?
Fighting was about love. Movie was about love. Ubu Vortex is about love.
So why can't it
all the
stand on
same.
its
They're all
own?
connected. Because it's not a standalone series. It's a continuation of
The
a
Boruto
story that's
movie
been
isn't a
established
standalone
already.
series, but you can watch it and still think it's good.
Mm, not really. If you have no idea about Naruto or anything, how the hell are you gonna watch the Boruto the movie and really know what's
Plenty of
going on?
people did it and did just fine.
I'm surprised that you were able to. I don't think your experience was the same as those who watched Naruto.
No, I didn't do that. I knew I had seen all Naruto first, but I know plenty of people who started with Boruto and
And
had
I don't
zero
think that
problems.
experience was the same. I don't think they truly enjoyed it, fully
Yeah,
enjoyed it
Kamui,
if they
every
haven't
single one of them was
watched
lying.
Naruto yet.
Yeah, we agree. They
I'm
don't
not
enjoy
saying
it.
the line. I'm just saying that they don't know what they were missing out on.
Okay, we agree on that for sure.
Well, what they're missing out on is Naruto. But that doesn't change anything. They're not missing out on anything in the Boruto movie.
The only thing that they're
Yes.
missing out on would be one callbacks like the Demon Wind Shuriken trick.
That's
and
not in the movie.
the nostalgic, amazing feeling of seeing adult Naruto and Sasuke after everything they've been through. But realistically, that is something you're
Giving
missing. That is
Otsutsuki,
technically
like,
a very small part of the Boruto movie, and it's not at all the point.
the whole point of the movie was like, oh, the Otsutsuki are coming to Earth because they like searching for Kaguya and the tail beast. I mean the divine fruit.
Yeah,
Sakura
and the
that she was
Boruto
supposed to
movie
bring.
gives you that information. You're not questioning it. It just tells you. So if you haven't seen Naruto, you're thinking, okay, so there's these aliens looking for this power inside Naruto.
But then you're gonna be
Questions
asking.
answered.
But then you're gonna be asking, wait, who's Kaguya? Who's Kaguya and all that? Like, wait, wait a second, who's Kaguya and the?
It's an
Wait a second.
Otsutsuki from their clan that they formerly
How do
defeated.
they know about Otsutsuki? Like, how do they know if Otsutsuki's are like aliens? How exactly did they find out about them?
Why does
Like,
that matter for
you
this
need to watch
movie?
Naruto because it's all part of the same series. As if it continues on. Naruto didn't just end. It continues
You know what,
on with the
Oodie?
sequel.
Okay, so he's probably not going to understand this because he probably hasn't seen the movie Thomas, but we're not questioning, we're not focusing on how does Odd Thomas and his mom have the power that they do. We just are told it and we accept it because it's the first thing we know. We're not questioning it because we have no reason to question it.
We can stick with
Nah,
Naruto,
if I'm
though. We're
watching-
not questioning in the Land of Waves why Naruto has chakra.
I mean, we know it's part of the world.
Okay, Kagi is a part of the world.
No.
Why?
Like from the way the story was implemented, you definitely know, oh, something happened. That they encountered this Kaguya. We didn't see in the movie. You didn't see them encounter Kaguya. You didn't see them how they got to know who Kaguya is. But you know, you get a sense that it definitely did happen.
Okay, is episode 1 of Naruto
So
bad because we don't know why the Nine Tails attacked the village yet?
We know it's a mystery. See, it makes you it tells you, it makes you know that it's a mystery and it's something you find out later on if you continue.
Okay,
Actually, no.
so
The story just tells you
different.
it's a natural disaster.
Exactly.
It later recontextualizes it, but at the beginning, you just accept it as a natural disaster.
Exactly. But let's just go with the mystery idea since that's what Dan thought anyways. Is the Land of Waves bad because we haven't found out the mystery yet?
No,
but there's
it's
still
not
something
bad
we're
because
missing out on. How can we possibly enjoy it? We don't even realize it.
because we know later on we're gonna find out about it. This one is different because he doesn't make you know that you're gonna find out about it later on if you continue down the line. It makes you know that it's something that has happened already. You get the sense that it's something that we've already shown you. We're just talking about it again. We're just bringing up that topic again,
But
and
then
we're gonna move on to the next one.
But then,
So
how
if
is
you
that
want to
a
know what
problem
happened,
or
you have to
fault with
watch
Boruto the
Naruto.
movie instead of the audience member who can then in the future just go back and rewatch Naruto to find that answer out anyways?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, and that's why the experience is gonna be different. Like you're not really gonna get the full true experience you're supposed to get if you're just watching Boruto the movie without watching Naruto. The experiences that people get is totally different. It's totally different. It's not the same. So if you're gonna like read Boruto to prove Vortex without Next Generation, without Naruto, it's gonna be definitely different. It's gonna be definitely different. So that's why I said that Boruto to Blue Vortex is not a single story. It's a sequel. It's a continuation of everything that has happened before. It's the same with JoJo. Like come on, JoJo is a generational story. Like if you read Stone Ocean on its own, you're not gonna understand everything. You might enjoy it, but you're not gonna get the true full version of Stone Ocean if you've not seen the other parts of JoJo, like the first part of JoJo itself, or the second one, or the third one. You're not gonna get the
Okay.
experience
You
of
might not get
Stone
the.
Ocean.
I haven't seen JoJo, but that doesn't matter because it's actually probably better. Because then I can just ask you these questions. You might not get the full picture, the full appreciation, but would you understand it?
I not understand some stuff. You might not
Okay, some
see
stuff.
so you
Would it be like major plot points that are utmost central to the story, or a couple of random little side things like,
no
this character has this
important.
ability, which was
No,
explained 10
important,
chapters ago? Like,
important. You need to watch. You need to watch all of them if you want to understand. You see, okay, there are some stories in JoJo that you might not need the other ones because they bring a separate story. But then, in some cases, they then do continuation of that same story, like the same story. So you do need to watch the other ones in order to fully enjoy this one, the current one that you're watching. Like if you don't see the other ones, you might still enjoy it on its own, but it's not the enjoyment is not gonna be how you're supposed to enjoy it. It's gonna be shallow. It's not gonna be as deep as it's supposed to be.
So,
So it's the same thing with Boruto, Two Blue Voctors. If you've not seen Naruto, if you've not seen Next Two Blue Voctors, I mean, if you've not seen Naruto Next Generation, you're just reading Two Blue Voctors on his own without seeing the other ones. You might enjoy some of the hype moments and stuff like that, but it's gonna be a shallow enjoyment of the series. It's not gonna be deep as it's supposed to be. That's why I don't look at it as a single story. I see it as part of a whole. Like it's part of a whole. It's like a generational story. To me, that's what it is. To me, Boruto is like JoJo. It's a generational story. It first started with Naruto, and now the next generation, Boruto.
so, okay. The problem is, if you want to say we didn't get the full appreciation, fine. The Boruto movie relays
But you
the
guys have seen
information.
Naruto though.
It relays the necessary information you need about Kaguya in order to fully appreciate the Boruto movie. What information do we not know about Kaguya that stops us from appreciating the Boruto movie as opposed to appreciating Naruto?
We found out that Kaguya is different from this
Hello.
Otsutsuki that are coming. What do you mean no?
I don't know if he was trying to say hello or not.
He definitely said
I don't
hello,
know.
but I wanted to roll with the no because I thought that'd be funny.
No, because like
Hello, guys.
say the question again.
Was it a question? Well, I can make it a maybe it was a question. I don't remember, but what information from Naruto
He doesn't
are we
remember.
missing to fully appreciate the Boruto movie in terms of Kaguya?
Okay, that's why I said we like for example, Kaguya. You need to know exactly who Kaguya is in order for you to like kind of understand what is Otsutsuki. You need to
Okay,
know the
that's a
difference
logic thing for
between
understanding.
Kaguya and
How does that
Momoshiki.
help our appreciation? So let me ask it this way. Because you've seen Naruto and can fully appreciate Naruto, what appreciation do you get from hearing about Kaguya, the information that they relay to you in the Boruto movie, in order to fully appreciate the Boruto movie?
Because they mentioned in both of the movie that Kaguya was an enemy that they fought and they defeated, and yet he wasn't really the true enemy because she was trying to build an army to fight and stop these invaders that are coming.
Okay,
so you find out that
two things.
What are we missing?
She was trying to protect Earth, the planet, in her own twisted kind of way.
So, but that's information the Boruto movie gives. That's not even in Naruto. So what are you missing in the Boruto movie if
And
you
then
haven't seen Naruto? Because as far as you just explained, you only
If you
got
wait- if you-
more understanding from the Boruto movie.
if you just watch Boruto the movie, you have no idea who Kaguya is. You have no idea who she is. You just know that she's someone that they fought and someone who was trying to protect the planet.
So
in
how
her
does
own
that
kind of
take
way by
away from
creating
the
this army.
appreciation of the Boruto movie?
It takes away the appreciation because you don't get the full picture. You don't get the deep understanding of who Kaguya is.
What aren't you
as the
appreciating in the
Why,
Boruto
and
movie?
why is it a
under this context?
necessity to know
If you watch
Kaguya?
the movie, Kaguya is just a throwaway character. She's just a throwaway character. That they mention, and then you move on. But if coming from watching Naruto, you know, oh, wait a second, Kaguya, that villain that we fought and we defeated. She did all the stuff because she wanted to stop these people from invading our world. So
So two
in a
things.
twisted kind of way, she was protecting us, but in our own twisted kind of way.
So two things. One is that this is gonna make Naruto sound worse, but the things you just said are in the Boruto movie, not the Naruto series. So of the things you mentioned, the only thing the Naruto series gave you was, this is that person that we saw them fighting in Naruto.
I mean,
So we
if
just
you
saw
watch
the fight
Naruto the
instead of
anime
being
and
told
you
to
read
fight. And I
manga,
agree. That's something you can appreciate. It is more meaningful when you actually see it. I agree with that. But that's pretty minuscule in terms of the Boruto movies concerned.
I would argue it's appreciation for
I
Naruto, not the Boruto movie. I'd argue there's no appreciation there for it.
I agree. It doesn't change your appreciation of the Boruto movie. It just is nice. Like, oh yeah, I saw that fight in Naruto. It's
no,
like, but
I said enjoyment. You're gonna enjoy the series more, and then you appreciate the Naruto series.
Well,
also.
yeah, if a
But
Naruto movie comes out, as the world's biggest Naruto fan, I'm gonna go into it appreciating it from second one, or enjoying it from second one more than I would
but
any other
if you're not
standalone
a
movie.
Naruto, then my problem is if you're not a Naruto fan and you just watch Boruto the movie, you might enjoy it, but your enjoyment won't be as deep as it's supposed to be if you've watched
That's obvious.
Naruto.
So
That's obvious.
here's my hypothetical.
That's what
Let's
I'm
just
saying.
say
That's what I'm saying because
let's just say the Naruto series doesn't exist. The franchise just doesn't exist. The one and only sole existing thing.
Exist.
In this hypothetical, this alternate Earth, it just doesn't exist. The only thing, the first and last thing they've ever released for the Naruto franchise is the Naruto Boruto movie. Can you fully appreciate the Naruto Boruto movie as the only thing that exists?
No, you can't, because you have no idea of they're talking about the stuff that Naruto's been through. Sasuke telling Boruto that you need to if you want to understand Naruto, you have to know Naruto's weakness. You have to know where he started
Let's
from and all
isolate
that
this to
stuff.
Kaguya, since that's what the conversation's around anyways. Do you
Kaguya was just a
lose
component
anything
of it.
if It just is what it is.
Okay, you can't just say like let's focus on Kaguya alone. Like
Well, that's what we've
Kaguya
been
was just
talking
a
about this whole
component
time.
of but that's what we were focusing on. But what we're truly talking about was like the whole series, the movie as a whole. Like if you take away
Sure,
Naruto
but then you would
from
go
the
point by
franchise,
point. So this would just be
can't
Kaguya's
enjoy the
included
movie.
in the overarching discussion, but I want to talk on specifically Kaguya.
I mean, if you it's still the same. Like you have no idea who Kaguya is. Oh, she's just someone that they mentioned. Okay, she's a throwaway character. We move on from that. We have no idea backstory, history, nothing about her, because the
But
movie
none
itself
of
didn't
that
go
is
into any.
relevant for the movie.
That's what I'm saying. She becomes irrelevant for the movie.
No,
Well, she
she's
is
relevant.
irrelevant for the movie for the most part.
She's relevant
No,
for the
she's not.
movie to incite the characters
She's only
to come
relevant
there.
because we know she's from Naruto. She's
She
only relevant
fulfills
because
her
we know she's
role.
from Naruto. If you take away Naruto, she has no role anymore. Like she's just a throwaway.
No, her role would
character
be the same. We just didn't see it in Naruto is the difference.
and we don't know anything about it. And then we move on and we don't talk about her anymore.
Okay,
Because
so
after
is
that, they didn't
Boruto
talk
2
about
Blue
Kaguya
Vortex
anymore.
bad because we can't appreciate it because we don't know what the true horror of the Tin Tails is?
No, it's not bad because we don't know what the true. But we're gonna know. It's something that we're gonna know.
I don't think so. Let's say we never find out.
Then it's a future that was prevented because that's the
Oh,
the goal of Boruto. Boruto's goal
wow,
is to
how
prevent that
convenient.
terrible
Oh, but when
future
it
from
comes to
happening.
Kaguya, it ruins the movie.
It
Like
does.
what you trying?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Why did everyone just stop speaking?
I thought you were gonna say something.
Oh, I'm gonna
Yeah.
say something. Yeah. So you guys are talking about specifically about if the Boruto movie would be fun for someone if they haven't watched Naruto. Is that the argument, right?
Like we're
Yeah,
saying
well, the
how
original
deep about
point was that we were arguing whether or not Two Blue Vortex stands on its own and whether that's a good or bad thing. And then the Boruto movie was like another example to get at, and we're arguing whether or not. Basically, do you think, Mr. Spiraling, that the
Mhm.
Boruto movie stands on its own? Does it entirely rely on Naruto to even understand or appreciate it? Or can a new fan who's never watched Naruto watch the Boruto movie, understand it, and appreciate it? Maybe they've
So-
got 2% less appreciation, but are they 98% there? That's the
No.
question.
I would say they can understand and like, appreciate it like 30%, maybe even 20%. But the true appreciation of the
Yes.
entire series is
Do you think you
like
can only appreciate the Boruto movie
you
30%?
can't appreciate it much. You can't appreciate it much. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't enjoy it that much. You can't
So
appreciate
you
it that
think
much
you can't
unless of
enjoy
course
it
you've seen
much?
Naruto.
So let me ask you this then, for both of you. Do you think you can enjoy Two Blue Vortex much if you haven't seen Naruto Next Generations?
You have to see the
You
entire
need
series to actually enjoy it. Naruto is a very specific series.
Yeah, that's what
So
that's what I'm saying.
why? So can you in your own words tell us why it's bad that they made Two Blue Vortex a different manga series then? Go ahead, take the honors, because we agree.
What do you mean?
Two Blue Vortex is a different manga series than Boruto
It's
Naruto Next Generations.
It's the
Different title,
continuation of
different
Naruto.
entry, different everything.
I mean, it has a different title, but it's still a continuation of Boruto Naruto Next Generation.
If it's a
Forget
continuation,
about
then why
Ikino's
aren't they
fault.
treating it like that? Because they're doing so much recap. Why are they recapping it
because
if it's a
a lot of
continuation?
Now, why
years
did they
passed
recap
by
how the Ten
because they
Tails
took a
works
break.
19
A
times in
lot
the
of
first
years
14
passed by,
chapters?
and they just had to. They needed to remind some people who's forgotten about some stuff that happened.
It's a continuation.
So wait, hold on. Let me just get this. Let me get this clarified. So they needed to remind people what happened. So in chapter 1 of Two Blue Vortex, they needed to remind people what was explained in the previous chapter, chapter 80 of part 1. They needed to remind people
What happened last chapter? One chapter
Look,
later. That's what you're telling me.
comics do the same thing though. Like comics do the same thing. One issue ends, one specific issue ends, and then they start a new issue. But it's kind of continuation of this one, and then they start recapping some stuff that happened in the
Okay,
the
do you
previous
think
one.
it
Are
is
they treating
good
it
or
like
bad?
a continuation or like a new sequel series?
Boruto Tubu Vortex is the sequel of Naruto Next Generation. Is a
Okay, so it's
continuation
a
of it.
sequel. It's a
It-
different
Naruto
series.
Now, yes, it's a different series from Naruto Next Generation.
Yeah, same franchise.
Naruto Next Generation ended. It's the same franchise, but and it's a
Different
the
series.
sequel is the continuation of it. So Naruto Next Generation ended with Omnipotence. It took a break, like a long ass break, and then Two Blue Vortex came out, and then they
It wasn't that
recapped
long of a break.
what
It was 3
happened.
months.
It was what?
3 months as opposed to 1. That's not a
Felt
long
like
ass
3 years
break.
to me, but okay.
Compared to Togashi with Hunter x Hunter, that's not a break.
Okay, sure, but anyway, it's still a long time to me though, because I love me.
I
Boruto,
agree. It was
so-
felt
Yeah,
like
it was
forever.
awful.
But
Point, guys. Point being, that Naruto as a whole is a series that you all have to understand as a whole. Ood would know this well.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to. I don't think you have to read the novels necessarily, even though they are kind of important. I think reading the entire Naruto manga plus reading the anime, watching the anime, is very important for the series. Even if you don't watch anime, it's still fine. But point being,
we're not saying it's not. I think you guys are misunderstanding what standalone means.
it's
We're
not
not
good as a
saying
standalone. No, it's not. It's
watching the
not.
rest of the series
You wouldn't
doesn't
understand the
add
series.
value.
You wouldn't
What we're
understand
saying
it.
is that it just does stand on its own.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
You don't understand Sasuke
No.
as well. You don't understand Naruto as well.
Yeah,
just
But you
don't.
understand them within the context of the movie.
Yeah, but within that, no, Kamui, within that context, not within the.
That's how standalone works. You don't
but it's
need
not a
other context.
standalone though. That's the problem. It's not a standalone. It's a sequel.
Okay,
It's a
okay, let me ask
continuation
you
of
this.
Something that came before.
Let me ask you this. Naruto Part 1, the very first thing in the series. Can you understand and appreciate it?
What are you saying?
Anyone? Any takers? Dan? Can
Wait,
you do
I
that?
Can you say that
can.
again?
Wait,
again.
Kamui, you can? How? The prequel Minato
Wait, say
manga
it
tells
again.
you how the Rasengan was formed, which is what we see.
say it
You're
again.
Yeah, we're
right. I
told
didn't
about that
understand
in Naruto
anything.
Part 1.
Can you Oodie, can you say it again? I didn't get your question.
Yeah, so Dan, can you appreciate and understand Naruto Part 1?
I mean, you watch it and then you understand what's going on.
So, is that a yes or a no?
Yes, you watch it and you appreciate it because it's the beginning of the story.
Okay, so why are you saying that when you don't understand how the Rasengan came to be?
You see, in that case, I don't need to know how the Rasengan came to be. All
Why
I know
not?
is that because it's already made. It's
Okay,
we know
Kaguya's
the first
already
time they
made in the Boruto movie.
No, but the difference is that we know that something came before this. Something came out before this.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
we
the same
know
with the
that
Boruto
already.
movie.
Like,
Something came before this. They're telling you what
Boruto
came
book,
before
something came
too.
before this. So we know it's out there. Now, when we're watching Naruto and we find about the Rasengan or the first Hokage created, we know that there's nothing that comes. There's no visual, no physical showing.
Okay, let me ask you
of
this, Dan.
Minato
Why did
coming
Minato
out
create the
from his-
Rasengan? In Naruto Part 1 knowledge.
We know he created it as a jutsu. We don't know why he created it. We just know it was
Okay, so how
brothers.
can you appreciate it?
We appreciate it because this is the beginning of a story. It's the beginning of a story. We know for a fact.
So
that
if the
there is
beginning
no
of the
physical-
Boruto movie is the beginning of the Boruto story,
No,
and there
the
is no
difference
pre-story.
No, there's a difference. You see, you guys are not seeing. There is a difference between those two. The difference is in the Boruto movie, we know that there was something that came out before Boruto the movie. We know something. There's a physical showing of the events that happened, and we know we can go and see those events for ourselves.
But the hypothetical is, if
Rasengan-
there wasn't a Naruto, could you enjoy it? The answer
No.
is yes.
No, you couldn't. No, you couldn't.
The
It's not a
answer
good.
is no.
No, it's actually not that good of a movie, to be honest. It's very basic and simple.
Thank you.
So no.
Without Naruto,
Well, then,
movie
Mr.
is
So you think
Spiraling, your
Boruto's
answer's just no,
bad?
anyways. Yeah, Mr. Spiraling just doesn't appreciate it with Naruto. If you take away Naruto, it's not going to change
I
him
do
not appreciating it.
with Naruto. Well, without Naruto, the appreciation would be even less. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah,
That's what
Mr.
I'm
Spiraling
saying.
already doesn't like Boruto. He's not the one that
You, know,
asks.
you guys don't like Boruto either. That's actually so dumb. Don't
We
say
like
anything.
Naruto
No,
next
we
generation.
love it and hate it.
No, I love Boruto. And I know
You're
for a
the
fact
you're
that
the
Boruto
exception. You're the
cannot stand
exception to the
on
rule.
his
You
own
obviously clearly
without Naruto.
don't understand writing logic. Okay, which you know you'll in time if you watch the Walky Talky podcast more. Point being, Oodie and Kamui do understand this kind of logic. So it's surprising, and they deny it as if they don't hate the series. They hate and dislike the series. Put that in
We
perspective.
love
I know they do.
and hate
No,
it.
I know they do. That's my problem with them. Like, I know they do. Like,
You
I
know that
they
we
hate
love
the
it? That's
series.
your problem?
No, you hate the
I
series. That's my
guarantee
problem.
we are the biggest fans of Boruto on this platform. You can't change my mind. Nobody picks up on, thinks about, and cares
I
about
think
as
you're the
many
biggest
details of the
hater,
Boruto
actually.
series as us.
And
There is
look,
no
Kamui,
other
Kamui.
content creator out there talking
Nah.
about this series, not just in negative, but also positive light, as us.
You talk about
We
it.
left
talk
off
about
the
the
most
series more than
important
anyone on
part.
this universe.
Duration. Nobody talks
You
about
talk
it
about
as
it more
long as
negative
us
than
either.
positive. Nah, you talk about it more negative than positive. So,
No, we talk about it probably 30% positive at this point. It's 70%
Nah.
negative.
Yeah,
But
I've
that
heard more
30%
negative
positive
than positive
is
from you
still
guys.
more time talking about it positively than anyone else in the world.
Our 30% is
Nah,
more than
anytime I
others
come-
100.
Look,
Okay,
anytime I
good,
see
good.
your podcast, anytime I see
Good.
your podcast, I always see this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make
We're
sense.
the
I'm like,
makes no
yo,
sense guy. We're gonna throw that on literally everything we can.
it's literally a
It's an
title. thing.
ongoing joke.
Ood, can I speak, please? Okay, so are you able to switch conversations right now? Real quick.
Yeah, we can switch conversation.
Okay, good. We shall switch to the ultimate I'm gonna do it today because you guys are gonna end stream in like half an hour, correct?
I need to go to bed already. Like, I'm tired.
Oh yeah,
I've
it's
been
fine, it's fine.
speaking
You
for a
need to
long
go, but
time.
if you need to go, don't come with an Ood. Basically, are you guys when are you ending it? Ood. Yo, Ood. Kamui. Why are they not speaking? Done.
Do something real quick.
Quiet.
Ood, are you there? Ood. Okay. I'm gonna wait until they come back because it's very important.
Condoms to a hotel room.
Okay, Ood. I'll be quiet. You guys are not sleeping. Shut up. You're that dumb crap. You are not sleeping, both of you. Shut up. You both not asleep. Shut up. You both are not asleep. Don't fake that kind of crap. Don't fake it. You didn't even know what I was going to talk about. You're not asleep, both of you. Stop. Okay, Mr. Spalding going to talk about his rewrite, okay? So, in regards to the rewrite, guys, essentially, in the rewrite, what I'm going to be doing basically, the gentleman, ladies and gentlemen, who's watching the stream, ladies and gentlemen, I, Mr. Farthing, have with a bunch of people, have created a rewrite Naruto rewrite, the greatest Naruto rewrite. This isn't some disgusting fan fiction or anything dirty like a simple fan fiction that we probably make once in a while.
Wait, what? What's this number?
Food.
Oh man, it looks like people they're going to bed.
It's genuinely weird. I'm not gonna lie. There's a level of weirdness. I just don't understand.
What's going on? Like, come on.
Kamui, the new chapter of Boruto has come out. New chapter's come out right now. Tomorrow just made an announcement. He's ending Boruto. The announcement has come. This is actually getting annoying. Stop freaking doing that noise. Stop doing that noise. Stop it. Stop doing that noise. We get it. You're funny. You just end the stream if you can't. End the stream. Stop making. No, don't make that noise. End the stream. It's not hard. What I'm gonna say won't even take long. 10 minutes max. Oh my god, it's that's actually broken. But you guys are actually not funny. Honestly, not even funny. You could have just dismissed the fighting or anything, but obviously you want to talk about Boruto more. Freakish series. This is not a love-hate relationship. This is a hate relationship. The only reason you talk about Boruto is because you got no other anime to actually talk about consistently. You can talk about Attack on Titan, but that's not a story. It's already ended. That's the thing. You're not actually. You're not asleep. That's not normal. Genuinely, you guys are weird. Honestly.
Alright. I'm gone. That's all.
And Ikibaru failed!